say welcome to each other, colloquially, collectively, don't collectively, that's the word. Let's just all welcome each other. But in the meantime, welcome, ladies and germs. Let me hand it off to D here while I mute myself briefly. D, do to it.
Hello, my friends. I hope everyone's having a great night. Hope this show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. Back to you, Fumador.
That's the way. Cheers, D. Good to see you as always. Thank you, of course, for joining us. Welcome, folks. Let me make D the co-host so that we can enjoy that. There we go. Boom. So, folks, feel free to hit the link and join us. This is still a conversational show. Go figure, this show evolved from my tasting group way back when, basically before COVID. And although I haven't been able to bring the tasting group back yet, we've had a couple meetings during COVID, but that doesn't really count, honestly. What you see is basically this. So, ladies and gentlemen, as bizarre maybe as it seems, that's kind of why this show is a little bit different than all the other shows on YouTube, because we actually had a little bit different start, honestly. This was kind of a um, refuge basically from fucking COVID, essentially, for the tasting group. And it metamorphosized over time because you guys have probably seen people come and go and stuff. So the original group of people, mainly, honestly, in many cases, were, well, with some exceptions. There was D and there was a few other people. Smash, I think, was hanging with us back then. But a lot of the people that showed up on the panel and stuff were literally from my tasting group. So anyway, weird transitions, I know, over time, but hey, things happen, and we adjust them. Welcome everyone in the chat. Looks like Bud Kilowatt might be first in the chat. Look at that. Holy cow. I don't know if Bud's ever been first before. Congratulations, Bud. Green light for you too. Zestier's right behind him. Good to see you. Cranmore Grows. Normally first in the chat right there. Cranmore Grows is right behind those guys. Miranda Family Farms hanging. Good to see you, Miranda. Sorry for spiking the volume there. D, of course, is controlling the chat really soundly. And of course, Miss Chronic, she's saying, howdy all, cheers, people. That was very weirdly pronounced. Howdy all, cheers, people, is probably what she meant to say. Anyway, howdy all, cheers, people. Anyway, folks, welcome to the show. Let me hit the linky here so you guys can actually come join us. Like I said, my tasting group was kind of an aberrant thing. Oh shit, what did I just do? It was kind of a weird thing because most cannabis tasting anything kind of things, surprisingly, there's not all that many of them. There hasn't been all that many, well, because it's hasn't been all that legal. But in the meantime, even when it was sort of legal or permissive or whatever, medical, there weren't all that many tasting groups, and most of them, honestly, were private. And mine was one of the very only public tasting groups. Basically, you could walk in. Literally, that was kind of my idea because I've always really hated clubs and exclusive things. Basically, I don't know. I had a weird upgrade bringing, I guess, but I've always really abhorred, closed fraternities and shit, right? So, nothing, no disrespect, basically, for people who are into them, I guess. But long story short, I didn't like the idea of closed private meetings, basically. So anyway, that created a weird animal basically, where I wanted theoretically for people to be able to walk in off the street. If someone said, "Hey, there's a cannabis group," they could in theory walk in. So anyway, that was why my group was kind of weird at the time. Very open, basically. People always really enjoyed the fact that there was a variety of people and everything else. It was kind of like uh, uh, fuck, Happy Gilmore or Billy Madison? I always forget which one was the golfer. Happy Gilmore, kind of like Happy Gilmore's golf crowd, pretty much. Those are the people that pretty much showed up to my tasting groups, all kinds of people. No, seriously, we had people who ran and frequented a sex club that apparently really enjoyed my tasting group. We had everything you could possibly imagine. It was fucking hilarious.
Huh?
Anyway, no, for real, for real. We had people who they didn't
Green
do any
bean
weird shit.
baking
They just came to
powder?
smoke weed. No, they just came to smoke weed, but they would tell everybody about their weird sex club and apparently recruited a few people from my group. It was pretty amusing. Anyway, but long
You
story
think you
short,
know,
ladies and gentlemen, what's that, D?
you think you know somebody?
Yeah,
Wow.
right. Yeah, seriously. But long story short, ladies and germs, that's one of the reasons why there's an open link right there, basically, that my tasting group was open to the public, essentially. I mean, we had to always charge some kind of fucking membership and whatever to be legal. But in theory, people could walk in off the street. And to this day, basically, I have an open principle that basically people can essentially walk in off the street. For guest shows, we haven't had a guest show for a couple of weeks because honestly, my life has been upside down and backwards. But when we do have guest shows, I usually just kind of say, hey, panel members only, or ask nicely in the chat. It's pretty open still when you think about it, but you just have to ask politely. Some people aren't able to ask politely, so they never get fucking joined. What can I tell you? But in the meantime, most of the time, it's not a problem. And it goes without saying, though, that anytime we don't have guests, ladies and germs, as you can see, pretty much people get to hop on here and join the show. So anyway, what was I going to say? I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, I've been going back and forth whether or not to like, talk about, what's going on. Because you always wonder, honestly, as kind of a person behind the microphone, essentially, you're like, oh, how much would I like to share with the audience? Because it would obviously clarify some of my strange behavior if they knew some of the fucking lunatic shit that was going on in my life. But at the same time, you want to keep your privacy, first of all, at least I do. And then, gosh, you really have to keep your not even like mind your P's and Q's. You have to really fucking keep everything. Mind the windows and doors, keep fucking extremities, mind the gap, you name it, for all the fucking trolls that will seize on any possible fucking weakness. Holy cannoli, will they do it? Most of the time, they have super fucked up lives, but they basically use that to point outwards, right? Anyway. So anyway, I guess I'll probably skip that stuff. But yeah, I've been going through a very unfair sort of situation. A lot of people in life go through unfair situations. This is one of them. But it's been super. It's weighed on me tremendously. Like I can't sleep normally and everything else. Super fucked up, honestly. And I hope it'll end soon, but I don't think it will. So it's a messed up situation. But anyway. What's the chat saying here? Yeah, for sure. I don't want to get doxxed. That's the least of it. That's for sure. But anyway, ladies and geraniums, what was I going to say? Do remember that a lot of times the YouTubers that do this stuff have a lot of shit going on in their lives. Honestly, one of the other YouTubers that I think I'm subscribed to posted an update the other day. God, that guy's doing very poorly in life. Ooh, so you never know, honestly, what is going to happen to people. I think there's this assumption somehow when YouTube land that everyone on YouTube is doing great or something, and their life is fucking spectacular and amazing. No, honestly, it's like anybody else. The content that you produce on YouTube is essentially filtered basically for your viewing pleasure, kind of like a condom. But anyway, welcome, folks. Hit the link, by the way. Welcome, excuse me, Green Fingers, Hardcore in the chat. Robert Benjul, look at that. We just missed the 20. Congratulations, Hardcore, for actually getting the 20. But in the meantime, I guess I was going to say, though, that don't take shows like this for granted. There's some real contemplation on my part today whether or not today would be the last show because some of the stuff that's going on in my life is so consequential and so expensive potentially that it makes all the other shit that I do kind of pale in comparison in a bad way, really. It's not like these are good things that are happening right now. It's just like, fuck, I kind of gotta rip everything down and go deal with this other incredibly fucking ridiculous situation. And I'm basically wrestling with that right now. I'm wrestling with how true that is because the consequences of not dealing with this absurd situation are so obscenely high that oh, it's not worth risking, basically. But at the same time, I can't completely obliterate my life for I guess I'll describe it essentially just as this is not what it is, but it's basically a slip and fall. The movie Friday. My neck, my back, my neck, and my back. Basically, it's a situation like that, and the guy's milking it for every fucking possible penny. So, it's challenging situation. I don't know how it's going to resolve, honestly. So anyway, don't take shows like this for granted, ladies and gentlemen. It is very difficult to produce them. I realize that there are some trolls watching this show for the fucking split second that I show my website, basically, and then they will report the show and get this channel taken down again. So I can't show you my website. I can't even suggest what my website would be. I bet you I can't even tell you that there is a website, honestly. Hypothetically, there's a website online, ladies and gentlemen, that I own and control the stuff on and blah, blah, blah. And you can buy things on there, theoretically. But I can't tell you about it because a couple of trolls will basically fucking hit the report link just to, for reporters. Oh, God, it's ridiculous, honestly, is what I'm saying. So don't take these shows for granted, ladies and gentlemen. Take advantage of the link right there. If you've never been on the show before and you'd like to say hello or something, I don't know. I don't know. We might be doing the show for another 5 years. We might be doing the show for another week. So I don't really know right now. I really don't. Hit the link, say hello, show us your garden. You've been watching probably for long enough. Show us your garden. It'd be fun to see it. If you got some of my gear growing, that would be even more amazing. Some people were posting pictures in Discord today. I didn't have a chance to like their posts. I just realized I had Jones's post open, and then I got distracted with other stuff, and then I forgot to like his post. Sorry about that, Jones. But in the meantime, folks, if you guys would like to show off some of obviously Fumidoro seeds and stuff, please do. And otherwise, hop on, ladies and germs. Uh, Hardcore evil things never die. That's one of the things that I've thought about many times. I'm like, that guy's gonna live to 140 somehow. I don't even know. Just based on spite. But in the meantime, who have I forgotten to say hello to in the chat? Nobody, surprisingly. Welcome, everyone. Don't forget to switch to live chat so you guys have a superior chatting experience. And by the way, D, what's going on, buddy? Welcome.
Well, I was just gonna show this off. What's going on, everybody?
That's
What's
what she
going
said.
on, panel? What's going on, chat? I'm D Zombie. You can find me on Instagram at D underscore zombie underscore. Also, find me on YouTube at D745, I believe it is. Yeah, D Zombie underscore 745. Like, subscribe, hit the bell, like this channel as well. But I was just gonna quickly show this off to me. Speaking of some certain store that we're not allowed to talk about or anything like that. I just want to show you some of this. Lime River Rose,
Oh,
crossed with
nice.
Black Prince Ruby.
Oh, heck yeah.
I'm smoking that for the last couple of days. That's all I have right now.
How does it taste? Is it, I mean, in theory, it could taste
Good.
like limes and strawberries. What does it taste like?
Well, tastes good. I like the lime taste. You
Hmm.
get that lime taste. You get the there's another taste I'm trying to figure out what it is. It's really good
Hmm.
stuff.
Have you
Uh-oh.
had any of the Black Prince rubies?
Yeah, I have.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. I think someone gifted me some.
Oh, right on. I'm
Yeah.
digging. I have
Gift for
well, more than one Black Knight's Delight, which is basically the next version, I guess. I guess version two, kind of, because Morgana has version one, two, three, four, five, whatever. Yeah, five now. And Black Prince Ruby has, I guess, two versions. The second version is the Black Knight's Delight with the Coot Special Mail. Really digging, especially one of them. Fuck off is wonderful. But I've got a couple of them, and they seem just like Black Prince Ruby was super stable on the strawberry terps, so it's still in flowering, so it's still early, way early, but wafting off fucking wicked strawberry, so that's pretty cool. Anyway, really digging those.
So this summer I'm gonna do fem seeds
What's up,
outside.
Spams?
Uh,
You're growing fems only outside?
well, no, I got I got to figure out which one I want to do because I'm gonna go with the papaya rum cake to F2 regulars, but I have a Chem Dog. I took the Chem Dog clone and I crossed it with Chem 91 Calio, and I was thinking of feminizing, like popping a bunch outside and finding one of the nicer females and reversing her to like one or two. You
Hmm.
know, I just want some feminized seeds.
Why not?
I don't want to
They're
try it.
super popular. We were talking to North Star about them. I have kind of a negative opinion about them as well, but realistically, especially if you're not breeding with them, it really doesn't matter. I think you basically lose something in the potential breeding stock, but the vigor of the actual plants themselves, I haven't really had any problems, honestly, with feminized plants that I have grown. I've grown a few things here and there. Can't think off the top of my head because the white weddings, were they feminized? Gosh, I
Yeah,
don't even remember right
I
now.
think
Were
they
they?
are.
So I
RBX.
guess I grew those, and then I'm blanking on a couple other things. But anyway, long story short, I didn't really have any problems with them. They weren't
I have White Wedding
shitty
going
or
right
some
now.
shit. Do you? Right on. I kind of get sick of it.
I had one
I grew a
seed
few of
left.
them for a while, but yeah, I probably have some seeds left. I probably have a whole pack left, to be
Really?
honest. But
Send them to Soul Trade or something.
I have to be honest. I don't know. Ethos is a nice guy and everything. I have really nothing personal. The guy's always been really nice to me, to be honest. But I'm not super into his weed, and I don't know. I just like, dude, life is too short to follow controversial people, and I fucking super love dogs. So I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't want to touch that with a stick. So like, I got a couple things. I got what Banana Daddy or something. I think that Bud sent me, and I'm like, man, I'm even conflicted about that. I'm like. It probably is fucking amazing because his weed is it's good. Like I can't say anything bad about it. I certainly can't say that I'm fucking better than him or something. Like, no, like not even a chance.
I don't
But
know
it's just
what
it
is
doesn't
that
really rub
banana.
me the right way. It's not up my alley. I guess is a better way to describe it. Go ahead.
What's that banana daddy?
Oh, I don't even remember honestly. Let's look it up.
I've had it. I don't remember what it was. It was okay. I think one of
I
the white weddings I found was just really nice, and I liked it.
I had it as a vapor cartridge, and I didn't think too big of it, but I never had flour. Like when I, that's what I find it. That's when the real test comes in when you smoke it, like a flat with flat. Like, fuck, can't talk right, but I am smart. If you smoke
Nice
flour, that's
cross.
what I can tell
What
better.
time is it?
By the way, Captain, Banana Daddy is Granddaddy Purple by Banana Hammock. And Banana
Oh,
Hammock
I
is
did the
Grape God
banana.
by Mandarin Sunset. Grape God is Godbud by Grapefruit. So solid fucking breeding. Mandarin Sunset is Orange Velvet by Marijuana.
Isn't that what's in the white wedding too?
Um,
Oh my god, that's gross. Buttermilk.
Buttermilk.
Yeah. Oh, I got
this
a mess.
day,
Just
the
got a
site that we
message.
cannot name, you get a freebie of what's that?
Here I'm muted.
Sorry, go ahead.
Fucking
Oh, my internet's
Yeah,
unstable.
Mandarin cookies.
The freebie right now on my imaginary website that I can't tell you about is what do I fucking call that? Midnight Matrimony, which is actually the white wedding that I found. Really nice one actually. That the kind of champagne wine basically with a little fizz up the nose,
It's like
cross to oh, now I'm blanking on it. Is it fuck the Black Prince Ruby or the Coot Special? I fucking forget. Anyway, it's a freebie. It's nice. It's good. People have enjoyed it, so you get it for free. No complaints allowed. Well, that's not true. Complaints are allowed. White Wedding is wedding cake crossed to Mandarin cookies crossed to crescendo. So it's a three-way cross. Let's see here. Probably Mandarin cookies and crescendo were crossed, and that was crossed to
yeah, that's
the
what I
wedding
think it
cake.
is.
Uh, and the Mandarin cookies was forum cookies. So a little bit different. Mandarin Sunset for sure in there. But then they added the forum cookies. Maybe that's part of it that I've grown mostly ethos stuff that had the forum cookies in it. And the forum cookies is wonderful, but it makes everything a very particular something. And in many cases, I think just like Bud has said, I would prefer to grow the cookies. Um, Cookies has been overcrossed, which is not to say that I'm never going to cross with it, which is again hypocritical, but I reserve the right to be a hypocrite on my own fucking show. But in many cases, it's been overdone, I think. And whatever. I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth, but what do you want? What's going on? Actually, we haven't said hello to Captain. What's going on, Captain?
hey guys, not a whole lot.
Good morning.
Just a nice morning here. I was hoping to be out at a farm this morning, but that got put off until tomorrow. So maybe what I'll do is do a couple short clips or little videos and then shoot them over to you in an email or something, Humidor, and we can share those.
No?
Wednesday. Smash, you said that you wanted to make some feminized seeds, right? And you're running all feminized seeds outdoors. Are you going to be using regular seeds to make this first cross of feminized seeds for yourself? Or are you going to use the feminized seeds to do it?
I don't think he's there.
Okay.
Huh.
Well, I would suggest for the first time of doing feminized seeds to use regular seeds instead of an already feminized line.
Cool.
Wait, did I understand right, Captain? You said for his first time breeding with feminized or breeding for feminized, you would recommend breeding with feminized stock, basically?
No, no, with regular stock.
Oh, to create feminized plants.
Correct.
I see.
And not using feminized seeds because I caught him mentioning as I was trying to get on everything that, he was going to be doing nothing but feminized seeds outside this year. And I didn't know if that's where he was going to be doing his seeds at, or that's why I was asking.
Mm.
Because I really wouldn't suggest doing feminized seeds for the first time with feminized seeds to begin with.
Well,
I mean, what is your issue? Just because it gets too recessive? Go ahead, bud.
No, well, I think it's mainly just to do it the first time with regular seeds.
Do you maybe I'm
And
misunderstanding you?
because,
Do you mean the first time to breed or the first time to maybe you should just ask Smash because he probably understands you better. Go ahead.
well, that's what I was trying to do, but he's not here.
yeah.
And
Another thing, the whole purpose of a feminized thing is to take like a clone only and then be able to make seeds with it. Like if you already have regular seeds, right? Well, why would you want a feminine? I guess because you want a feminine. But if you had a pack of regular seeds, you would have a male. Well, you wouldn't have to feminize.
Mm.
You have to,
but he wants to make feminized seeds. So in making those seeds,
I mean,
start off with regular seeds instead of using someone else's work that's already, you're just going to narrow down the gene pool more.
yeah, I mean, I don't know the I listened to him and I was thinking, what's the purpose? Like, I guess just to make feminized seeds, but like,
And I could understand that from a clone only wanting to do that, but I just wouldn't suggest feminizing feminized seeds again.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I try to stay away from feminized seeds if I can.
I do too. Just like Fumador said, I strongly believe that, because I do a little bit of breeding, and sometimes what I'm looking for is connected to the male chromosome. And if you take that male chromosome out, then you're not going to get that what was linked to the male chromosome that you like so much that you were hoping to find. So I believe, once you feminize the seeds, you're taking away all the male chromosomes, and who knows if that's exactly what it's attached to that makes that plant for you. It's a shot in the dark like breeding always is. Because even the best thought ones don't always turn out the way you thought. And you're like, damn.
True. What's going on, bud? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, just chilling with you guys. I don't know. I got to head over to the warehouse and do some work in a little bit. My normal routine. It seems like I only go to the warehouse a couple nights a week, but it's always on the nights that the shows are, or it has been.
Every other night.
Yeah, but it works out. Keeps me motivated because I've been up since like 7 doing ranch work all day. So
Mm.
Yeah,
I
I'm
went to
kind
the
of
zoo
like,
the other day. That's about the closest I got to a ranch recently.
Everything's been going good.
I'm kind of like Fumie. I've already been up for 11 and a half hours. Sleep is something that I can't get right now,
Hmm.
except in little short periods.
How come? Because of pain or what?
Uh, Everything going on in life.
Hmm.
I'm having a hard time dealing with what happened in Southern Ohio, and I've got to hire a lawyer for that because I can't even talk to this person because he's already taken a shot at me. So I have to go through the courts to try to get back my items that he's been pretty much just living in someone else's house and not paying rent since that person passed away.
Hmm.
And I just don't want to see all my stuff disappear. So I've had to get a list of everything together, trying to think of what was actually all there and turn that into Jackson County, Ohio, and the probate office there because my friend passed away without a will.
Hmm.
And everything in that house except for the appliances is basically out of my house, including the 9,000 watts, the 300 brand new 1 gallon pots, plus all the used ones, the 200 unused 3 gallon pots, plus all the used ones, the brand new 1,000 a day RO system, brand new light movers and boxes, you know, stuff that when it adds up, it adds up. You think about that 3 gallon pots. Well, plastic pots, well, they're not that much. Well, go buy 3 gallon and 7 gallon. And when you're at like $3 and $4 and $5 a piece, they add up. But there's part of my soft glass collection there. There's some concert posters there, basically to furnish out a house
Wow.
because he left her with nothing.
Oh shit, Fumer lost. That was Fumi.
So, yeah, I've got a court battle I have to go and fight. Actually, I may have two, but the one is a common pleas court. I can do that one. It's cut and dry.
Like difficult to try to do any of this from Thailand. Like seems
Oh,
like
extremely.
you're gonna have to take care of that when you get over here.
Yep.
Because it sounds like, I mean, I don't know the people involved, but like, oh, if you were here, you could probably just go over there and get this stuff. Because
But
I knew from
I'd
my
have to go with the
friend
sheriff.
and his son couldn't even. They wouldn't even like. They weren't even that valuable, but they were a truck and a car, which his son needed bad. Yeah, because of probate. Like, yeah, he couldn't. Like, somehow they just took all the guy's stuff away from his own. Like, Yeah, unless you went to court and did all this stuff, you couldn't. Yeah, it was a
Yep.
mess.
And that's what I have to do. And I have to hope that because he hates me, that he doesn't sell my shit or just start breaking it. All the soft
Yeah.
glass that I have there, I've got probably 3 or 4 Rubbermaid tubs, 18-gallon and bigger Rubbermaid tubs full of hand blown glass, soft glass, vases, and everything. Then I've got the stuff that was made in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, the Murano glass and items like that. There's a Grateful Dead poster when the Doors came up and opened up for the Grateful Dead in San Francisco in January of 1967 for the first time. That poster's at her house. I have some other artwork that, hey,
Yeah,
it's 4-figure artwork.
who are these people?
Well,
That's
that's
crazy.
a fucked up situation.
Yeah, I tried to get my friend to write a goddamn will. I actually tried to get her to take time off of fucking work and she wouldn't. Because I was noticing she was having like shortness of breaths and the way she was talking was just like really speeded up, like she was amped up. And I know why she was that way. I got her away from the problem in the first place, and he came back into her life and
Oh.
put the stress on her. And yeah, between stress of work and that, and having a bad heart and already had a heart attack, the biggest thing was her not wanting to come up to Cleveland to go to the Cleveland Clinic to actually have real doctors after her complaint about heart doctors in Southern Ohio for 30 years.
I need coffee.
But she wouldn't come up to Cleveland and go to the Cleveland Clinic where some of the best heart doctors in the world are at to help her. She wouldn't take the time off of work. Never put work in front of your health, people. Never. You can
Yeah,
always get another job.
I always look at it like, oh, some people are meant to go or like whenever they went to go, and that's like you can't question that.
Nope.
Like even if it's like however it happens, it's yeah, it's and sometimes I look at certain yeah, like me personally, as I'm getting older, yeah, I hope I fall asleep one night and pass in my sleep. I don't want some like prolonged illness or decline. Like that to me would be, oh no, just let it be like bam bam. Like like
September be 30 years for me and my accident.
you don't have that.
I've been
Like
living with my pain for 30 years. So I've already come to that in my mindset that once I get to the point, because my daughter's not going to take care of me when I get to that point in 10, 15 years. And I've already decided that I'm going to take myself out to Washington, So yeah, but hey, I've already lived 30 years of pain.
Well, my best friend and who I learned to grow with, Scotty. Yeah, a couple years ago, he was like a year or two younger than me. Well, I guess. I mean, it wasn't that much investigation but oh, they think he died of a heart attack, like in his sleep, right? Uh,
Yeah. That
that's
would be the ideal way.
yeah, and it was really tragic, and I couldn't believe it, and but then at a certain point, I'm like, yeah, like I don't even know how to I don't know, like even with my wife getting murdered, it's a whole other thing. Uh, yeah, I don't know, like there's no guarantee. Like life is what it is, and just continues on, and yeah.
And it continue on after we're gone
I don't
too.
know if I ever like make any choices. I think like it will
Maybe
the will
this is not a
like
nuclear war.
kicks in, but like oh, from a few family members and people I've watched or known that had like prolonged like illnesses or whatever, like their passing was like inevitable, but it took like a couple years. I don't like, yeah, that never,
Yeah.
for the people that care about you, even for yourself, for so many, but yeah, I guess in certain states and there's different beliefs in that, but if you just like let nature take its course, oh, you don't have a choice in that, right? You don't like like as much as like, oh, I would hope that I just die in my sleep or something like that. Oh, that probably won't happen, and I'll be the guy that's like 100 years old and been like half dead for 10 years. You know what I mean?
See, that's the person I don't want to be. I don't want to be the person that someone has to take care of. I
Yeah,
don't have anybody in my family, kind of like you, to take care of us. We can take care of our parents, but then once our parents are gone, it's not like we had kids, really. I had a daughter, but, you know,
and like I imagine I don't have kids, but like let's say you did, and they're living their life and trying to make the most of the time they have, and most likely have their well, yeah, them having to take care of elder people, that would be like a burden on them. Like oh, like, like, yeah, that would be the worst thing. Like if all of a sudden they had to like, disrupt their life or their achievements or their goals to take care of you for whatever amount of time. Like, oh, I mean, that's just human. I mean, a lot, but my personal thing is, oh, yeah, as harsh as like sometimes the swift death is, oh, in the long run, oh, like even my grandpa, one was like swift death, one was like this really prolonged one, right? Yeah, like and they both died a long time ago, but the memories of both, oh, the memories got of like, oh, my grandpa was in like the hospital, like basically life support, it seemed like for years. We'd visit him, but like he wasn't even there, right? Like that's what I remember more than anything else. Like experiencing
hospital.
all that at the end uh made it had an effect on like my memory or my vision of the past, my life, no, with my grandpa. And then my other grandpa, oh no, it all kind of happened fast from the time he was diagnosed and he died. Uh, yeah, that I didn't have all that. Like, and I just have like I don't even know if I'm making sense, but yeah, trying to. Yeah, the two different ways it went. Yeah, like, oh my one grandpa, it had to have been like 3, 4 years he was in the hospital. So he was alive, but like I didn't think so. Like he couldn't communicate anymore.
Yeah, see, that's where I come in, and my grandparents get to die at home.
Yeah, that's
My
what I.
parents are going to get to die at home.
It's a hard thing, and one thing it is a personal thing, and it's a family thing, and yeah, like everyone has their own way of thinking of it, accepting it, and dealing with it. Like
I do this for my family. I don't give a shit what anybody else thinks about me, period. I've given up a lot in my life to take care of my family. But if I don't do it, who is? Somebody that gets paid to, and
yeah,
then have those our loved ones that we care about being in some place they don't want to be. Let them die at home with dignity.
well, it's not as simple as that most of the time, but yeah, um,
No, I've watched all four people that I've
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's as
helped
simple as that,
taken care
honestly. You
of
know,
has been drawn out deaths from cancer.
oh, sure.
So
But I was going to say,
it's not a thing.
Captain, how do I put this? I don't know. Where do I begin with this? I don't know. Seeing the situation, for example, at the basically nursing homes in Israel, some of the folks there, I think, probably were way better off than they would be if they were living. Okay, how do I put this? Sometimes you're better off with your family, and sometimes you're not. Sometimes
But
if
when
you
you get
especially
to a
have really
point,
heavy levels of care, well, put it this way: sometimes people don't. People sometimes need an actual certified fucking nurse, basically like a registered nurse,
yeah,
because of the medical issues they might have, and brother, sister, cousin, whatever, they're just not going to be able to unless they were to learn nursing. But they would have to essentially become a nurse in many cases to do that. And I think a lot of times the family members become severely burdened by the experience. I know I would have been if I were in that circumstance. Like in the US, I would have had to take care of my mom, and because it would have been completely unaffordable to put her in a home, and it would not have been in my power to deal with the issue, and it would have been a disaster for both of us basically involved. Whereas, for example, in Israel, she was actually taken pretty good care of. Um, your mileage may vary if you live in this fucking country where everything is paid for and bought. But how do I put this? Yeah, it's easy to say that living at home is better, or being in a nursing home is better. For example, someone I know has a 98-year-old, I guess, great grandmother, almost 99. She's very proud of telling people she survived the Holocaust and everything else. She actually moved out of a nursing home because they were kind of ripping her off, basically. Now she's living with her actually elderly son. It's kind of a trip, but basically, for her, that works out far better. But for some people that, she's in perfectly good health. Basically, I mean, for a 98, 99-year-old, she's in incredible fucking health. She gets around, whatever. Some people are not, right? So that would not work out super well for someone who's taking care of their family. Someone who has dementia, for example, or Alzheimer's or something like that, that takes a fucking toll on everybody around them, including people who know what they're doing, much less family members, right? So it's not a perfect situation, old age. Old age is not a great thing to happen to a human being, honestly. It's kind of inhumane, honestly, you know what I mean? But fuck, I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, everyone's experience is different. I'm not going to knock somebody who does want to I don't like to say die at home because that's just too grim, but spend their later years at home. Who wouldn't want to be independent? Well, some people, of course, but a lot of people would prefer to be independent and do their own thing and not be waited on hand and foot and blah, 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 blah. But some people would honestly rather go to a nursing home themselves. And then, of course, sometimes for their family, it's just not a realistic solution. So anyway, I'll stop babbling.
yeah, and the bottom line too with the nursing home thing, oh, it's the have and the have-nots. Like, oh, if you really have a lot of money, oh, there's
Mm.
nursing homes that are have impeccable care, but that costs like tremendous amount of money, and only a few
And when you
people.
say tremendous, it literally is like 10 grand a month. Yeah, tremendous money.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely 5 figures a month and up. But it does get to a point where, like you kind of said, they're better off in some place that is more medically suited than home.
Well, like I just went through this the last year with my mom, and my mom did wanted to stay at home, so I like wanted her to stay at home. But I live down here. The rest of the family lives around her in Vancouver, Washington. Uh, they I was outnumbered. They they found a decent home, not the most expensive, but they shopped around. They found a good one, and it was like a week she was there when the first time I called her, and yeah, she liked it. Like, and it's been months, and she pretty much likes it, and that was the best thing. She's dealing with Alzheimer, dementia, that stuff. So, yeah, and yeah, but like I remember so many months ago where I was like because I talked to her a lot. No, she like back when she was more coherent. Oh, she didn't. No, this wasn't what she wanted, right? And yeah, to pay for it, you have to sell her house, right? So
Yeah,
like, yeah, I was like against it, but I was outnumbered like 6-1 by other members of the family. But then now that it played out, I was wrong. Like it was the best thing. Like even like a week into it, like it seemed like
hi,
I really
kitty.
like I was wrong.
Gotta stay out of that bush.
That's what she said.
And last year, like when that was the other side was the option, yeah, I was like gonna give up my life down in Southern California and move up there to take care of my mom. Which okay, I would have done that, but like I would have been yeah, that was a I mean if it had to happen, it would have happened, but um yeah, that was a gnarly thing I was facing.
Yeah, yeah. That's
One thing, like, I know one thing about California. Like I'm like a native California. I love California, no matter what anyone says about it, right? And I know from people I know, that try it other place. It's like, don't fall off the truck because it's hard to get back on when it's moving, right? Like, uh, so if like to give up your even though whatever, it's hard to come back. Trust me, that's a lot harder than leaving. And that was my fear. It's like, not that I couldn't have made a life in Washington, Portland area, and Vancouver. I was sort of like like that was the direction it was going. I was pretty resigned to that. I was looking forward to it, the change and all that. But then,
you would have been right back to Southern California as soon as
well,
everything happened. You would have been back to the warm weather and said, "The hell with snow."
SoCal is like a tough nut to crack. It is. So if you like
Yeah,
figure it out and you're making by and happy in your life here, oh yeah, stay there because if you like try, let's move to Texas for a little while or move wherever, and I don't like it there. I want to go back. Not so easy. Like even I don't know. I sort of laugh at some of the people I know their stories that like a couple years ago when there was opportunities in Oklahoma, gave up in their California existence and were like, yeah, fuck, I'm going to Oklahoma. The grass is greener. And then over the last few years, the
they come
reality,
back.
Well, no, but yeah, the reality of like, yeah, it's Oklahoma. Like you gave up a lot. Like even the worst part,
Yeah.
yeah, you're only, yeah, and then or the whole West Coast, like California, Oregon, Washington seems to me to be like prime living, like overall. I've been like not around the world so much, but been all over the country, our country, and yeah, the West Coast is pretty nice. But over the years, the cost of living and the opportunity and all that, yeah, it's tough out here that way. Everything's really expensive.
It depends on where you live.
Yeah, it is.
SoCal. There's some cheap parts of SoCal, and you just gotta live in the middle of the desert if you really want
Even where I live in like it's called North County, San Diego, the top rim of San Diego, but right a few miles from here, the border, and then goes into Riverside County, which when I first moved down here 25 years ago, there was this little developing place called Temecula, right? Which housing was pretty cheap. They were building the, model, whatever, track housing, and you could buy in pretty cheap, and everything was new, and had a mall and all the stuff. Now that those houses are just as expensive as anywhere else, like maybe a few bucks cheaper, right? It is so crowded there, right? And like ultimately, yeah, it's a few bucks cheaper, like housing, but not much. Like, like, oh, if you're paying 800,000 for a house there, well, for 1 million, you could be, you know, in San Diego or in the coast. Well, I don't think saving 200,000 is because even those other places, the property will go up, all that. Uh, so it's like not even that much cheaper to live there, but it's in the middle of the desert. And in the summer, it's hot as fuck. And it's like a whole, like, there's a reason it was cheap 25 years ago and no one lived there. But no, they built it all out. It's like, fuck, there's more
to.
traffic there. Like when I go to LA, I have to go through the traffic in Temecula, and then there's like 2 hours to drive in without traffic, and then LA traffic, right? Because Temecula has like traffic. Like the city planners, I don't think ever, when they first laid out the grid, ever thought it was going to get as big as this. As far as like how, like they just keep putting in more houses, and I've managed to last 25 years live on property, right? A couple acres or more, right? And I know the values of that, right? Not much more than having a house where literally the next house is like so close. There's like it, I can't even believe how close they build the houses that are worth like 800,000 or you know like
Welcome to my grow room.
and they had track housing. Oh, it was like a I don't know whatever point something of an acre, but you had a backyard, you had a front yard, you had these little side yards that between you and your neighbor was decently wide. Like the first vegetable gardens I used to grow as a kid was on the side yard of my parents' house. Today, there's no side yards. There's no like they don't even have like a yard. They just build the house like the whole space of the property. Like
I don't have a yard. What you see in front of you underneath there, that's basically like stone underneath there, underneath all the leaves.
well,
And it's wall to wall cement from wall to
something
wall.
out into the instincts, and I don't think humans were ever meant to to live on top of each other close. like that. I think over the thousands of years of packing people in like that, that's where a lot of mental illness and social disease and all kinds of
I
weird
don't know.
shit develops. Because
I
people,
mean,
like, oh, I grew up in all that, but when like 25 years ago, when I finally like moved to where I had space and didn't have like, I realized, oh, that in itself was like, it's hard to explain, but yeah,
I could
like
have another argument of that though,
I
because when you
wouldn't
don't have
live like
contact with
even when
people,
I visit some of my friends that have they live in condos. Oh yeah, you got to park right here, and then you go in. Oh, we're around the back up these stairs, and nice place, good area, whatever.
You need
Over the years, when I go visit friends or hang out, I can't believe people like what? Like they all live in this thing, like it's like a fucking little hamster cage with all these compartments. It's like fucking weird. Like I couldn't live. I could never go back to that. No
I
way.
I could right now. Being alone out here in the middle of the desert, that shit will drive you crazy. This is the only
Well,
way I keep myself sane is talking to you
I like
guys.
that
Like
crazy.
my
I
wife
like
will see me once a week. I see my mom once a week. If I didn't
crazy.
do that first, if I didn't have contact with her, oh dude, I'd be talking to my dogs with the voices I make up for them all the time. They all got voices. I got 10 voices I have in my head for all these dogs talking back to me. I'm like a real crazy person. Holy
I'm
shit.
similar because I have my dogs I talk to. Now I have all these other animals, and I realize, yeah, I think I'm the only like my boss. When she takes a horse from point A to point B, she doesn't talk to it. She just does it.
That's weird. That's
Going,
weird.
"Hey, how you doing today? Nice day." I'm always talking to
Yeah, I talk straight on, full conversation with my dog. I'm walking around. What are you doing today, buddy? Yeah,
So
no.
I flash
I
back.
talked to the
It was
geckos in the bathroom.
What are you doing, neighbor?
my time. I was
Fuck,
just a kid when it ended. I think it was called Ed. There was this black and white TV show that was like super popular.
Mr. Ed.
Yeah, Mr. Ed, where the horse talked.
Mr. Ed,
Okay?
dude. Fucking A, dude. They just put peanut butter on his mouth. Fucking
I,
go off.
since I work with horses now, I'm like, oh yeah, like wouldn't that be cool? Like if like oh they seem like oh that'd be really cool if your horse all of a sudden talk to you.
Got your room done smashed?
almost.
Starting to get bright in there.
Yeah, the only light is this little T12
Oh,
or
hell yeah.
so far.
Got all the walls lined already?
Yeah,
Or
I gotta let. Here, I'll just flip the camera real quick.
Why'd you put the plastic on the outside of the columns and not on the inside?
I'm gonna do both.
Hmm.
I just want to make sure it's light proof. So I figured
Okay.
put it on both sides because this side I can
Right on.
with this camera and get up and come around like right here. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I even might. I got this tape so I can seal places. But yeah,
As
I think
long
I'm
as
gonna.
you take your as long as you take your plastic 3 inches up and staple it there or attach it there to your uh floor joists, you shouldn't have a problem with a light leak, especially doing both sides.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I will like people that do their laundry down here forget to turn the lights off a lot. So I've been thinking like I don't know. I just
And
want
that
to
aluminum tape ain't cheap, that's for sure. But
plug
it
it.
sure is the best shit to use in the grow room.
This corner I gotta come in and tighten up some spots, cut this around. But trying to keep this plug in here. So I'm trying to sneak around it. Oh,
I gotta find some light strips to replace. Well, I gotta grow clones underneath them.
oh, yeah.
So I was thinking like two little 20 or maybe 30-watt, 40-watt LED light strips.
So I liquid nailed the bottom of the 2x4s down. I'm gonna let it. I just did it, so I'm gonna let it sit overnight, so I can come down here and actually like push up against them, and because I wanted to make sure I could take this down if I need to, like relatively easy. But yeah, pretty happy. Cover up all that stuff.
That's where that silver tape comes in.
Yeah, I've been like
Because I can't tell you how many times
so
I've had like tape coming off the walls
so I've been like thinking
because of the
about.
humidity and the temperature change and that
So
plastic and everything.
I'm gonna put the HLG. I'm gonna hang it up here, right there and there in the rafters, so I can get it up as high as I can. Then I'm gonna put my other HLG 100 over here. I might actually put two lights over here for now. One right in the back and one right up front. I gotta clean all these cobwebs up because they're used to like this is where like actually now you can see where this board is pretty much where my grow tent was. So like I'm really expanding like all ways, even frontwards. 5 feet, I'm going to 7, so I'm getting a what 3 extra feet,
Too.
2 extra feet. Cool thing is like my house already has like outlets up in the ceilings and shit. Like this.
Are they 110s though?
Yeah, they're all 110 right now.
Okay.
But yeah. Oh, this is heat, Captain. Might cut right here and vent it in so when it turns on in the house, it kicks on down here too a little bit.
Is that ductwork also connected to an air conditioner?
No, it's only central.
Ah.
I thought I wish.
I thought you were going to get twice as lucky there.
Well, sooner or later, hopefully one day, this window, I'm gonna cover it with panda film and shit for now. But hopefully this window will turn into a mini split.
That's crazy. I thought that was a microwave this whole time. I'm such a pothead. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
it's
I was like,
the
that's a
window.
microwave?
It'd be
That's
the
dope.
perfect spot for mini split down here.
Oh man. Wow.
And there's a lot of fucking spider webs.
Spiders?
It's so bright in here now. Like usually it's so dark down here because all the light was contained inside my tents. I never had. You guys would see this light never was on when I was like down here before.
Oh, my hash go.
Pretty happy though. Get to finish the rest of this let all this liquid nail settle. But it's already starting to. I'm gonna liquid nail some. I'm gonna cover that black spot up too with Panda film. Just put it on this wall because I got 100 feet, so I'm gonna use this motherfucker. I'm gonna get birth through the doors. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Coming through the slid. Looking awesome.
All right, let's let everything dry for tonight. I'm happy with having most of it hung up. But yeah, Cap, if you look right now, I still like, I want to make sure like I can't see anything. So I'm up against it. I'm going to staple as much as I can, but I'm also probably going to come in here and put a flap on here from the top to the bottom and duct tape it. I got some duct tape too.
That other side, though, if you take that plastic up 3 inches, that should pretty much take everything out. It's kind of like a shadow box type theory because you've got that floor joist in between. But the biggest problem is at the bottom, what are you going to attach it to along the bottom? I would have put a 2x4 down first and then put in my framing.
Dude, my sister's cat just scared the living fuck out of me.
Actually, to tell you the truth, I just left it all bunched up. I never even cut it to exact length.
The plastic, I always do that.
Yeah, just roll it up.
Yeah, I just leave it in the corner, pushed against the wall. I cut it off last time finally. First time. I was like, I gotta cut it.
Hey, that was a
I love my
two-parter.
sister.
Being lazy and being cheap.
Yeah, I do temporary veg every year. So I'll be doing that again after I clean this one out when I transplant everything finally. Do another temporary piece of plastic.
I'm trying to have plants in that room by the end of the week. I need to actually, like it has to happen.
Yeah, I was supposed to have mine in there last week, and I'm just procrastinating like crazy.
Well, I did a bunch of feminized and a bunch of regular seeds, but with the regular seeds, so I got 3 papaya rum cake chemo crosses in 1 gallon. Then I got 4 apple fritter papaya in 1 gallon. Then M-Dog chemo, I have 3 regulars in a 1 gallon, and they're pretty big. Like I'm putting them, they're going right into a 10 gallon. I'm giving them a couple weeks. I'm gonna cut whatever males down and I'm flipping. I need to get into flower ASAP. I'm probably not gonna have weed for 420, which sucks. But I'm gonna try to. Hopefully some of these are early finishers.
Best I could hope for would be almost 4 months. Yeah, 120 days. Fuck that. Ain't got enough time for that.
I pulled a 50-dayer down. I love it was good too. What the fuck was it? It was my last garden. I pulled it down. It was done super early. What was it?
Yeah, well, I give like 12 to 14 days after cutting a plant before I really start to smoke it.
I hang for 2 weeks. Depending on humidity.
Mine's in jars at 2 weeks.
Yeah, Usually hang for 2 weeks if I
10
can.
days it's in jar.
Yeah, all environments lead to different techniques. All our environments lead us to do different stuff.
Yeah, who would figure that you had to actually turn your air conditioner on to dry out your weed in Thailand?
That's what we have to do. That's what
So
we have to do.
I had an AC that had a dehumidifier function to it, and it was one of the best dehumidifiers I've ever used. And then it after like 8 years, 9 years, it finally was like, all right, I'm fed up, and died. So I got a straight dehumidifier. I like the AC because when I put it on dehumidify, it still pumped the hot air out and pumped in cool air.
You know, it's like my wall unit one.
I
love
loved
that.
it, bro. That's why I just want to put a mini split down there. But like, you can get a smaller one for Mr. Cool, which is the do-it-yourself one.
Yep, drill the hole in the wall and put the freaking thing on one
But I
side.
wouldn't even need to do that. So technically, with the window there, I just take the glass out, put a fucking board up, and then drill the holes into it.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, with a mini split, now that you've moved in, excuse me, now that you've moved into a room and you've got a lung room, basically, you could actually put that mini split fan and everything in your basement because you do live in a cold climate. And there may be a time when the thermostats won't let you get your rooms cool enough, but you are using LED, and I forgot about that. I'm sorry, I'm still in old school, 76, 78 degrees.
So if I were to get a mini, I'd definitely get a heat pump mini split because in the winter it would greatly help me out. So I can cool in
It,
the summer, heat in the winter from one unit,
yeah,
and I don't have to deal with water.
that is going to be a dry heat, though. I will tell you that because they have them here in Thailand.
But that would be good for my environment because, like, in the summer or in the winter, well, maybe not. Probably have to supplement humidifiers, but whatever. Throw a couple in the room.
Maybe. I'm just telling you, though, from my experience of
I feel like if I got enough
using
plants in
them.
there, it should be good. I can't see
Yeah,
chat. What's up, chat? I hope you're having a good night. Thanks for hanging out with me when I was building my room. I'll be live again tomorrow, probably. I have a hard time doing the 3 o'clock, but I'll try to be downstairs, um, finishing up the room tomorrow. I got to figure out what I'm going to do for a door. If you guys want to give me suggestions on that, should I just frame a door out?
But a zipper.
yeah, I wouldn't do plastic. I would go out and get a piece of that styrofoam insulation and make a door out of that because you don't want to have to hold plastic back when you walk back and through a bunch of times. You just want to kind of have something you can walk right through and you're not going to, am I going to hit this and hit that? No, you've got a square, you can walk through it.
I'll chime in. I haven't been following your build, whatnot, but over the years I've built a lot of things. Sometimes I cut corners. I would, especially in Boston, you're already saying that split mini with heat pump, yeah, because you deal with like out here, I don't deal with extreme cold, just trying to keep the temps and the humidity right. But insulation, like insulation, like there were times we built like grows where we just put up drywall and framed it out. There are times, oh, I bought the cheaper insulation. Uh, when I went to sealed rooms, yeah, no matter what, like when you're using split mini, dehumid, humidifiers, CO2, the efficiency of the room and being insulated uh, is like important. And I imagine where you are with the temperatures, oh, that insulation's even more important. Like so, yeah. I hope in your design you've insulated.
Well, I've already had everything in order. Now I'm actually, hopefully, I seal it enough where I should be good. I should have everything okay. I'm just, we'll see.
Yeah,
Um,
hey, I've also had great results winging it, and but over the years, I just a piece, yeah, if possible, when you're building something, because one thing about grow is a lot of times we had limited money, so we set it
Yeah.
up a certain way with the idea that, oh, well, when we start making money, then we're going to do this, that, and the other. But then once the thing gets going, it's not that easy to do those type of things. And next thing you know, years go by and you have problems because at the beginning you didn't, go build it out right, right? A lot of times when I was young, we didn't think we were like short term. Like we had a 1 year lease. If we could have a house or rooms or whatever for 1 year, that was like an eternity to us. But as things progress, next thing you know, decades would go by, or 10 years and longer. And yeah, how you set it up at the beginning, like there were a lot of times where, yeah, I knew I could have at a certain point I could have tore it all down and set it up like the better. But how do like once you're in cycle, it's hard to do that, right? You've already had to like shut everything down pretty much to get ready for this.
yeah,
So yeah, it looks like you're doing it proper, and not just throwing together some uh whatever half-assed room. From what I can see, I was just giving you my 2 cents.
no, you're good. I'm just looking at a zipper, heavy duty zipper. It's 3 inches by 7 feet, peel and stick zipper for tarp, double sided greenhouse zipper, indoor, uh, outdoor dust barrier zipper.
Those are pretty good.
I'm probably just gonna end up using one of these for a little bit. You know what I mean? Just to get it done. I need to get plants in there. I need to flower.
Well, I understand that setup. Like a lot of times that would be, it wasn't always the money. It would be, like, yeah, if you rented a place, going in, you knew it would take X amount of months, so you had to have that, but you had no time to waste. Like you had to like get things going pronto, or you'd be into your fourth
For
month.
summer.
At 4.5 months, you had to be putting money in your pocket. That means you had to have a harvest within a first 120 days and have it dried and be out for sale in 2 weeks.
And that's why I started plants before I went to Vegas.
Years ago, like when I went from just having my one place to having multiple places, yeah, I would rent a place and then tell them, oh, okay, we're gonna move in on whatever, because at my other place I'd veg all the plants and have them completely ready to turn back, because the day that I took possession of the place, I would set the flower room and have plants already. Otherwise, oh, well, then the investment, that cut your investment down a lot. That meant like, oh, technically like almost 60, 70 days. Sometimes it'd be like, yeah, you'd have to pay that second rent, but by the third rent, those first plants, like, yeah, sometimes literally we moved in and within 24 hours had like a flower room set up. Now, Was it all the way I wanted to do it? No, I would always be like, oh, well, we'll just get this going and then we'll fix it. And then a lot of those things ran for a long time with
Not
things.
getting fixed.
Yeah, yeah. Just because like once you're in the grind, it's hard to, especially if there's a difference when you're a home grower and you're just growing for yourself. Okay, but when it's like you're living, well, then yeah, it's more like a business, so everything matters. Are you gonna have food on the table that month or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't know. I needed to get bigger, dude. I was sick of not being able to walk around my plants like I can outside and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
and
mean,
Captain, your question earlier.
when you
I
have
heard you, but I was bringing stuff up and down the stairs. I'm using regular seeds to make the feminized.
the thing with
Okay.
tents is tents still have to go inside of a room or a space, right? I mean, to me, a lot of what a tent is a temporary thing, right? But if you're not really temporary, then there's no reason. Like, yeah, I might as well build it
Yeah.
out. Like,
I feel the same way.
Stubbed the fuck out of my toe.
Especially if you're running 2 tents.
So yeah, look, this is my second tent, or it's gonna be my starter tent. But yeah, look,
I,
one, two, there's four in here. Two, three, four. One, two, three. That one's got three. They look all right, but they're pissed off. They want to get up.
I've been
So
in grows over here where they're literally using the whole room to grow, but they're using tents inside the rooms,
well, I
and the tents are like 46. I mean, they're over 100 degrees, and they're complaining about low yields and everything. And it's like, well, if you took all the tents out of the room, put plastic down the center so you still have two 12 by 12s, you know, it's going to be much cooler because you don't have any ventilation going in. Well, we have the doors open. That's not ventilation. It's just much easier just taking that plastic and running it down the center of the room and dividing it into two.
I did see. I don't know. It would be cool to maybe on the back side of where my tent is. It's 7 feet long. If I could get like a like 3 foot by 7 foot by like 5 foot to veg in, that might be pretty usable.
All you need is something to put one of those trays down. Those trays are what, 16 inches wide and
Oh,
24, 26 inches long.
so the tent that I just showed, I built out of PVC and plastic.
But that's big enough for veg. You just, you can put strip lights right down it. LED strip lights.
thick black plastic, and I hung it from my ceiling right there. And it was I don't know, like a little, almost like a closet. And my bed was on this side of the room, and I slept in that room with the plants. And I did that for a while, and I said, "Nah, fuck this, I'm done." Because like, if anyone's ever tried sleeping with a grow light in the room, you really has to be like light proof, or there's fucking shine in your eyes.
That's stuff.
The closet was fine that I had my clothes in
I don't have a closet.
with the 400-watt light with 12 plants underneath it.
I wish I had a closet.
Good thing I'm 6 feet tall, because the clothes rack, I had to get the clothes on the hanger and put them up, and that was like 8+ feet tall. You just throw a towel in front of the bottom of the door, and if it leaks around the side, you go and you get some of that weather stripping and that foam shit.
What's up, Marshall? Sorry, I'm reading chat.
Folks, yeah, pretty slow night tonight. Hop on, folks. Join the
There's a good
conversation.
amount of people in chat that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Hop on,
Stony
people.
Creek, I see you over there. Hardcore, obviously. Marshall, Corey, CTC, love for the plan. Good to see you. Zesty, like always. Justin Bean. Make make Fumidor laugh challenge. Oh, what up? He's lurking. Oh, shit. Oh, I gotta send Sensi his seeds, I think. I think I haven't sent those. Fuck, I forgot. My bad. If you're listening, I'll get those out. Fuck. Totally forgot. So what are you doing, Fume? Like, you got a 10 up right now, or you still got a garden going? You're muted, bud.
Oh, man.
I was just saying, yeah, I've got a grow going. I still have a tent. I actually, honestly, am finding myself preferring tents more and more. I love for the plant was talking about that in the chat too. I'm like, man, everyone's always talking about how open rooms are so much better, and I'm like, well, in the right circumstances, yeah, 100%. You can walk around the plant and everything else, but it's also really nice to have uh, isolated little environments, you know. So, for example, in the same open environment that I have right now, I could have several tents, you know, instead of basically one big open environment. I could have several smaller ones, and they could be on different schedules. I could go in there all times of the day instead of basically not being able to go in there half the day. So,
No,
tents can
and
be really handy.
you
What's that, bud?
focus a lot on breeding, and so then by having things
Yeah, that's where they
separated
come in.
is like tents would be like the perfect thing to like,
Mm,
oh well, I'm gonna make seeds in this tent and maybe
yeah.
do this. Otherwise, in a room, you would have pollen on it. That would be impossible to control.
Mm,
I mean,
fair point.
oh, a lot of people that grow that way, they do it where they pollinate the plant or the branch themselves, like, you know, like not let them mail.
Shake it.
But even then, yeah, how sure are you? Like if you had, like, especially even if you did a breeding project in a tent, you could sanitize the tent and do another one and be pretty much 100% sure that the only pollen in that tent was
I
from
think
that.
Marshall has it too. Like a lot of a tent's good for people that don't own. They're renting and stuff. They're in a little apartment, like all the different
Yeah,
types of condo, whatever. They
your
don't want to.
bedroom.
Yeah,
And
they don't want
and
to convert a whole room.
if you know starting out, yep, that's the easiest place. Why? And a lot of times, I'm sure there's a progression where a lot of people's stories started where they started in a tent and got good at that, and then moved on up the ladder or not. Some, you know, I have a tent. I still have it, like I guess it's a 3x3 tent that I bought a few years ago that I had like a shelving type thing in it where I do keep my clones in. Like that was only experience I have with tent.
I still might even veg down there. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like the lights are going to be strictly 12-12. I might use this little tent right here to start things, put them down there for a couple of weeks under the high powered lights, get them used to them, and then flip them.
Take a whole
Do.
bunch of males, put them in there.
I think I might be
Put
getting a next light Fumi just for now. Like I can't see anything wrong with them. You know what I mean? They don't red pack. And
They're
like
solid lights. Inexpensive too. So they used
yeah,
to be
that's all
super
they're really.
expensive when they first came out, but they've really changed the business model. I mean, haven't really changed the lights too, so I guess that's part of it. But yeah, pretty well priced now.
Um, Ideally, I'd go with a GML if I had the $1,000 extra dollars offhand right now.
I'd probably go with a chilled for the same money. I don't know. I mean, I guess I haven't seen the brand newest GMLs, but the chilled lights look pretty solid. I bet they have fantastic durability. Well, I've heard that they have pretty good durability, so I imagine they're just freaking spectacular. You can are GML's lights water? What's the
I
not
think
water
they are.
sealed?
I
What's the
think
word?
they're 65.
IP65. Oh, right
Yeah,
on. That's pretty cool. Next lights are too, so that's pretty chill. Um,
I like the
yeah.
tent unlimited light. It's meant for a tent, but he packed the ends with diodes instead
Uh,
of the middle. That's the light I like. That's the one that got the crazy Migro fucking score and shit.
I haven't followed
The
on that stuff.
lights,
Go ahead.
the lights that I have at the ends of the light, the diodes are actually pointed on a 120-degree outward turn. So instead of covering basically almost 6 feet, it can cover 8 feet.
Well, uh, at my spot, one of the double endeds died, and
Oh,
a 720 ion LED light, like I don't know, a long time ago. And my partner, I wasn't there that day when the thing went out, but yeah, he somehow, because he's crafty, because the double endeds are on light mover
put
rail,
put
right?
that LED up there.
Well, he put this big old fucking 720 LED. It's on the light rail, so it moves. It covers like a tray and a half, like so. It moves pretty slow.
Right mover would
And
be dope.
well, it's like, oh, what's tonight? I changed water Sunday, and that was week 4. So it's week 4, and oh yeah, those plants under the LED look great. Now, the rest of the environment, like Cap was saying, oh, it's our temps and our humidity, all that is for the double-ended room or an HPS room. So it's not like we can change the environment for the one LED light. So that light's going to perform in, I guess, not optimal. I guess we would want a little higher temperature and a little more humidity. Uh, uh, if we were really trying to dial in LED, right?
You know what? I can't wait for the main part about doing this room. I won't have to dump out 5-gallon buckets of water anymore.
I
'Cause, like,
can't wait to see the results from that LED light moving on a light mover.
I would love a light mover for the HLG.
I've been messing with light movers since like the 90s, right?
That's been around
Yeah.
a while.
I remember the basic science. That's why the motor on there has like a certain speed
Time.
adjustment, and at the end there's a time thing, because if the light over a plant is only like gone for whatever seconds, the plant doesn't notice it. Like now, I years ago when I used light movers, I kept them in veg because it worked good in veg. It made the timing of the growth the way I wanted. But when I had a flower room that was on light movers, the bud was good, but the yield was lower than if I like watts equal grams. I mean, end of story, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Bugby, who PhD guy, I remember listening to him break down all this stuff, but a lot of one of these things he was saying, basically, the LED is more efficient, whatever, but you still can't get around the physics of like watts equal grams. You know what I mean?
So with the LEDs, I've noticed that I can put them right down on my plants almost 11 inches away and be okay. And I find instead of leaving my light at one height, I kind of move my light up and down with my plants as they get taller and taller. And I find that to be able to pack on a lot of the weight too.
Like I mean, no one grows with HPS double ended anymore, but a few years ago now, that's why we have the light rails to save on power. We took out half the lights. A 4x8 tray used to have 2 lights on it, 2,000 watts. That was the standard. Now we have light mover over a 4x8 tray with 1 light. And what we were able to do with double ended, you needed like a 4-5 foot canopy. Like your lights had to be way high. Your plants couldn't get that close to the 8 double endeds, or they would burn or deform the way they grow. You had to have like tall ceilings. When we went and put them on the light movers, yeah, they're the same height as like the single ended. They're only like 2 feet above the canopy, which then gives them more penetration, right? And yeah, it's been a while since I like really. It's not like it. Bottom line is we cut out half the watts and almost yield almost the same amount. Like there's a better way to explain that math, but in essence, yeah, which was shocking. Like, oh, we only tried it on this one section at first, and then it was like, whoa, those numbers are good. And then we switched to the whole room. Now it's been a couple years. Yeah, on light movers, light rails they're called. They've been around. Like when I first started growing in the 90s, the hydro store didn't have very many products. There weren't very many companies that sold products. Light rail, those light rails, they were around from day one.
But a lot of them didn't have a timer at the end in the beginning.
No, they've gotten better, and you know that
The first one, the
replace
first one I had, when
or
you got to the end, it actually pushed a piece of plastic the other way, and that would set the timer. And then when it would hit the other end, it would push the plastic back the other way.
there's a reality with light rails, right? That over the years, and we know this, if you put them on a timer and then they run for the 12 hours and then they're off and they don't move for 12 hours and then they come on,
They
oh
gum
yeah,
up.
you'll have more, you'll have less longevity from the motor and the thing. So like, oh, if
Yeah,
you
but
just
those motors are
you just
the
let them
dynamite.
keep running, like, hey, the lights are off, but the light mover keeps moving 24 hours a day, right? Even though that's wasting some power.
Yeah,
Oh,
but nowadays there's fucking
like,
sensors you could probably buy and
like
put on
light rail can run for fucking years and years and years, right? Oh, if you turn it on and off, oh, next thing you know, motor's dying or fucking wheel is like skidding out or whatever the fuck happened. So like, yeah, they just move. Like you don't turn those off. We like certain pieces of equipment. I like because I've grown a long time. I try to get longevity out of them by
Replacing those rubber wheels is an
like
important
the
thing
biggest
too.
wear on a fan is being turned on and off. Right. Like, oh, when I had things cycling on a thermostat, and so they would come on, they come off, come on, come on. Oh, those pieces of equipment didn't last very long, right? Oh, the same model, the same brand fan that was on constant lasted for 10 years nonstop. That right? The one that cycled on and off burned out after a couple years. That's just something that I've experienced. I think that's why, like, for instance, diesel trucks, like truckers, they leave their truck running because, like, the most wear and tear on engine is just starting it up.
Yeah.
How true that is, but
And letting it cool down if you're especially in a cold area and you've got
Yeah.
diesel fuel, which gets thicker when it gets colder. That's why they have like glow plugs where they actually heat up the engine before it cranks.
see, I remember in the
But
90s, the biggest problem was between the ballasts. Back then, we used squirrel cage fans, right?
the
And
bearings on
like
fans,
vibration and noise, just like a four lighter, right? Like I can remember getting blankets and wrapping fucking things and doing all this weird shit to try to like uh yeah, there was like this hum, there was this noise, like sometimes worse than others, depending on your basically ballasts, right? Because they vibrated. And yeah, today you can set up a room and with all this new equipment, not even that much expensive, and it'd be like dead quiet, like no hardly any noise at all.
yeah, just how much you willing to spend, that's all.
In the 90s, we'd basically rent one bedroom apartments and live on the couch in the living room. We'd like live there, kitchen, and then use the bedroom, closet, whatever. And yeah, I beyond that the and these are like more lighters and shit, right? It would create heat, so the like it was uncomfortable in the apartment, the humidity and the heat from growing in it in a small apartment, and um, yeah, it was rough in it, but like it was all for like that was like where it all started, like today, yeah. I don't think if you were a young person and was like, okay, me and my friend are gonna pitch in. We're gonna get a 1-bedroom apartment. We're gonna grow 4 lights, some little thing. Like, oh, we were balling back then. Like not really, but oh, we had money, we had car, we had all the things we needed from just that, right? Where today that wouldn't even pay for itself. That's how crazy it is. Well, that's what happened when you go from like whatever value to whatever value. And at the same time, the all the cost of living values went the other way. Higher. Come on, baby.
Yeah, they did.
Apparently, the CEO of Kellogg's thinks that people should eat cereal for dinner if they want to save money. Never mind that the price of cereal has never been higher.
Yeah, but
I
sometimes
do.
like
I do.
I don't think of it as like, oh, structured meals, but like I use, sometimes breakfast is what I feel like at whatever hour. But sometimes, oh, I feel like, yeah, I'll go with Raisin Bran. I won't go with like fucking Captain Crunch for dinner, but I'll go with Raisin Bran or one of the, I guess you'd say, healthier type cereals. I love cereal.
Sure.
I think I realized that my favorite chocolate milk would be if you took Cocoa Krispies or Cocoa Pebbles, or like not the Cocoa Rice Krispie brand, the other brand that makes Fruity Pebbles. They make cocoa one, and you just saturated the milk in the Cocoa Pebbles and then filtered it out and drank it as chocolate milk, right? That would be like the best chocolate milk because, like, yeah,
All the
somehow
sugar.
flavors the milk. Like, that's my favorite chocolate milk. Cocoa Pebbles or whatever it's called.
Dude, I've been puffing on this bubblegum breath and it's fucking so good. It's got like a leathery, earthy smell.
Is it flour or rosin?
No, it's flour. I'm also been using those bamboo papers with the CBD infused. I really like them.
Now they got CBD infused papers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow. What would they think of next?
Got to
Oh,
find
really?
something to do with the CBD.
Now I use rice papers, but I've tried out hemp papers and they were pretty good. Wouldn't now hemp papers that isn't CBD? There's not CBD in a hemp paper. It's just the pulp.
Very, very low amount. Your CBD comes in basically your flour. Your roots have probably the second most
So they're
amount.
CBD infused bamboo paper. Here, I'll read it. It says solar powered, vegan, chlorine free, non GMO.
Now I'm very particular for myself with which papers I've used over the years, mainly because I the ones that I like, you can never taste the paper. Like even I was gifted a whole bunch of vibes, every size. Like, yeah, those are like thick, like that's not no. Like I use these DLX the last few years, previous that the good version of Empire, and then before that Club papers and like zigzags. There's so many brands. Oh, in my mind, oh, you can like it. You smoke in the paper, but good papers, yeah, you
Yo,
don't.
I like these zigzag hemps.
I've heard zigzag is improved and has some better products, but
These zigzag hemp papers are actually pretty good.
Yeah, I like them.
like I smoke a lot
They're
of
all
joints. So I buy a case of papers, which is like 25 packs. It lasts me usually a couple months or so. Uh, and yeah, I'm a loyalist. Like I'm like, oh, I when Empire changed their formulation, or which country, like, oh, for a while there was the ones that came from
Spain.
yeah, that and then they just now all are this lower grade. I went and bought at the smoke shop like like that was only like 6 or 7 brands. Tried them, and then that's when I was like, oh, I like this DLX. No one even has heard of DLX, but it's been around forever.
Dude, if you went to the smoke shop that I go to, you
like that, like through that experience, I found out that no matter what brand you're buying, odds are not well. Zigzag's obviously its own, and Job is its own, but Raw owns all the other brands. Like he's the conglomerate that bought DLX, bought Elements, bought this, bought that. Like he just bought his competition out. Is his strategy. Because then when you go to a smoke
And
shop,
it's so weird because people fucking shill him so endlessly. Oh, have you met the dude from Raw? He's so cool. He's independent. And I'm like, he is literally not independent. He's a fucking conglomerate. Like maybe he's independent of the fucking conglomeracy, but he's the conglomerate guy, dude. Like what the fuck?
he's business driven. He owned a business. And these were business decisions that were probably very profitable and blah blah blah. That's can
Boy,
blame a
he
guy
ate
for
up every other company. That's how he's winning. He ate up his competitors.
Yeah, well, that
Yeah.
like it wasn't like he invented that. That's been going on in business. Oh,
Oh yeah, of course, of course,
good?
of course.
Is it good?
That's why I like Zigzag.
No,
Been
like,
around for
I got to be honest. If I was in business and had that opportunity to make whatever money, yeah, most likely, yeah. Like, what would I do? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that strategy. I'm not. I'll just compete with 10 brands. Because what I've noticed when you do go to a smoke shop is even though Raw is the distribution and has all these brands, all you'll see in most smoke shops is like 80% of the papers they have for sale are all Raw.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll
like,
bring you. I gotta
like
go to the grocery store
really
tomorrow.
is he bought those brands and then he shelved them, and that's bullshit. Now that part's bullshit. Like one thing is to buy those brands and still sell them and promote them and all that. Why? Like now you're not really competing. It's just no. He shelved those things to give Raw more sales just because that's the only paper that's readily available. That I don't like.
So the store I go to for like my papers, actually, it's the grocery store and it's a smoke shop in one building, which is smart. I have both worlds. Um, when I go in, dude, they have a whole wall of like wraps and different like cigars and stuff, and then like there's 3 different aisles full of rolling papers.
I'm surprised
Uh-huh.
considering that hydro stores have seen better days. Their business has been affected, and smoke shop that there isn't more people building like what you're saying, like a smoke shop,
A
grow shop,
mega store.
like uh, okay, you have to have a license to sell the weed, but there's all the other things that go along with it.
Do everything else that's in the
Like
industry
they
at
were
once.
it used to be a hydro store was like, oh, they were under scrutiny, right? So they didn't want to like draw any attention to themselves, right? Those days are over. So like there's no reason a hydro store doesn't sell bongs. Why not? I don't think they would like no, who would like how what law would you be breaking? None. Like it's not but head shops still are like a scourge. Like some small cities ban them. You can't have a smoke shop in there.
Well,
Like
Massachusetts, you're not even allowed flavor tobacco at all. So like I can't get vanilla backwoods here. I can't get.
now they redesigned all the displays, but at the January 1st was no more Newport, no more menthol, no more any flavored tobacco. And so they pulled all those packs off, and then so the display looks like so weird for like a month or two. Like even when I saw that, I said, "Oh, who's loving this are the people that
The
make
vape companies.
and read, you
No
know,
flavors though. The vape companies,
because like
there's
now
no
a
flavor,
few months
no
later,
flavored vapes.
they have like a
Yeah.
new display thing and there's not the spot where there used to be all the other brands. They're just gone.
No flavored dip, no flavored vapes, no flavored. I think you can still get flavored wraps, but no blunts like actual tobacco.
That was an overreach. Most of that was a bill, or the issue was vapes and kids. Okay, and instead of just targeting the flavored vapes, they
They had to
decided
go
to
after
take
everything.
away flavored cigarettes, which, yeah, I don't know if menthol cigarettes, I guess they're flavored, but they've been a brand that been around forever. So yeah, that was a big lot. Yeah.
I started smoking menthol cigarettes and then I ended up at regulars.
Well, I know that because I see people that do it. The states that ban the menthol cigarettes, now there's like a black market where people from other states will
Oh
charge
yeah.
you
Yep.
like a extra little price, and they'll
I'll
send
go
you
buy a bunch of Newports and make a $20 a pack.
So like all those things don't really work. Like it's not like banning Newport. Well, some people I guess maybe stop smoking them, but nah, people just get them other ways.
They say that the majority of smokers that smoke menthol are African American or Mexican descent. A lot of minorities. That's the word I was looking for.
Well, people
smoke the menthol cigarettes.
It is predominantly, and I saw a thing because when those cigarettes got first introduced, it targeted that demographic with ads and stuff when they first came out. It was like everything with the tobacco company. Nothing happened by accident.
I remember back in the day when I first started to smoke in high school and stuff, I could go to the gas station and be like, all right, I want a pack of cigarettes. And then you'd go look and these menthols would have a buy one, get one.
$1.10.
2 packs attached to each other for $5. You're like, oh, fuck yeah, let's get it. So I smoked like the Marlboro like spearmint cigarettes. I smoked a lot of those and I fucking hated them, but they were buy one, get one.
Yeah, I just remember the hypocrisy when I used to go to NASCAR when it was Winston Cup, right? Okay, yeah, Winston gave away cartons of cigarettes, cartons for many years. Then they gave a 6-pack, and then they went to 2-pack the last year. But when you lined up, you had to prove, like, you had to show them a pack of cigarettes. You had to show them that you smoke cigarettes, and then they give you a free card. If you couldn't do that, you didn't qualify. And I remember telling my friend, yeah, you got to show death to get death. Like it wasn't like they were trying. Well, they would have loved to have given them to everybody, but that was probably some law that, oh, you can only give cigarettes to people that already smoke cigarettes. You can't give them to people that don't, because then you'd be, getting
Dude, so Ryan said he started smoking the Misty, or what is it, the Virginia Slim 120s. I remember the Misties or 110s or something, dude. It was like a long, skinny cigarette. One of my friends' aunts smoked those, so we take them every once in a while. Those cigarettes were weird. The 120s and the long, skinny ones.
My dad smoked Newport. My mom smoked Cool.
I like pipe tobacco. I'm trying to get back into smoking pipe tobacco. I like cigars too.
Well, I would probably, as a smoker, since I've been 30 some years old, I would say stay the fuck away from tobacco, all forms of it.
Yeah, exactly.
If I had kids, I would be like super animate that they never got smoke cigarettes.
And that's how I started.
Or chew, like chewing is even worse. Like, oh yeah, people chew and it's not like, oh, well, chewing's not as bad. It's worse, or can be worse.
All right, guys.
Messes up your mouth.
Have a great night.
Yes, man.
See you guys tomorrow.
See, here in Thailand, they mix cannabis and tobacco together. And, you know, a lot of Thais don't smoke cigarettes, but, you know, eventually, now that I'm seeing a lot more people smoking tobacco and cannabis, those same people that didn't smoke cigarettes now have like a nicotine vape pen that they're sucking on, or they are now smoking cigarettes.
Well, I think I read a thing that showed that in the last decade that youth that now smoke, a percentage of them that smoke cigarettes and it got introduced to vape pens and all that, and that became cigarette smokers. Where, yeah, if the vape revolution never happened, there was the declining amount of people that smoked. It's still
Yep.
like, you know, it's a struggling, you know, it is declining, but in the 10-year thing, they had like a resurgence of new young smokers that they basically drew in through the vape revolution. Where if let's say vapes didn't come along, yeah, over another decade or two, the the yeah, a lot of people stopped smoking, especially youth. But then the vape thing created, people started there, and nicotine's insidious. Like it will get you.
Here in Thailand, you really see a big discrepancy in between male and female smokers. The female smokers, maybe 10%. Male smokers, 50, 60%.
Hmm.
It's about a 50-50 if they smoke cigarettes or not. But the females, no, it's only like 10% that smoke cigarettes.
I was shocked how many people smoked cigarettes in Israel. Most people, honestly, almost everybody. And most of the European tourists too. I was actually really surprised that all the Dutch tourists and everybody else, there were a bunch first week I was there before the fucking war broke out. All the Chinese tourists, you name it. One time I was at Mount of Beatitudes, where Jesus gave us loaves and fishes and whatever the shit. Or no, no, blessed are the meek and da da da. There was a whole Filipino tour group. The entire group was smoking outside before they went in, literally. And the bus driver was like, all right, said something in Filipino. I was like, all right, let's go. And literally, like 35 fucking people toss their cigarette on the ground and squish it with their foot and fucking go and like walk into the bus. This clouds moving down the way. It was hilarious, honestly. Um, really surprising though.
That company would have been in really financial hardship. Like American cigarette sales have dropped drastically decade after decade. But as much as being American, you think, oh, that's pretty much the way it is around the world. No, actually, like a lot of countries, the cigarette smoking is picked up. Like not everybody's on board with
Like
it
China,
being
from
such
what
a
I
bad health
understand.
thing. Here, like, oh, as a smoker, oh yeah. Like even if you're out in the middle of a parking lot trying to be away from people, yeah, people like give you bad vibes. Like,
I seen a plastic bag of Thai tobacco the other day, and it almost looks like chipped wood, but it's really that like tan color, and it's really, really thin. They don't chop it up, they just strip it. They run it in really thin strips. It don't look like anything that you. the tobacco you get in the United States is a dark color. Here it's like, bright chipped wood. And it tastes that way too. But it's also subsidized by the government. So go figure.
Well, I was going to say it's probably cured badly or something because tobacco actually comes in all different colors once it's cured, dark, light, whatever. So just because it's, for example, Virginia or Turkish tobaccos are usually quite light, quite sort of yellow almost, honestly. Doesn't mean that it's bad. But Virginia can have a very hay-like quality if it's cured poorly, very much like weed. Very good weed can be cured poorly and have a hay-like quality to it. So tobacco's really very similar in that respect. For completely different reasons, tobacco has what are they fucking phenolic compounds or something? I can't remember what they're called, but they're not cannabinoids, right? But sort of the similar thing. You don't want them to off gas, basically, like terpenes do. So anyway,
Yeah, but like, okay, as a cigarette smoker, I know that Camels, the Turkish blend, and this and that, but pretty much American brands are pretty much the same. Tobaccos is brandy. But unlike, I would say coffee, like, okay, I like coffee, but I know all the different coffees. I can decipher them. The average cigarette smoker, and I'm one of them. Yeah, you smoke. You know anything about tobacco or care even? It's just a
I
product,
could
right?
see
Or
the difference.
many other products, like if you consume them, oh, you're into them. There's things to know about them. There's different kinds. And tobacco's kind of got it down to where just pick one of these brands, and it's really just the, from what I
well, for the
understand,
most
oh, they
part,
do taste slightly different, but it's really like pretty much the same shit tobacco and all the cigarettes.
that's the thing. For the most part, with conventional cigarettes, it's really just a drug delivery device, and they've really honed that down. It's basically just a nicotine delivery device. Whereas, let's say, for example, Smash mentioned pipes. I was stacking little pipes here, and some beautifully aged tobacco. These have incredible flavors to them. Uh, Completely different everything than Marlboro. Marlboro strips all the chemicals out of the nicotine and then puts them back in. Whereas these companies, or cigars, they actually cure the tobacco in barns and shit. Like Latakia is actually smoked in Syrian, but like in Syria, in fucking barns in Syria, they burn. Fuck, I can't remember, grass or anyway, they burn something in the floor of the barns and it smokes up into the rafters and creates that intensely smoky flavor. Marlboro would just chemically add that flavor, so completely. For example, people hand roll tobacco. That basically in cigarettes, that's the only way to really replicate that when you hand roll tobacco. And there are people who order. Commercial tobacco on the one hand, and actually in Israel they have Marlboro rolling tobacco. Can you believe that shit? When you go get rolling tobacco, they'll have like so surprising to me. I'm still kind of shocked about it. Like Marlboro rolling tobacco, and it was not good. Like it tasted like a shitty Marlboro cigarette. Honestly, good rolling tobacco will be rich and flavorful, and honestly super powerful. Traditionally, like if a regular smoker borrows a hand-rolled cigarette smoker's cigarette, for example, or has them roll them one or whatever, they fucking get yellow because honestly, the hand-rolled cigarette punches like a truck compared to the Marlboro cigarette, basically. Because again, the Marlboros, the whole idea is just making you buy a pack or two packs or three packs every single day. And so they basically how do I put this? They create a dosage device more than any kind of experiential thing. It's a really foreign concept, like the only thing, like in tobacco, the only thing that you can really compare what we do with cannabis is cigar smokers, pipe smokers, right? Because most of the time, cigarette smokers, like you say, are just mindlessly sucking down that nicotine, and the flavor really doesn't matter all that much between the Marlboros and the Camels and the fucking Parliaments and so on. They're slightly different, but they're all very, very mild, you know. Anyway, even Camel, they're supposedly.
Even like, okay, my
Yeah,
dad
I
smoked
noticed
Camel
Camel's
filter.
different a
So when
little
I
bit.
first started smoking, I smoked Camels. But like I said earlier, I used to go to all the NASCAR, and yeah, they started giving me Winston's, right? And then sure enough, like, yeah, I became like that. I think them giving me those cartons of cigarettes and the influence they had from the sponsorship of the NASCAR is how they've had me as their customer for decades at this point. Yeah, like that shit worked. Like, yeah, you know, I haven't bought a pack of Camels since who knows when, but yeah.
I love camel. The flavor was different. It was, you could get the camel golds or the royal, turkey royal, all those different flavors.
Now,
I like
like
them.
I smoke this white pack called Ultralight Winston, right? And 90% of stores, 7-Elevens, they don't really stock all these brands of cigarettes. They stock like Marlboro, they stock this, they stock that. They stock the two main Winston brands. Yeah, in my area, there's only like 5 or 6 places that, yeah, that have my brand. Now, it used to be they were everywhere. Like every place had every. No, they've honed it down. Like if they don't sell X amount of them, they don't, they don't stock them.
I find that here because I smoke L&M, and they actually kind of have like two cigarettes here. They call them 7.1, and they're like the size of, someone had mentioned Misty cigarettes, which are really, really thin. They're a little bit thicker than that. They sell those, and then they sell the large regular size. You can find the 7.1s, but finding the full size, if you want more than 3 packs, you may be in trouble. They may not have it because they only sell like 3 packs every 4 or 5 days of those. So I have that problem here in Thailand.
I'm sure that other than the couple idiots like me and Captain and maybe a few other idiots that smoke cigarettes, most people on here and in chat, like that's the least appealing conversation there can be. Cigarettes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know a lot of
Especially when
people
there's
that smoke
cannabis, which
cigarettes.
yeah, it is kind of moronic. Like it's even like even my mom years ago like said, well, why don't you just smoke weed? Why do you like smoke cigarettes? Like just smoke weed instead of cigarettes. And like it makes perfect sense. But like Fumi said, oh, nicotine. I've been addicted. I've had a share of experiences with rehab and drug addiction. And now that it's all said and done, I'm older. Oh no, the and where I started smoking was when I was in this really expensive rehab in the 80s. And every night, it was mandatory. They took us to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. And I kind of drank coffee a little bit before that. But basically, there was always free coffee and cookies, and everyone smoked cigarettes, it seemed like, like that. And back then, they smoked right in the meetings. Like there was ashtrays on the
Yep.
table. And yep, that's where I picked up. I traded in my narcotic addictions for nicotine and caffeine. And now it's been like 30 years later. And
You're
yeah,
much better for it, believe me.
Yeah, I smoke cigarettes. I really want to quit. Oh my God. Even as I'm dealing with these dental work over the last few months, like the dental hygienist, the main dentist, like as I said, oh yeah, I've been eating candy for a long time, and they're like, oh no, that's not why you have gum disease and decay. Uh, it's from tobacco use.
Corey in the chat nails it. Well, I don't know exactly what he's saying because maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's saying right now. But I was going to say, basically, interpreting your comment, he's saying the drug trade in quotation marks. So I maybe misread it. I was thinking the tobacco industry is the biggest drug trade there is. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
arguably, alcohol is probably. Actually, I wonder, is the alcohol or the tobacco industry bigger? Let's take a look. Which is bigger?
I think at this point, alcohol, because tobacco has taken a hit in the last so many years.
Yeah.
Like,
If you went back to the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, it was probably much different.
well, but I mean, like, yeah, it's one of the building blocks of the United States. Like our initial crops that we made a lot of money on, and taxes and all that, tobacco, alcohol. These were, hemp was mixed in there too, but you know, like, yeah, that's. But like, I have no evidence of this, but just knowing what I know from years of growing cannabis, now more science and understanding botany and things that can be done to a plant, how plants can be manipulated and bred and all that. Yeah, I would be more interested in, like, over the centuries, really, because tobacco's been here for a long time. And especially in the last so many decades, not what chemicals they spray, like, which everyone's always saying, oh, there's all these no, what have they done to the botany of this plant as far as, like, making the nicotine and it more addictive? Like, oh, I know if you could dig through their files and all these great botanists they hire straight out of college and spend millions of dollars over the years on the plant, on the registered plant that they the strain of tobacco that they grow. Yeah, I think that they've manipulated it. I, just like the same ways we've manipulated weed to get it results we wanted. Well, their results were make it more addictive. And ultimately, that's my fear of, like, the future with companies like that that could possibly get into the cannabis business. That next thing you know, 50, 100 years from now, the product that they're selling, the pre-roll package or whatever they come up with, all of a sudden is addictive. Like I'm sure that if over the last 50 years, if millions of people that grow weed and breed weed and, like, looked for chased it, trying to make it more addictive instead of make it taste better or make it get you higher or make it all the things, we would probably be that. I mean, other than the substance might not be addictive, but I know if they're going to invest like hundreds of billions of dollars in running the cannabis industry, they want it to be those companies like addictive products. Those are the easiest ones to sell.
Well, what if they're
Tobacco,
looking at it this
alcohol.
way, as them wanting to, like, do away with tobacco, but since cannabis is becoming recreationally accepted, taking that nicotine and adding it to cannabis pre-rolls?
Or who knows what they would do? Like,
They're adding terps and everything to it now.
Well, the cannabis, the big corporate machines like the Marlboros or the Seagrams or the giant conglomerates of alcohol, tobacco, or other things, they're they're not fully in yet. They're waiting. They're waiting out the federal thing and some other things before they come in all the way. Oh, they're positioned. They're they're ready.
And they have,
A
like,
lot of this is
$1
just
billion
speculation, but
for
like
research.
their track record will tell you what to be afraid. Like, yeah, like I don't think I'm just like have some crazy idea here. Oh, I think those companies or those corporations, whatever they are, yeah, that yeah, they're not in it for they don't care about next year, what it's going to look like in 5 years, 10 years. They got 100-year plan, and yeah, there's probably meetings and documented board talks or where, yeah, the 100-year plan is being laid out.
Bilderberg.
They're not playing for some short-term thing,
No,
and they play for keeps.
generational.
And because the cannabis industry in its whole, the current is weak, like like to them, oh, it's not like it's going to be hard to take it away. All you have to do is sprinkle some money and then they have it. Like everybody's sitting there waiting to get bought out by them anyway.
Folks, join the conversation. We're having a little bit of a slower evening tonight, so we probably won't go all that late. But in the meantime, we're still here right now. So hop on and join the conversation. We're talking about all kinds of stuff.
Even
I'm
that,
sure
I
you
mean,
guys
I
can
think that
join up.
like overall, cannabis has been devalued, meaning companies that are established were estimated to be worth whatever so many years ago. They've those estimates, even though those companies are rocking and got more stores and uh, the value, the evaluation of them have gone down. And I wouldn't like somehow I know that yeah that the big corporation, the investor group, Wall Street. Oh yeah, they got their they that's all part of what they do.
Well, I think when your product takes such a big hit in the marketplace as far as price goes, yeah, you were way overvalued in the beginning, and now just like anything else, you've settled into a medium.
Yeah, but when you really get into like labor and whatnot, energy, especially indoor, yeah, this isn't like a lot of crops are pretty or agriculture things are pretty cheap to produce. So that's why their price is pretty cheap. This isn't very cheap to produce. Like when you consider that it needs to, there's a lot of labor that goes into it. Oh, you can probably find some tractor to cut fields of it down and process it to isolate and all that. But anything short of that, like even at this point, like the price has put pressure on the simple labor of trimming and what the amount of hours a skilled person needs to spend to properly trim quantities, right? It's like, oh, the price no longer, like, yeah, that's a,
I mean, it happens in every field though, and then the quality
yeah,
goes down because of it.
like
So,
ultimately, like
yeah,
big
Yeah,
corporations
that's why we have
out a
problems
way
now.
to eliminate all that cost. And if that means that it's like a vape pen cartridge product or some other isolate product that they don't
yeah,
have to
concentrate.
spend all that money on,
Yeah,
that
they can
like,
just make
oh, over 50
concentrate.
years, they'll just like morph the generational people to that. Like, oh, most likely vapes, vape pens, like, or something similar to that. Like, oh,
Right?
rolling up a real flower that's been hand trimmed, and that's not what a big corporation's ever going to produce. No.
No,
No,
doesn't make sense.
that's an artisanal thing then.
Yeah, that's a handcrafted, exactly. Backyard boogie, like back in the day. black market.
Yeah, I don't think.
See
Yeah,
that
I
in my-
I don't think they'll
Can't
ever
see
be
that
able to
in the
get
black
rid of
market.
it. Like it'll just like eh, ultimately we're parallel. Just 100 years later or whatever of bootleggers, right? Like
I felt that way in the 90s. I felt like a bootlegger.
A little bit up until freaking yeah. I mean, you could get a
I
license
was
and then it was okay, but still
I
felt
was
bad. Still
volunteering.
felt weird.
I was volunteering for normal and growing pot. Come on. I was out in the public talking about cannabis. You could call me 5 days a week, 6 days a week sometimes, and talk to me on the phone about cannabis. And I was growing. That's where, oh, you must grow. No, you think I grow? You think I'm stupid? I grow? I work here. We have good lawyers, but come on. The cops tried buying clones, and I kept on referring them to the back of Mark Emery's book to buy them, and out of High Times.
Yeah, I only seen the seeds on there. I never saw cuttings. I tried to get some.
Nope.
Seeds were fun. You get the mixed pack. Those were the favorite ones that the homie used to get. He was just get the mixed pack. He didn't care.
Well, actually, when someone puts out a seed run of like 8, 10, 12 different, and then they do offer like a mixed pack,
Yeah.
yeah, why not buy those? Because that's a chance to have one of the different ones. And who's to say you're not going to get a female out of each? And
Yeah.
they're half the price or a third of the price.
I miss popping seeds when there wasn't so many seeds to choose from. I mean, like now I just pop my. I would rather pop my own, but I still want to find different flavors than what I'm messing with.
Well, people are talking about what they're making, and I'm listening to this, and I'm saying to myself, God damn, breeding was so much easier when you were working with like F1s of this. And that's
Mhm.
all it was. Or it was an F1 cross of this with an F1 cross of this. You got the F2, and that was like, wow. But it was so much easier. You had Afghani times Mexican, then you had Afghani times Mexican times Colombian.
Colombia.
That made haze. Oh,
So
you
many
throw some Thai in there too.
Yeah, you had to tie in there. That's how you got a lot of
So
that
it's a
different variety.
so it's a four-way cross at that point.
Yeah. And that was building blocks of everything.
Today's four-way cross is this strain times this strain reversal, and this
You mean
strain times
basically
this strain.
Cookies RBX1 pretty much crossed to Cookies RBX2, basically? Or
Yeah, you get a lot of
Yeah.
Gelato,
back crosses on
Biscotti,
accident.
fucking Cocotti.
Yeah, a lot of back crosses on accident. Like you didn't even some people didn't even notice, like, oh wait, that's already in there and I'm putting it back on itself? Holy shit. Like, okay. It's like, fuck.
I'm reinforcing the best traits, bro.
Actually, we're taking Death Star and hitting both of them back into Death Star to see what happens.
I mean, that'll cool. That'll be cool. That'll be a nice little BX.
Austin Wilson Zero, Honey Banana, a fem of that from Nerds Genetics. It already
Oh, I
popped
made
up.
an awesome cross of Wilson Zero, and I think it was a Morgana father, and I annoyingly never wrote it down, but I'm pretty sure it was a Morgana father because that's what I was working with at the time. And I only made like 40 seeds because I wasn't really taking that plant seriously, but I had this one plant. And so sure enough, every once in a while I popped a couple of seeds and I think I'm out of it now. But anyway, I had a jar of it. It was fucking great. It was such a good combination. It had that like banana, papaya, whatever, really shone through. And then what like the structure of the Morgana, I guess, basically like nice lumpy flowers and stuff. Anyway, it's pretty baller. The only thing that I didn't like about it is the whole cross, basically. Every single one of them come out pretty small, like surprisingly small, basically. Like if you're normally going to get 6 ounces on a plant, these will give you two. So not ideal, right? But like so flavorful. Anyway.
Right. Yeah. That sucks when that happens.
Mm,
Little plants, like the runts.
mm.
They're
Yeah,
so
pretty
flavorful.
much. Yeah, they run.
The little or
Basically
Skittles.
it.
It's just like a
Tasty, but freaking runty. And the high
yeah,
is sort of man, but the flavor just
right.
perfect.
Yeah, some people smoke for flavor though, and then like they
Mm,
have that extra for the
Yeah.
high. That's what I like to do. I'm like, I'm
mm.
smoking for flavor and I already got high. So I got high from other stuff I smoked, but I don't
That's
want to
it.
smoke something that tastes good. So
That's it. That's the thing. Speaking of talking about smoking cigarettes, like smoking a joint is superior to smoking a cigarette in essentially every single possible way. You know, like it's apparently not even as bad for you, on and on and on. Like smells better to other people. You don't stink afterwards, on and on. It's perfect. It's just more expensive if you don't grow it yourself. You have to grow it yourself. That's the superpower of being a weed grower is you can
yeah,
basically beat all the tobacco smokers that pay like $40 for a pack of cigarettes and shit these days. It's crazy pants. But yeah, you can grow your own weed. It's baller.
Well, the
Ask us
joint
how.
I roll with the cigarette machine, I use the extra wide raw tips and
My
probably
mama likes
about
extra wide raw tips.
two third two thirds of a gram, just a little bit over that for a joint. And it gets to this point, and I'm got a nice buzz, so I'll put it out, and a half an hour, 45 minutes later, light it up again.
There you go.
But, here in Thailand, just like you said, unless you grow, you gotta kind of watch what you're, smoking. And I love joints,
Freaking adds
so
up, man. Holy shit. For a little while, what, few months ago when I was moving or something. Anyway, long story short, I had to buy weed for a month and a half, 2 months. Shocking, right? Like first time in years. It was so
yeah,
fucking
you're like,
expensive too. Holy shit. For like fucking I'm not gonna say garbage because it wasn't all garbage weed, but what's up, hardcore? For not impressive weed, I was constantly paying a crazy amount of money, and I was just cursing myself the whole time. I'm like, none of this is worth a shit, and I'm spending like $50 a day because I was literally spending, I can't remember, 40, $50 a day on weed. It was ridiculous.
you're like, give me 10 grams, and then the 10 grams gone in like 2 days, and
Seriously,
you're
just
like, shit.
like seriously, like what the fuck? Yeah,
And it's right before bedtime, and you don't have another joint, and you're like, damn.
yeah, right. Seriously. Ugh, atrocious. Hardcore though said he was going through a what's the dry spell. Fuck, everybody goes through a dry spell with weed though. It's pretty annoying. Even when you do think you're gonna have
Yeah.
endless amounts of weed, something always happens that you don't. You know, like if nothing else, there's a fucking flood or mice or some shit. Something happens, and you went or all their jars. This happened to a friend of mine. Every single jar on their shelf fell and broke. Every not almost all the jars. Every single jar of weed they had fell off the fucking shelf. I don't know how that happened. That was like cursed, basically. Literally, it was like a shelf
Yeah.
full of weed and every single jar is broken. Like I guess you could make edibles out of it or something, but like you got to be so careful about all that broken
Uh,
glass. Like fuck off.
yeah.
I've
I
smoked some
actually,
glass before. That shit hurts. When you poke your fingers,
I,
you're like, what the
Oh
hell?
man.
No blood?
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Yeah.
I seen a shop bust a jar and most of it stayed in big pieces, but they picked the buds off the floor and sold them to the people.
Oh man.
That's a hazard. Like I said, my finger was not feeling good after. I was high.
I hate to admit it, but I smoked a floor bud today, and it was
I
really
smoke a
good.
floor bud every day, dude. Come
You
on.
smoked a floor bud and you liked it.
Well, without the floor of my truck, so that's pretty bad.
There you go.
Oh, I mean, like I just drop it on the floor, then I gotta pick it back up.
No, this one had been hanging out for about a month or two,
Oh,
Oh,
okay. It wasn't a
yeah.
5-second rule or
Yeah.
anything.
but it
Yeah,
was
there's no
blueberrying up,
second
and
like load on.
More like a
I just
5-month
pinched it.
rule.
I pinched it a little bit, and I smelt that blueberry, and I was like, oh, I gotta smoke it.
There you go. Nice.
That's funny.
Uh,
I like how that terpene does last. Like a lot of blueberries
Mm.
last very long. I noticed. Like the Burberry I have, if I still go walk out from 2 runs ago, I go walk up and smash a nug right now. It's hanging on the wall. I should have smelled the whole room. It's crazy. It's not worth a damn to smoke anymore, but the terpene lasts.
And I'm smoking like a little bit of hash/pipe resin.
Oh man, that's some of the highest I've ever been smoking resin. Like super bomb. I was also a teenager. I was also a teenager when I had to do this.
I used to collect it from my buddies that used to deal because they were snobs and they'd clean their pipes out like meticulously, and so they'd always have like a fucking tennis ball sized globs of resin that they wouldn't throw away. It's safe for me. I'd buy an eighth and
Holy
then
shit, a tennis
I'd smoke
ball glob
resin
of
for 2 months
rosin.
and not see him again.
Resin.
I had an
Wow.
M3 tape roll for the black tape, the plastic pieces that where you take the tape out of. I had one of those filled up full of resin because I would have the homies come by and fucking just like, let me scrape your piece every time. Let me scrape your piece whenever they come over. They just be like, here, clean it. And have all the resin, same shit. It's crazy. Yeah, this shit's crazy. Wow.
Do you guys remember when Envy Closet Med Grower pressed a bunch of roaches and got
Yes,
rosin out of the
do.
roaches and then dabbed it? Oh my fucking god.
I remember
Oh
that so
Jesus.
vividly now, dude. That was a good
Woo.
old days,
That
bro.
was next level. Oh my.
Yeah, you're bringing up some good old days. That's like
That was
10
the
years
shit.
ago.
Fucking
Damn,
hell.
a long time ago.
Oh, talk about a yak attack. Holy cannoli. He did not enjoy those dabs either. Oh
Roach
my.
toots. That's all everybody was saying in the chat after
Yep,
the
that's
comments.
it.
Roach turps.
Oh my.
And, like all the fucking comments every time I see them for so long. It's like roach terps, bro.
Seriously.
That shit was
Oh my
nasty.
god. This dude's a nice guy too. What do you got there, Ryan? Is that some art class or what?
Some Murano. I think this is Bolacante. Control bubbles.
Nice.
Hard to really see it.
Yep. Those are cool.
It's good ashtray.
And this sick Murano glass Marlin ashtray. This big old fucking thing. I think it got broken in the move, unfortunately.
Some Murano Submerso
Nice.
basket.
that sucks.
Yeah, pretty fucking annoying.
I've got a lot of
Yeah.
Murano. I've just got
I
a
had
box
some
next to me.
birds.
Hmm.
And when I ended up back in Cleveland because of the cops, the birds had busted tails.
No birds.
Birds.
No, wait, that's
Well,
the
some of those
dubbers.
are
The birds.
those aren't cheap.
It's like a
Murano glass is from Murano, Italy, by the way. It's Venetian glass, basically the island of Murano right off of Venice.
this is like a probably $200 vase or something like that.
Hmm.
If it were signed by like I can't think of any of the names right off the top of my head, but I mean, if it were signed by a prominent artist, I mean, it could be a $400 base.
Hmm.
But this is
Or it could be
Submerso.
$20.
It'd be if it were cracked, it'd be $20, or if it had chips in it. This is Submerso, man. This is heavy shit too. This thing is like what, 8 pounds probably.
8 pounds. It looks like it looks heavy.
And then you grab like a 2.5 foot Blanco piece and it weighs like a half a pound because the glass is so thin.
So thin, paper.
I don't. I have a bunch of Blanco, but I don't have any right next to me right now.
So what you're saying is you're blanking?
Blanco is wet. A Blanco ashtray is actually what got me into collecting.
Hmm.
About an amoeba ashtray at a garage sale when I was like 12, 10 or something like that. And I've had that thing up until this day.
I had an amoeba coffee table, a glass top one, big one. I had
I've
a
got a couple of Murano
mid-century
clowns, too.
modern living room at one time.
There's an awesome record store in LA called Amoeba Records.
Yeah, it's starting to get
Never
hot out
find.
here.
So they made a lot of clowns in the 70s, and they look really like they almost look shitty almost. You know, they look like a kindergartner could do it if you didn't know anything else about glass. They almost look sloppy, but they're these clowns that are usually like 10 inches tall or 8 inches tall, and the ones that are holding on to a big ashtray are worth like $600 probably if you can find one of them. Just the regular clowns are like $100 at least. I got a couple of them. Don't worry, I know I got one of them. I just saw it the other day, but you can always tell Murano because, like, for instance, like that ashtray I just had, like that control. Oh shit!
Holy shit! Don't break it.
Oh, it's Murano. It ain't gonna break
It just sounds so bad.
until I break it. But
cold music.
you see how all those bubbles are like looks like a fucking computer spaced them out?
Yeah, they're all even.
How they're just all perfect. If they would have like messed up with that pattern just a little bit, they would have thrown it on the ground and it wouldn't be Murano. They wouldn't let it leave the island. Because all the things they do are fucking perfect. But there's a shit ton of companies that like try to put these control bubbles in other things. And if you look at them, you'll tell right away they're not uniform. They're just bubbles inside of there. Or like if you see the bottom on this, I don't know if I'll be able to show it here or not, but the bottom is smooth. The pontils are always polished. So it's like the bottom has got a nice flat spot on it.
Yeah.
Where it's smooth. It's like that on the bottom of almost all Murano glass. How it's fucking.
That's one of the ways to tell the Chinese, because the Chinese started doing a bunch of the Murano style glass, and this was back in the early 2000s, and it was turning up in like big lots.
Oh yeah, and they even like they even created a company called Murano because there's actually no company called Murano. Like you can get away with listing something as Murano style on eBay without being wrong about it. But
Yeah.
they actually like called their company Murano, so they put stickers on it that said Murano, so you would think that it was legitimate. When I was first started collecting, well, I've only been collecting art glass for a few years hardcore, but like when I first started collecting, I bought a bunch of fucking little statuette things, like these just crazy, like weird looking. It'll be like a little square of glass as a pedestal, and then it'll be like a fucking, I don't know, like a looks like a cursive big S or something like, I don't know, just crazy looking shit.
But the Murano sticker is usually gold and black, and it
There's several
has
different ones.
it usually has the boat on it.
Those are the Tobo ones, or I think it's Togo, something like
And
that.
then the other one was just an
The other one just
oval
says made in Murano,
sticker.
or Murano, and then made in Italy, or made in Italy, maybe, or something like that. But yeah, the one with the boat, I think, is Togo and uh, I want to say there's two people. Yeah, that's what I've got one of those stickers on one of my clowns.
I have one on a cat and a dog.
And they made some really awesome fucking animals. Like the horses are fucking something else.
The dog's more brown, so it's got gold flakes in it. The
And that's
cat's
real
blue
gold
and
too.
green.
Yeah,
Blue
my
and
clown's got some
green.
gold flake in it.
And that one has silver in it. Those are like 125, 175 bucks a pop now.
Yeah,
They
and it
used to
doesn't.
be like 35, 45 bucks.
Yep, and it's not going down. You used to have to pay more for the knockoffs in Murano than you would pay for a Murano piece in Murano. Kind of crazy. Yeah, a lot of the families that are still even blowing glass today, um, have been around for hundreds of years.
I think if I went there, I'd have them make me a special piece.
Yeah,
Because they're talented. They can knock that out in an hour. Where my Sherlock pipe took my friend like 6 days to blow. And it was in 3 different pieces.
I should share some eBay sold listings of this shit.
That's
I go through them every once in a
okay.
while just to see
I
what.
think we'd rather see pictures of Bud. So yeah, I'm gonna go to a farm tomorrow. They've got 43 different strains that they carry. I'm
Yeah, see, there's
kind of
one of the voices
excited to
I
go.
got right there.
Kind of
Got one of
excited
those.
about going to
Tail.
see it.
Yeah, those horses are worth like $5,000. I got one like that too. That Bud vase.
I probably have 6 or 7 totes of it full. They're heavy.
I've got quite a bit of art glass and shit. A lot of Viking. A lot of Blanco, I guess. Some of the Indiana crap.
I got a nice mushroom collection.
The Viking ones?
All the different. I just collected all the mushrooms, even the ceramic ones, because they were 25 cents, 10 cents at garage sales, 50 cents, and no one was buying them. And I'm like, okay. $2.50 for the set.
Is Bud listening? Doesn't Bud collect them too? He's always saying to keep an eye out for them shits.
Someone else was, I thought.
Yeah, back in the
probably
day, I
have
guess the glass
close to
blowers in
80.
Murano were the only people that could marry into royalty or nobility or something like that. Like the glass blowers were held in such high esteem that they could marry noble or into noble families. And like the fucking because for the longest time, like they were the only ones that knew how to make those kinds of glass or like all the different styles and shit. Like they were family held secrets and shit.
Well, I think they were the first group because it's actually an island, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a part of Venice, Italy. I think it's an island in Venice, but it's like
But
I want to say that what happened was that back in the day, they burnt they would because they have these big fucking furnaces going, you know, to blow their glass, and they would constantly burn down the fucking town. So they ended up fucking um segregating them off to this island back.
this is probably the person.
And then I don't remember what time, how long ago it was that they went
But
to the
they were
island. But I
one of
want to
the
say like
first
thousands of years ago
companies
even.
that actually started using like silver and the gold to really color their items. That's what made them stand out above everybody else, was them being able to do that.
They used copper too back in the day. Or they
What
have what's
colors
called
copper?
millefiori, which looks like flowers kind of inside of the glass. Just by taking
Other rods and doing it in a clear piece of glass. All the millies on my Sherlock are done that way. That's how Snodgrass did them. And
it's
Wiley.
amazing how simple some of these ones can be worth. Like that vase right there. I mean that's different shape than mine is, but with the right artist signature on the bottom, some of the fucking things can be fucking pretty penny.
It all comes down to actually find someone to buy it.
I mean, these are all everything on here is January 30th is the oldest one I've seen so far. No, there's the December.
The problem is the group of people that buy stuff like that is getting smaller and smaller and smaller because people want to be minimalist. They don't want to keep things. They don't
I don't know. I think
realize
that
that
they're
the thing that was
the ones that
made
have collections.
45 years ago, 50 years ago is still running, but the lawnmower you bought last week just died.
I think the ones that have these collections are just building them, building them.
No, they're going to start dying off here soon. You're going to start to see a lot of it again. Probably
Yep.
in the
And then the
next
kids
10 to
take all their
15
junk into
years.
the. See, like there's a couple of those clowns.
The Chinese did a lot of clowns too. So you got to watch.
Oh no, I know mine are both Murano. You get a knack for like there's one made by mine might be a Seguso. See how the colors are on that one are the same as mine on that fishtail?
Saragusa would be marked because I have two pieces. I have a frog that's multicolored block
Yep, see
glass,
there's another Seguso that's the same as mine.
and I have a tall Chinaman. Those two pieces, the frog probably weighs 2-3 pounds. The Chinaman definitely weighs like 6-7 pounds. I paid a lot of money for those. I paid like, I want to say $650 for the Chinaman, and I paid $450 for the frog.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
Cheers.
Good. How's Vermont?
Yeah, it was nice and warm the past couple of days. Fucking been beautiful here. Now it's raining, but yeah, here's a little bit of that Millie floor.
Here's one of my clowns today.
Oh, that's badass,
Where I
Ryan.
fucking snatched her up.
I have a clown. I'll have to see if I can go find it. There, I got a Murano clown in one of my cases.
Mine is I just brought it up to my storage unit. And I'm not going
Actually,
up there at this time of night.
I have a vase that I want you to look at because I can't figure out for the life of me who the hell it is, and you might. There, you've got a lot of really good knowledge, you and Captain. There, I'm gonna go grab it. I'll be back in just a minute.
I'm lucky. I was buying it when it was really, really cheap.
We should start a pledge drive, Captain. We should do a pledge drive for Antique Smoke Show.
Well, we could be smoking joints in those big, long 19 teens and 20 cigarette holders. I've got a nice Sterling one.
I would have thought with a mark like this, I would have been able to find this very easily, but I've had no luck at all trying to look this up. Do you see that mark on it there, Ryan and Captain?
The A?
Yeah, that's why I assumed it would be an A as well.
It's glass?
Or a 4.
No,
pottery.
Ceramic, like a pottery ceramic.
Oh, let me see.
And on the bottom,
what's the bottom mark look like?
That's all there is. Gabriel. I mean, just look at it.
Go to
and
like
I can't find it anywhere,
Go to Wedgwood and look up or do a search for pottery artists and put Gabrielle in there and see what pops up.
Yeah, I've gone on a few different things. I don't know. See what I wrote.
Kind of looks more like a Wedgwood piece.
It's got that similar look and like similar kind of glaze to like a Van Briggle.
Burmeister, maybe? No, maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
What's the pottery company up in Minnesota?
Well, there's a bunch of them. There's Benin. Deneen is one of the ones.
They did style like this.
Porcelain. It's actually porcelain.
Okay.
Well, it's still.
What I was actually
porcelain and Magelica.
What I was able to come up, yeah, that makes sense. That would steer me in some better directions. The only thing I came up with, like, I was looking up the name, and they did some projects, and they didn't show or list anything, but they did some projects for some sort of campaign that they were doing, and I didn't understand what they meant by campaign, except for there's some sort of project thing that they had done stuff for, and I can't find nothing listed, nothing for sale. I can find the name, and just looking at it and with the experience I've had, like, the quality is here. You know, the glaze, the work, the handle, like, everything is here. So
let me see the bottom. Let me see the bottom again of
it. As I'm dinging it here, and you can see like that wave mark there. I don't know.
Is it like a thumbprint kind of, where it starts really small in one corner?
No, there is no thumbprint or anything. Okay. You can see those lines going across.
No, that's a wheel. That's just a wheel mark.
I don't know. It doesn't look like a wheel mark. It looks more like if you took a saw and cross-cut across some.
It's when they take a piece of string and chop it off. And that's what that mark is. I mean, it's known as a thumbprint usually. Looks like rings of a tree almost. But they're not perfectly concentric with the circle. Yeah.
Right. They don't make a circle, correct? Yeah. Yeah. But it looks like rings of a tree.
Yeah, that's like the thumbprint. They call that a lot.
Yeah.
But Gabriel Ceramics.
Well, I would put in porcelain now that we know it's porcelain. So.
Right.
And I would put that Gabriel as artist. Gabriel.
No, I think there's a Gabriel Ceramics out of Sweden.
And I picked it up
could
at
be European.
At an estate sale of some folks that had passed that were like super, super high-end collectors, like six-figure artwork off the walls and stuff that went to auction houses. And, you know, there were some things there that got left behind and stuff and overlooked. And this was one item. And I don't know, just if you deal with a little bit of pottery and, you know, ceramics and glass stuff, you understand quality in the way it's made, even if you don't know who the artist is or who the maker was and stuff. But at some point I'll totally figure it out. But really pretty. It's beautiful. The colors, the glaze on it's fucking badass. You know, it's all glazed through the inside.
I bet you it's Gabriel Ceramic out of Sweden.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look. I'll take a look at that and see what I can come up with.
Because I can find shit like motherfucker.
Things like that you can find.
Oh, I can snipe an antique, man.
All right, so what do we got?
We all got to go to like Brimfield and see how good we can do over a week.
Well, this is the Gabriel Ceramic.
Oh, you're on it right now? Yeah.
Well, I'm just on another piece. I just want to see what the signature. Is that kind of what the signature looks like on there?
No, it's handwritten.
No.
No, with the Gabriel part of it.
GABRIE. Almost looks like an AL, but it could be an EL because it's not really scribed in there that well.
Yeah, no, I bet it's that's there's a lot of Gabriel Ceramic. It's spelled ceramic with a K at the beginning. Ceramic or whatever. Like them Germans and Swedish do or whatever.
I bet you that's a
Lighting
New
is that?
England art piece. That's what I think that is, because New England had a lot of late 1800s, early 1900s was that arts and crafts period, really.
What color is it?
Greens and blues.
Blue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
greens and blues. Ooh, fucking dude, it's so pretty, dude. It's fucking beautiful. Like the video probably doesn't do any justice.
I know if I set it out on my table, I'd probably start off at maybe 650. You can always come down, remember? You can never
Right.
go back up.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, very true.
And someone can come by and say, "Oh man, you got this way overpriced. This is this," and then you know all about it.
All about it, and then you sell it to them for what it's actually worth.
No, because there was a lot of Swedish,
20%
like I've got
under.
some Gunner Island stuff from Sweden from back. One of my favorite vases is a Swedish one.
I collect a lot of Czechoslovakian pieces. Those can be very colorful and very designed.
Yeah, I've got a shitload of Czech creamers. We bought a 300 piece lady collected Czechoslovakian creamers from like the 30s up through the 60s. So there was like every shape, color, size, you name it, fucking possible.
If you have any of the vases, anything like that, the glass vases from Czechoslovakia,
Yeah,
that's
I
what I
actually
really like.
I haven't really come across anything glass, I don't think.
They're thinner glass too. They're not a thick glass. I cringe every time I move. I've broken some really good, expensive glass and pottery, believe me. Well, in the moves, it's been broke. Let's leave it at that. Because I had the state of Illinois unpack and repack my moving truck one time.
What's that euphemism for?
Getting busted. You're getting fucked. That was a very expensive lesson, let me tell you.
I gotta go get this cleaned here, but at the same estate auction that I bought the porcelain pitcher we were just looking at, there was this here. It's they had it listed in the auction as Silversmith John Mitchell, American Silversmith, unknown object. You pull the marks, the stamp marks right there on the bottom, and look it up. It's actually JM is a Japanese artist, Junko Mori, and this is made out of 4/9 fine silver. The silver was donated to her for her to do a collaborated project at a museum of a bunch of stuff, and she does some super wild like sea urchin type of art and whatnot. We bought that for $300. If you were to scrap it, it's $700 scrap weight. If you look it up, the last two that have sold, Christie's Auction is the only person that's sold them outside of her when she originally made them, sold them. And one sold in I think it was 2017 for $15,900, and one sold in like 2021 for like $19,800. And we got it for $300 because the auctionsmith messed up. I hold on to that. Any place I go, it goes with me. It's worth more than the house I bought. You know,
Yeah.
technically it's not worth anything until it's sold, but in
Do you collect
value,
any plates or anything? Like this is a Limoges plate.
yeah, I got some plates. Yeah, yeah.
Like if they're
How
made in
about
Limoges,
silver?
France, like that's real gold on this. Like that's like a 200 something like that dollar plate. It's a little 9-inch one. But if they're made from certain places in Limoges, and depending on sometimes if they're painted by the right person too, but a lot of them are actually blanks and like housewives painted them and shit, and they got really good at it.
I have a couple
I
of old
buy
plates.
sterling picture frames, silver picture frames. Also, the sterling part that would go on the front of like a Victorian picture album.
Yep, yep.
Because I can redo the picture albums and I can redo the backings and take dents out of the silver picture frames.
I think
My
this thing might
dad
be
used to be like one of the top people in the East Coast to do that. When he got to the point when he couldn't do it, like 4 or 5 people were really disappointed. He'd get a box every month. It'd be filled with like 20, 30 picture frames for him to do.
Dude, I scored this at the same fucking place for $50. A lot of people would be like, dude, you fucking spent $50 on a fucking box, dude.
My mom bought a Stickley rocker for $50.
I got a bunch of Fenton and shit too, I guess. Here's a rare Fenton piece that they only had out for one release.
That's why I bought it for $50. Can't believe that they fucking let it go. Dude, this thing is probably worth like somewhere between $1,000 and like $2,000. And it's legit. It's not fake.
Sweet.
Is that a
These old
tea
pieces.
caddy? Is that a tea caddy
think
or
that's
a tobacco?
I think that's what you'd consider it, a tea caddy and stuff. Like the Chinese, the Asian, weren't they more into tea than tobacco?
Japanese
Yeah.
were in the tea.
Japanese.
Well,
I don't know
Asian,
if
Well, I
all
suppose Chinese probably were too, but
Asians.
I've got a lot of teapots. I probably got fucking 20 teapots. And like
Yeah, that looks more tea.
yeah.
like
Yeah,
here's
I
one.
have a
I'm just because I'm going through
really
shit.
cool tobacco. A couple of tobacco humidifier or boxes and whatnot. A couple of cool ones. Kicking somewhere.
See, that's what I want to, what I keep basically on my coffee table is a humidor.
Here was
Yeah,
here was my
That's
humidor.
where
bird
I keep.
collection
That's where I
that
keep
got
all the
jacked for me.
weed.
I had more than that too, but
Because it seems like if you get weed from somebody, it's completely dried out anymore. That's one thing I miss about the black market, gray market, whatever you want to call it. The weed actually had moisture to it, didn't hurt your throat.
stick it to the wall.
Yeah, the sticky icky.
Yeah, write that down. That one Gabriel's ceramic or whatever, Sweden.
Mm.
And you just have to look up some marks of.
Yeah, I spent one whole day.
I'll spend another 10 minutes on it. I've been doing other shit right now, but
Just
I'll
a bunch
find
of
it.
ceramic marks and stuff. And I wish it
I
had.
don't list things until I know what they are, or else I fucking
Yeah, same here.
seen too many things.
Penny pincher.
Damn it. People like you make it hard to make a living. But I tell you what, when you're set, I know a few friends that have YouTube shows, okay, just like this, but on antiques and stuff like that. And they go around and they buy stuff, and some of the comments people leave, like, you ripped that person off, this and that. Well, if a person sets a price on something and you pay that price, then there should be no complaining because that person got what they wanted. They didn't take the time to look it up themselves. Everybody's got a computer in their hand today.
Here's
You
one of my
know,
favorite pieces.
when I started
You
collecting,
can't
you
see the
had to
whole thing.
read in books.
It's like a fucking, what do you call it? Van Gogh, or not Van Gogh, a fucking Picasso, where his faces look inward towards themselves. Like from one perspective, it looks like two penguins dancing. But then
Yeah,
if you look at each one of their eyes, is actually the eyes of one person. The bald dude
Oh,
smiling.
oh yeah, yeah. I remember when you got that.
I gotta go get it back. Along with half the other shit I've shown photos of here.
that's what I got to go to Southern Ohio and do.
Here's one of my badass tobacco containers. They're Handelware. Has two squirrels on the front.
Yeah, that
That's
one's a
big.
really nice one.
Yeah, this
Sweet.
thing's fucking badass. Yeah, it's still all dirty from the house there. I've never cleaned it or anything, so that's all
Yeah.
natural fucking dirt and grime right there. It's even, I think it's still even
Let's
got
see
some
the
tobacco.
squirrels again.
It's even got some
The
tobacco
squirrels
shit
are the
inside
cool
it.
part.
I think this is worth, I don't know, almost a couple grand. I think 1,000, 1,500 bucks maybe.
Yeah,
Fucking,
I was going
I
to say
think it's
12 to
pre,
1500.
I think it's pre 1900s from what I remember.
I do weird shit like this
Pretty
too.
badass.
Like I make those flower things obviously, but like this here, I
Oh,
took
nice.
a
Yeah, no,
I took a spacer
good
from a
idea.
disc barrel. Then there's a bevel gear that sits on top of that,
Yeah,
and then there's a bunch of like there's a
dude, that's
the
badass,
thick
man.
piece of metal with the holes in it is a fucking uh seed
Like a wheelchaser or
planter.
something, or oh yeah,
What do they
yeah,
call them?
like a disc plant, like a disc
It's
seeder.
for it's for seeders for fucking for like two corn planters. I forget what a seed plate or no, I whatever. But and then the rings are old piston rings from a tractor, and I those things were friction fit in there where I was like
Yeah,
stepping on the
dude,
thing to get it to fucking wrench, to
to
wrench
get
them
them,
into place.
yeah,
And
to
there's
squeeze them enough to get them in.
just gravity holding it together, and you could stand on top of that thing.
Oh, that's badass, man. That's a
One
good
of the
idea.
first things I sold it to some lady in like North Carolina or something for fucking 60
Yeah,
bucks,
couple $60.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would have put a couple
which
hundred
is
on it.
nothing because it was the parts alone are worth more than that. If I were to, hold off
Right,
and
part amount. Yeah,
wait until they sell or whatever, they usually do. But a lot of them old tractor parts, like people don't want them every day, but when they want them, they go.
they need them. Right, right. Yeah,
Brimfield would be a place to sell something like that. Somebody walking through that has more money than they know what to
mm-hmm.
do with and say, oh, I'll buy that.
I
That's
sold it
right.
on like
Well,
on a
125, 150. Okay.
I forget what it like a farm decor fucking Facebook group or something like
yeah,
Yeah.
that.
Well,
I
there's
used to
groups
sell a
out
lot of those
there for
flowers when I first
everything.
started making them.
Well, for $60, yeah. You're getting like $1 a pound.
where we bought our home here, we're in the Green Mountain National Forest of Vermont, and we're super super close to like some of the big ski areas that they do the Olympic stuff, and like Michelle Schifrin or whatever she is, like Olympic skier there. She practices down here, and a lot of folks come here, retire, pass away. There's a town that's like a half hour from here. That's just if you live there, you have to be a multi-million-dollar person to even own a house in that town. And those are the spots that we'll hit up, and we'll, we see an estate auction there. We'll make sure we empty our whole plate of whatever we got going on and make it over there and stuff. And we always try to get the clean outs of those homes too, because you know how it is. As you live in a home, you're always stashing shit in all kinds of different spots.
Yeah.
And stuff. And a lot of these auction people, they don't get up onto the top shelves to look to make sure above the cabinets are cleaned out or something, or down on their hands and knees to get whatever is underneath the refrigerator or stove or something. We've pulled like $1,000 necklaces out from underneath beds and stuff.
I know a couple from Fargo that does.
Rings,
Did they buy up
jewels,
estate?
like diamonds. Find diamonds all the time and on the fucking carpets and stuff, by like always checking like around the dressers and the little crevices on the, like where the mop boards or like your boards are around the room there. Fucking
Or like the registers and shit? Did you say that too?
Yeah, like that, those type of areas, dude. You're always finding fucking little treasures.
Kids throw everything down
Sometimes
the
you don't find
registers
much.
in their
Sometimes you
houses.
find a couple $100, maybe again more, and it pays for the whole day sometimes.
There was an estate sale, and it was probably about a 1,600, 1,700 square foot house. It took 1 month for the estate sale to actually be able to go through the house.
Yeah.
They literally opened up like the kitchen, the dining room, the living room, and one other, like a study. And that was the first week because there was no room for anybody to move. And the whole house was that way. I found a old coal cellar in the basement the second to last day of the sale that had all the fishing tackle, all the fishing decoys in it. And this was the second to last day of the sale, and it just looked like a paneled wall. And they're finally moved enough stuff around, and they were moving stuff from one side to the other. And I said, wait a second. They moved a box and part of the panel moved. I moved some other stuff, and I immediately called the person that was running the sale that was downstairs over and said, okay, I need prices on all of this.
Yeah, my old lady back when she was like 21, went to school and got her auctioneer's license, and that's when we started. It was back in our 20s, like doing farm equipment, cars, like homes, and she also had her notary, so we did all kinds of stuff for the banks, like second mortgages and shit on homes for banks, and got into a lot of folks' homes, and that was one of our big things with like the basements. Because the basements is where you always kind of put everything to be safe. Sometimes you threw everything down there to get rid of it, but a lot of times that's where you pack shit away, and shit gets forgotten about and gets stashed away and whatnot.
This was my biggest haul. I got it for $30 at the local antique store. She told me that the lady that brought it in had used it outside as a planter for like fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
I just when I go through antique stores a lot of times, I'll just go through and I'll take pictures of everything I want, and I'll go home and I'll image search those pictures. And sometimes if something comes up right away, it's like, well, hey, okay, that's worth going back for that one, But I paid $30 and I sold it. I actually sold it on consignment, so I didn't make the full amount, but he sold it for $2,400, and I'm sure it sold for more than that. The only ones that I could find were at the
24.
Metropolitan Museum. Is that?
Oh shit. That's one of those
F3
finds that
ball.
you're like, should I have? Should I have? I should have kept it maybe.
Well, it went somewhere. I would have broken it by now, to tell you the truth. It was
Yeah,
big. Um, I know I needed the money at the time.
right, right.
You know, I'm thinking about when I sold everything to move over here, all the prices that I'm seeing on unopened packs of some of the sports cards from the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, and the prices that they're getting now compared to what I sold the stuff for. You know, I think about it, and some of it
Like I made.
says you're an idiot. Why don't you put it in storage? And then the other side of me says, well, you'd be up to $16,000 in storage right now. Does that
Right, and
actually make up, 45, $50,000? No. Okay.
like one of my buddies tells me all the time, he's like, why are you holding on to that, dude? Just because it's gonna be worth twice that in 5, 10 years. Just sell it now and fucking keep flipping your money. You'll make more if you flip your money now. But certain things
Because I'm making a collection. I got a couple of them. Come on.
Qual-
right.
quality will always sell. So you always keep quality.
It will. Yeah. Yeah. If anything is 100% dead mint and it's got some value to it, then I try to hold on to it for a little bit at least. This is how I have a savings for later in life. Where some folks have retirements and other things, property or other type of investments. This is my retirement fund investment someday. Hopefully I'll make money on everything, but even if I, at least make my money back, I'll be doing okay.
I've been keeping my poops.
You're gonna be worse.
Yeah,
You're in a safety lockbox. I don't know.
the
Yeah.
one newspaper in Cleveland screwed my parents. They put on a convention in Cleveland and they came over to the house and did an article about my parents since they were putting it on. And they put our address down and everything else in the paper.
Next thing you know, you got billions of people bugging the shit out of you or ripping you off.
Wanting to rip you off.
Yeah.
Because they said, oh, this is worth so much money and this and that. And here's the address to their house and everything.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
that was a trying time because in 1980, my parents had the house and church for double the contents, for double what the house was worth.
Yeah. Now we installed a couple of big safes when we were opening some walls and stuff up that we could get in and be able to fully bolt through. And there's like somebody would have to be here all fucking day long to be able to get into these things and stuff. There's no way they'd ever be able to. So that's the only security I kind of have, besides I'm here all the time and we've got animals and stuff. But even cameras or security systems, if somebody wants something, they're gonna come and try to take it. The best thing you can
And
do
you know
is
what?
try to protect it.
Even when you get the people and you see your stuff in somebody's shop, you have
Dude, you
to
can't do
buy
nothing about
that
it.
back. You have to buy
Nothing
that
about it.
back if you want it. And these people that get caught for this, what they do is say, oh, well, we're drug addicts. And this one does 2 months in county. This one does 6 months in county. This one had a whole bunch of priors, so he does 18 months in county. But he gets out in a year.
Yeah, it's messed up, how criminals can just get away with shit on certain stuff. That's why you almost got a martial law. Just take care of the problem yourself quietly,
but then you get to see who the people that actually pay decent and who are like pieces of shit, because you get the sales receipts and see how much they paid. $14,000 for how many ounces of silver?
Right? They don't care
You're like,
what they're
that's
getting
like
at that point
six
for just
dollars an
freedom,
ounce.
right? And the buyer was
Exactly.
super, super happy, and the seller was just as happy because they were heading off to their hookup, you know?
And they were buying, pieces of art and, better bowls and stuff like that. And those silver bowls, they were just paying them a percentage of scrap value, not the antique value of it. They
Yeah,
got me good.
when I was 16, 17, I moved to New Hampshire from Indiana. And I had some unique clothes that you could only get from out that way and stuff. Over this way was just like so far behind in time. And where I'd moved to, there these kids from town had broken into my place when I was gone for a week. And being from a small town, you hear about everything, so you know what's going on. You kind of know, who to watch out for and stuff. Well, you see the same kid, he's wearing the clothes that I had. They were mine. There's no possible fucking way in hell that he could have ever have bought them, gotten them. There's no way, nothing. And absolutely not a thing anybody could ever do, because he wasn't caught in the house in the act and stuff.
Yep.
And even unless you had something that had like a serial number on it, that's pretty much the only way, and you got to have proof.
So
I
when I was like,
I can't get the I can't
I
get
think
the
he remembers.
cops here to look at the banks and ask the exchange offices if they've taken any $2 bills in. You know how many $2 bills are in northern Thailand?
Right?
Yeah, all the ones stole from my house. And I can't get the cops to do anything about it.
Jack shit. Yeah.
when
But
I
if
was
the
like,
tables were turned and you took those $2 bills, the fucking cops would be right
Oh,
on your fucking asshole. Fucking
I'd be at the ATM machine.
when I was like 20, maybe 21, um, there was a buddy of mine or an acquaintance of mine or whatever. Me and my and a buddy were at the acquaintance's house, and um, he's playing his CDs, and I noticed that like a lot of his CDs are like CDs that I had that were really rare ones. That was like, fuck, he doesn't have fucking prick or whatever from like they're like I don't know. There's certain there was like a dozen CDs or out of his little stack, and it was just in a stack too. And I was like, well, maybe that's just a coincidence, fucking. Um, and he went out of his room, and I remember just looking kind of like not snooping around, but like in his closet, there's two big stacks of like all of my CDs. Like there was like fucking like 80 CDs or something like that there. Or maybe not even 80. It was two stacks that were like maybe 3 inches tall. What is that? Like
yeah.
40 CDs maybe? 50? But and they were all mine. I was
Yeah.
like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And I didn't even know that he had stolen them, right? So I grabbed all those and then I just grabbed my 12 out of his stack. I didn't steal any of his and fucking and we're like, made we got out of there. Fucking well then I had a party at my house. I don't know if it was that night or like the following. It was very soon after that, and um, we invited him over, but like there was a pile of people sitting in there. I remember like we told or everyone knew about it beforehand, and like I handed him my like after he'd been there a while, I handed him my CD case and asked him to fucking pick out a CD, and everyone is kind of looking over at him, and he's going through, and all of a sudden he's like oh shit, looking, and he kind of, he's looking up, and everyone's kind of staring at him. And he just picked out a CD, and he's like, "Sorry, man, here you go." That felt better than kicking his ass. We actually became friends after that, kind of. We're better acquaintances. Oh.
I don't know. I catch you stealing from me. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Yeah, you better hope it don't get you. That's all I could say. I don't know what would totally happen. I know it wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not be good.
If you're a good friend, I'll just take back my stuff and tell you to go away.
Yeah, punch
I
you in
mean,
your
I could
teeth.
hurt his face, and that'll
I'll punch
last
you
for a
once in your
couple
teeth.
weeks.
Yeah,
But I
I'll
heard,
take my stuff back, punch you in your teeth if you're my friend. That's not cool.
punch him in the face. That only hurts for a couple weeks, though. I hurt his pride for fucking
Yeah.
a while.
So what you're saying, hardcore, is that revenge is a disc, like a. I almost got it. Anyway, revenge is a disc served cold. I almost got it. Almost. Fuck. God damn it. A compact disc. There we go. Revenge is a compact disc served cold. Sorry.
I keep pressing the wrong button on my freaking screen. I'm trying to mute
Yeah.
myself.
Stupid puns for Fuminor's show. Some money in the cup.
Nice
We'll
fat
be here
gorilla
all week.
finger.
Not really. What's that?
Time to roll up a nice fat gorilla finger.
Nice. I
What are
just
we
smoked
smoking?
some Oaxacan Thunderfuck.
We are
Oh,
smoking
man.
some of the first pull of the
Oaxacan.
one cross that you did there. With Coots, forget what it was called now.
Oh, I should rip that one open again. A couple people that I sent it to really liked it. Atomic. Did I send you some of that one? What did I call that
I got
one?
some of it.
Yeah.
Yep. And I liked it better as an early pull than letting it go right to the end of the season, which I normally try to do because I like a heavier, thicker, denser, more
So that's a
potent.
piss about a scratch.
No, it
There
was
you go.
TO by Black Prince Ruby. Almost. The Tisbita Scratch was Black Prince Ruby to the Coot Special, but the other Coot Special, the accidental cross of that one, basically. And it was a bunch of Black Prince Rubies instead of my selected Black Prince Ruby. Uh, the my brain doesn't work anymore. This bullshit I'm going through. I get so frazzled. I lose my train of thought constantly. It's ridiculous. What was I just fucking talking about? Literally, we were talking about the other cross. Oh, the TO to Black Prince Ruby. The fuck did I call that one? Is that Sauron or the other one? That might be the Sauron. Really like that one, actually. It's a really nice cross. And everyone that's grown it has really, really liked it. It was super, super resinous. To this day, actually, I don't know that anyone's
Wicked
actually made
resin.
any hash out of it, which is kind of funny. That's unusual. But then again, I only sent it to a handful of people. But really resinous, really, really nice high on it. Yeah, really good. What were you saying, BT?
Really resinous for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I notice, like, if you damage a little bit of it and stuff, that it would just push the resin right out to try to heal itself. And you'd get some of these hard, like, resin chunks if you had some damaged sections on it.
Interesting.
Sometimes
Yeah,
I'll
I like the
take
flavor on it too. Yeah.
stress out some of my indoor girls. I'll just go in and rip up some leaves, or what do bugs do? They bite and penetrate, put little holes. So I'll just take like a tack and put like a billion little holes in a leaf and stuff, and kind of act like I'm a bug or whatever, I guess. And that one tend to like juice out and try to reheal itself and actually leave some like little chunks. Like, I don't know, it was unique, different.
Interesting. Yeah.
And that's the same one that would send two shoots out too. It had multiple two shoots, like how you get your left shoot, right shoot, and then it changes, 180 and it comes out, in the other direction, one shoot, it's, going up. It would send two out to the left and two out to the right in this coming out of the same section. Not kind of like when you see, I forget what they call them,
World Phyllotax is when it goes 3.
the plants where like it'll be more flat and you might see like 6 or 8 around it because it's different and it's all fucked up and shit. Fucking now,
Uh,
I don't know. It's just weird.
Fasciated.
Yeah, fasciated or something. Yeah, yeah. That sounds some similar or something close to it.
Like crested or mohawked. A lot of times they'll get like there'll be a flat like a old computer ribbon. A lot of people
Yep,
confuse them for
yep,
polyploids.
yep, yep.
Wow, I got a picture of me with one somewhere, like a little tiny one. I've seen like a dozen of them.
Hmm.
I've got
Had a
pictures. I've
few.
got pictures that I've taken of 4 of them.
I don't know. I've never really noticed what would have caused it or what did cause it or why it did
It's
it.
just
I
a
mean,
mutation. It's
You
but
can
the
induce it,
one
I guess. You
that
can induce that kind of weird fasciation with what is that called? Epiphon or whatever. But it is a natural mutation that happens every once in a while.
but it is a desired trait in a lot of things, like especially a lot of flower breeders like fasciated, like I don't know, like marigolds or something like that,
Uh,
or like or if you ever see like a
big.
strawberry that has like an X like 3 strawberries, like centipede strawberries or whatever, strawberry centipede,
Yep.
fucking that's the same thing going on. Where like people try to like
Strawberry
fucking
Centipede sounds
Nice.
like a way better movie than Human Centipede.
There's
people
some nice roots
like
on
they
that
actually
clone.
they try to I forget what there's a certain type of flower where that's like a big thing, the fasciated
I could
fucking.
see that being good
Or
because I mean
Haitians or
the
something.
few buds
Well,
that
like you
plants
can
that I
like
let bud out, the
like
buds were
dandelions will do it
super huge
sometimes.
and
Like
good looking.
it'll just look like like a tracer or something like that. Like it'll just be like a fucking a bunch of dandelions all fucking like a blur.
Bud was teasing me with that nice root set on that clone.
But
I hope mine looked that nice when I come out.
Mhm.
that's when you know it's good. You take a good
Right.
rip and you start sweating.
We'll probably just be here till they're extras. We always take extras. So they're just sitting there. I don't know. I think in this trash can, the fast before, oh yeah, we threw them out. Like,
We can barely hear you, bud.
there's always
It's
extras.
like my old lady's talking at the wall. Turns around and talks to me all the time. She'll walk away and talk to me. I'm like, fucking, I'm over here. I can't hear you.
You're just getting old. No, you're
Bud should
talking to
send
a
me extras
wall.
of that Bubba Kush.
I do
Motherfucker.
have hearing aids.
That's what I'm saying, buddy.
They're fucking, yeah, 30 something years old and had to have hearing aids.
They were taking the
Yeah.
first down.
Is he talking to us still or no?
I think he is.
Robot.
Yeah,
Why is his
he's
microphone so quiet?
roboting.
My mic not working.
The way he's got his
We
phone.
can hear you, but it's like you're talking to
You
somebody
got
else. It's so quiet.
turn your phone sideways, bud.
In the dirt out of the speaker.
There, now we can hear a speaker.
Covering his mic.
Right now.
I took my case off.
Fuck, it's still quiet. Is there a bunch of noise in there? Maybe it's the noise canceling.
The fans. Yeah, it's
It
gotta
could be.
Yeah, the fans.
Yeah, talk real
Yeah.
close to the mic if you can.
I decided to come smoke a joint
That's
in
better.
here. Let me leave out here.
Hmm.
All right. Is it better now?
It is better.
Probably.
Yeah. That was
Yeah, a
crazy.
lot better.
I'm not in the bed.
Yeah, it's probably the fans and the noise cancellation.
Noise cancellation. Yeah, it's just, he's being counseled.
You gotta buy new earbuds. I
Hmm.
just haven't gone to one of the stores that have, or I could buy them online, but I haven't.
Look at that. Fake sunshine at Buds and real sunshine at Captain's.
Yeah. Probably just as hot. No,
Probably
I
not
probably
actually.
am
Buds
beat.
is
I
probably not
am
that hot.
beat.
Buds, he's got
I'm,
sweater and a hat on. It's probably not hot at all, actually.
Yeah, but I'm
yeah.
I I'm that way. I like to be bundled up. It's actually warmer here. I find,
Oh.
but then if I take off all my clothes, put them back on because it's cold outside.
Yeah, it's only 91 here.
91. Jesus H. D would like it though.
It was
I'm not a fan of that kind of heat.
56 degrees last night.
What was the high temperature here?
And another 2 to 3 weeks, it'll be up to almost 70 at night. 98, 100 during the day.
My babies.
Well,
I
actually,
think the high was 47 today.
yeah.
It's
We
Fahrenheit,
were
by the way,
50.
for all our European friends. God damn, whoever the fuck that is has a gigantic thumb.
That's me.
Huh? Your thumb is like fasciated.
It got fucking tip of it got chopped off in a pickup truck door when I was 3.
Oh damn.
The earliest childhood memory is fucking being in my grandpa's bathroom with my like squirting, like I was laughing hysterically at it, like I was like squirting blood out of my fucking thumb. I was painting the walls. Like,
That's
isn't that a
You're
lovely
like,
first memory?
shit,
Yeah.
pretty good. And everyone around you is freaking out. You're like, oh, look at this. I can write. Well, you can't write your name because you don't know how to write, but you're like, I can paint the wall with blood.
Yeah, it was in a. But the truck that did it was my dad. He had a '55 International Chevy, or no, 50, that's two different things. A '55 International pickup truck, but it was we were loading wood with it, and fucking I got a brother that's like a year older than me. He was sitting fucking in the middle, and when my dad said, all in, hands all in, my brother's like, yeah, and I was jumping out for something and fucking baboosh.
Dude, I was just gonna say that. That's one of my earliest first memories is my fucking 2 fingers. I was getting on the lap of my mom in the passenger seat, so I was holding on to like that metal pillar where the windshield is, when the door's open to kind of scoop myself in, and she shut the door right on my fucking fingers. Oh, dude. Not as bad as your thumb, though, thank God.
But my brother totaled one of my dad. Like fucking. I think it was the first new car he bought was a fucking. It was like must have been like an '87 Trans Am or something like that, or '88 something like the '88. And my mom had it sitting in fucking in park or something like that, and she went in the house, or I don't even know if it must have been running, but he put it in neutral and fucking we rolled down the hill and fucking smashed straight to a tree. I don't remember that, but fucking apparently that happened.
Yeah. 3
It,
years
it was
old,
like
fingers get fucking squished and smashed in the door because there wasn't enough room in the car, so I had to sit on my mom's lap in the passenger seat. Like shit like that wouldn't go on today.
One of
Like,
my mom and dad's story. Like I was just a baby, but my dad was in federal prison for a couple years, and
for a
my
joint.
mom had like fully restored, or at the time it wasn't even restored, but it was in great shape. One of those woodies, like a woody, like it had wood panels, and I don't remember. I was just a baby or whatever, but it broke down on Chandler in North Hollywood out by the railroad tracks, and she left it there, and that was it. We never had the Woody again. She just when my dad got out of prison, what happened? Oh yeah, it broke down. I left it at the on the railroad tracks, and it was gone. And like, oh, that was like that's one of these rarest cars. If you have it restored, it's worth all this money. It had like wood paneling on the side.
Yeah.
I've got a shit ton of of fucking
Woodies.
wood
And
camper fucking
my
van.
dad, she had a Corvair, and we used to drive to visit my dad down in San Pedro and the Terminal Island. And one time we had a blowout on the freeway, and me and
Holy shit.
my brother was really a baby. I was a couple years old. Uh, we were in the back seat, and like I don't know, we spun out, all this crashed, had a blowout, and me and my brother somehow went on the floorboard of the back seat. That's where we were, and we slid under the seat. Like they had to like get us out from under the back seat, like well the seats, and like this is like in probably 65 maybe. So I don't even know. I don't think there was even child seat laws or nothing because my brother was a baby. I was like whatever. There was no car seat. We were just in the back seat. And when we crashed, we were like wedged under. He was under the passenger and I was under the driver's, like wedged in there under the.
You used to be able to stretch out in cars back in the day, man. They made cars big.
Good
Used to
thing
be able
you
to lay
weren't
up on the
from
back.
behind in that car.
Baby could get underneath the front seat. Now, if like something falls under the seat and I have to try to stick my hand, like that's how I get all these scratches. Like there's no way to get under there and find the
Right?
lighter
Yeah,
or
you're
whatever. But
fighting to get your lighter, yeah, or the quarter. That
too
yeah.
tight of a squeeze, and there's all kinds of shit that's scraping up your hand.
And 15 and 5 McDonald's fries always.
Yeah,
What's the one thing you find in every single used car you buy? A McDonald's fry under the seat.
yeah.
But yeah, those old cars back in the day, like even in the back seat, we used to be able to fit one extra in the back because I would lay up on the back hatch where the speakers were in the window and stuff, and then my sisters would be in the seats and stuff, so we could go, all of us go to the store. Like cars were fucking the shit back in the day, and they didn't care.
Well, I
Fuck,
remember my
we had
aunt.
the Capri
And we used
station wagon, man.
to as kids. She had some like
With the fake
station
wood
wagon
paneling.
where it had this like back seat
Yep.
where like a pull up seat where you faced backwards, but
Yep.
like right at the like back of the like in the window would roll down. Like yeah, even
We had one of them, the Caprice with fake wood paneling on the side.
like I
Yep.
remember
Chevy
this
Capri.
happening. My dad in the pickup truck picked
Beaverwood.
up like some probably plywood sheets or some sheets of wood in the truck from the lumber yard. And me and my brother were like riding. I remember we used to ride in the back with the dogs in the back of the pickup truck. Like just, yeah. I think that's illegal now, but
Yeah, most
yeah, we
places
went.
now.
It
Yeah,
was,
no.
it was just on the corner of our house,
Riders.
but he went and did a right turn, and somehow the board slipped out the back of the truck. And I still remember
There you go.
we were sitting on these boards, and the next thing you know, we were in the middle of the street sitting on the boards because they just slid out the back of the truck. Right? Like, yeah, times were different back then. Like, yeah.
Until you come to Thailand, you see it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I remember as a kid in the back of the pickup truck, just kind of like stand up by the cab and like hold on to like the side and like faster he went, we were like our heads were in the wind, like hanging like we were the most unsafe shit you could ever think of. Like no one thought of safety at all when I was like a kid. Or they started to. That's why we have all these laws and rules back then. There's a reason we have all these rules.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I see people have dogs in their back of their pickup, but they're usually collared or connected or in a cage. But yeah, back then the dog would just ride in the back of the pickup truck, and that was that.
I've seen them jump out in the traffic.
I used to ride in the back of the pickup truck all the time.
You suppose the Kush Mountains ever look like that?
Well, I guess the real rule
As
is
far as the eyes can
Southern
see.
Ohio.
that every passenger in a car, whatever, has to be in a seatbelt. In the back of a pickup truck, you're not even in a seat, let alone a seatbelt.
No, but what about those Subaru Brats? Remember those fucking things? They had those two seats in the back.
Two seats in the back.
Handles. Yeah, with the fucking handles and shit.
Yeah.
And,
I think.
and whatnot. So
What about the AMC Eagles?
Yeah.
The 4x4?
Brats weren't that stable as far as like rolling over on themselves and shit.
Those AMC Eagles, man, the 4-wheel drives, those things were fucking beasts.
My uncle used to scare the shit out of me with that thing.
Those
I
things
just
you can't hit
remember,
them.
like the first big car recall thing when I was a kid was because there were a shitload of these Pintos and Gremlins, but then it turned out the gas tank was like right there in the back bumper, and when they got rear-ended, they exploded. So then they like recalled all the Pintos.
That was the same way with that car you were in, that you were underneath the seat. If you would have got hit in the back, good chance the gas tank would have exploded.
Yeah, there, I think was like rear end. It was a weird car. It was like
yeah.
I don't. There's people
that
that
was when they started making the cars
and
smaller and more compact. Those old bigger cars, man.
I was watching Barrett Jackson years ago, and then it was like, oh wow, there was Bob's Corvair. I mean, it was all restored and all this on the auction block for a bunch of money, but like,
yeah, 75,000.
I think Corvair is a company went bankrupt. It was like its own car company, right?
Wasn't Corvair a Chevy model? A Chevy?
Maybe it was.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the big companies.
But it was
like
just
it was an unsafe model. It was like the Gremlin.
Fucked up, because it was also like cheap and like broke down a lot. And it had a weird engine that was loud.
It had a carburetor on each side. It had two dual carburetors. If they would have thought that out a little bit better and just placed the gas tank in front of the engine.
I know, I miss my Banshee. 2 carbs.
It's getting hot out here. The cat's still sleeping out here. He must have had a long night. Shit, he's been sleeping out here for 3 hours with us.
Oh, yeah, you want to talk Banshees, Ryan, huh? Right there is one there. My motor's out of that one there, but that's one of my race frames. They're probably like 10 grand tied up just into the frame, the A-arms, the like swing arm, the axle and stuff that's sitting there and whatnot. There I was like, I don't know, third fastest fucking guy in the US for a while.
You fucker.
I had the second place number plate for New England for 2 years in
no shit.
2 different categories each year and stuff through AMA.
My
last year of racing was 2010 there, and I took Rider of the Year that year through AMA there, and went out to like Vegas and shit for a fucking big thing. I've got like a bunch of like 6-foot tall trophies and plaques.
I didn't know that was one of your interests. I love racing.
Yeah, dude, fucking like shit and get like to rip a Banshee nationally and B, ranked third place. Like literally, my sponsor was CT Racing out of California, and Alan there, he built the motor for me, and the motor was like, I don't know, $15,000 build, and they ate a bunch of that. I ended up paying like $8,000 on the motor or whatnot, but we built a 611 10 mil stroked fucking Banshee. We turned a 350 RD 350 motor, liquid cooled, into a 611 cc 10 mil strokes, and it runs like
Well, that's not a
Honda.
Banshee anymore, even. Oh yeah, it is.
Now it's more Honda too, though. Like the top block, like instead of it being two jugs, now
500,
it's just
500
one
fucking.
huge like chunk of aluminum and stuff. And same with like the head. The head is milled to match because of the setup or whatever. But so it's just one chunk instead of separate domes. But all the internals, like if you were to take a old Honda 250R and you put the big bore 330 kit into it, that's what this runs for pistons. The Honda 330 big bore pistons. So then it's got Honda ports because of the pistons. So Yamaha and Honda ports and stuff don't match. So that's why the top block, the jugs or whatever, or what would be jugs, is now just one huge block, mono block. And it's all been reported for Honda ports and stuff, which would be equivalent to the CR 250 dirt bike size ports and stuff, where the Banshee 350 is like more like a 125cc port normally. And same with like the reed cages. The reed cages coming into it are for 250R. The clutch on it is like for an R1 street bike clutch, so you've got more friction plates.
Mike, I had a Gunner Gasser throttle. I remember that. I remember my throttle was a Gunner Gasser. It was the brand. I had a twist throttle, but mine like so.
Yeah, I can't get down with a twist throttle because on a wheeler you're not riding it like a dirt bike. Where a dirt bike you're holding on with your thighs and controlling yourself and stuff and doing peg work. Here you're flat sitting on your ass and you do a lot of movement, sliding forward and back. And twist throttle is just fucking, I don't know, to me was deadly. Like maybe flat tracking and stuff, like I'd get down with a twist throttle. But
I just did a lot of woods riding. I didn't do a lot of woods riding, a lot of sandpit riding.
Yeah.
But like so my step grandpa or my grandma's husband, for many years, he was a small engines instructor at a tech school here for like 40, 50 years. I mean 40 years by the time that I was so like I started riding young. Like I did, my first was a ATC 110 little Honda, fucking bulletproof little fucking.
Yeah,
and
those things are badass, dude. They're fun to have today. I've got my daughter's little 50, and shit. I rip around all the time.
Stepped up to old Yamaha 125 Enduro, and I saw this Banshee. Like I was, I had dirt wheels, fucking God, I can't even think of the names of the magazines anymore.
Yeah, Dirt Wheels was one of them, but it was that, or they were always craving that, or the Suzuki, the quad racer.
Or there's ATV one, two, something, and then the dirt bike ones. Like I went to watch Supercross and shit. And Jeremy McGrath and Jeff Van and shit. But so
that's cool.
My grandpa back in the 70s, he took a fucking my uncle won the nationals on a Merc cruise. What is it, a Merc? It was a 250. The snowmobiles. They were in oval racing. Yep. A Merc Cruiser or a Merc Twister. I think a Merc Twister. They came out and they just like dominated, and then they were only around for like 3 years or 2 years. like they took first place, and then they weren't around the next year. Because Mercury used to make some of the order, but in any case, so they tell me the story is so it would be all of the fucking the big national pulling up with their semis and their pit crews and their spare sleds and everything, right? And they're decked out in fucking in gear, fucking sponsorships from head to toe. And my grandpa pulls up in a fucking rusty pickup truck with one sled in the back. Both my uncles raced it. And they were wearing fucking like leather boots that were like tied on with baling twine and shit. Like they were fucking open face helmets and shit. Like they were just there to fucking. And my one uncle won. It's like a fucking. I don't know. So when I got my Banshee, like I paid for half it. Like my dad went like we made an agreement that was like my Christmas present where I was gonna pay half. He bought it like he bought his or he paid for half, but fucking I had to pay. He just bought it and I had to pay him my half, paid it off, or whatever. But my he brought it into to fucking to the tech school, and they had this ridiculous deals on their fucking on every like on Dennis Kirk and shit. So like I remember I got like FMF Gold Series fatties, pipes and silencers, and fucking reeds and fucking other than pipes and reeds, there wasn't a whole lot. Like they put it on the dyno and shit, and like they would fucking I don't know every time like every maybe it was like maybe month or 2 months, they would bring it in there and fucking let the college kids fucking tune it out and put it on the dyno and fucking. But I was no, I mean I never was in any races and shit. You're fucking all star ass now. I can't. The thing is, I can't think of any 4-wheeler racers at the top of my head. You've seen that just
Oh, there we
recently
go.
there
I
was a
thought
fucking
I was talking to you, but I was on mute.
oh
There,
just recently there was a video.
Delta V-Force reeds
What's that?
for them. The Delta V-Force reeds that you can buy for them and stuff. Fucking their shop is like half hour from me, and the owner rides fucking all the time in the sand pits and places around here and stuff. And he was one of my sponsors too, thankfully, and whatnot. But I was always able to get like pre whatever they were running. Like back when I was racing, it was the Delta V Force twos, and I would be able to get the V Force three pedals cut free before anyone else could, or the
And I
V Force
remember
four pedals cut.
I spent up all my money and got a pair of whole shot XTCs for the fucking 20 inches for the rear end
Yeah,
or for my
yeah.
wheels.
No, those are good tires, man. Dude, those are some of the tires we would run for the hill climbs and some of the fastest, like some of the radials, like what they put on a stock 400EX today. Like if you were to buy a stock 400EX in the last 20 years and
Honda.
stuff, the tires that they come on it, yeah, the tires that come on it stock are one of the best hill climbing tires. It would blow your mind. You would look at other tires and be like, dude, there's no fucking way, dude. Look at how much traction you'd get with these, or blah blah blah. It power to weight ratio and just what those tires can do perform. I've bought hundreds of tires. I've cut tires. I've got stuff to like cut them and shape them and make your own patterns in them, and like you can take knobs off and totally
Do you know
redo them.
anyone that buys old steel wheels like for trucks and shit?
That one's tough. That one you just
Like
gotta
Chevys
kind of
and Fords
advertise.
and
Craigslist,
artillery
Yeah, I
wheels and
think you
shit.
want to do that like
Craigslist, or even eBay local
locally.
pickup.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
find. Yeah, I
On
gotta find.
eBay too.
Well, the thing is like a lot of them are fucking. In order to get the top dollar for them, you gotta
Clean them
like
up,
sand down and
sandblast them.
get to the serial number on them.
Yeah, get a sandblaster. They're not
Yeah,
that fucking buy a cheapie at fucking Harbor Freight.
Yeah.
I've got just
But
like a one that I guess stick in a bucket. It's just a cheap ass thing, but
Yeah, I
I
had one of the
got to put air hose to it.
looked like a handheld sprayer, and you could do like small stuff with it and whatnot. But if you something like that with the rims, you'd want a decent one so you could just blast them out.
And
yeah.
I've got a shit ton of like old fucking like old artillery rims like these fuckers. Fucking I got old Ford wide five rims, 30s and shit. Like a bunch of like suicide split rims and shit.
Yeah, it's such a niche market
Yeah, I
Yeah.
for that stuff. You gotta find the guy that's rebuilding it and needs it.
well I could just sit and take the time and I just got like I have sold a shit ton of them, but it just it's stupid how much some of them can make or some of them are work can be worth just for having the right number on them.
Right number.
All these old ones from the 50s and 40s.
Not similar, but the right number.
Right, especially if someone needed it to make it a full matching matching numbers for a car. Oh yeah, yeah. You want your cookie now?
Well, they did ammunition carts too.
Masky swords and storing them away and shit.
They did a lot of that for World War II for the bombs on the carriers,
Well, that's why a lot of them are worth a lot of money, is because like
shipyards.
the ones from the 30s and 40s, because fucking they had like I don't know if they were mandatory, but I know there was a lot of like steel drives where
Yeah, everything
like
got turned in.
the last farm that I reclaimed, that I got a whole lot of the stuff that I had was from. Um, there was a spot where they had buried like 25-gallon steel buckets of carburetors and magnetos. Like like a lot of the
Wow.
magnetos still sparked and shit. You know, like I just had to
That's what they
oil
did
gas.
back in the day to get rid of
Well,
stuff. Just
because
dug a hole out back and buried it.
well, no, it wasn't to
Yeah.
get rid of them, it was to hide them, because they would come out and see if fucking if you had scrap steel laying around and shit. So they'd scrapped a lot of the
Oh, to
things.
hide it. Yeah, to hide it. Yeah.
Cost me $12,000 to clean up a family dump.
I was gonna
Well,
say, 'cause,
I
like
found so much gold out at that place.
back in the '80s when iron and steel wasn't worth anything, like my old lady's old man, he friggin' buried 30 cars out back. You know, you could go dig it up right now and fucking reclaim 30 cars from who knows when. You know, it doesn't even remember what they were. Or, you know, sure, some of them
Man,
have some
if
value,
they got all four original wheels, man, you'd be surprised what some of them guys pay for a set of wheels.
right?
You know? Like I know I had uncovered a fucking an old logging sleigh from like 1886 or something like that. And then like I spent all this time researching and I found like a newspaper ad that showed it being sold, and like they have one in some like up in Alaska, fucking at a fucking national park, you know, one that's been like sitting there rotted away for fucking 50 years or 100 years. And then like so like for the longest time it was in my back of my mind, well, I'm gonna take these pictures that I have and I'm gonna fucking, you know, hand hew the wood and make, you know, rebuild this thing. And then
Yeah,
I ended up
I
fucking
have an old sleigh.
that summer I was at a fucking Amish auction like 10 miles away, and here fucking there's two fucking sleighs up, like the same thing, up for auction. And there's one other guy bidding on the first one, like it went up to like $35, and that's all I had in my fucking pocket. And they
Yeah,
got the other guys like $36 or whatever, and he got it. And then I thought for sure the second one was gonna, you know, wasn't gonna go for any less than that. But like I think I got it for like the auctioneer just kind of looked at me. He goes, "You want the second one, don't you?" I said, "Yeah." You paid me $5 for it. I was like, "Oh yeah." And he's like, $5, just sold $5, and then we just walked on, and like everyone just walked to the next thing. Like they didn't even. I don't know, it's crazy because the Amish didn't want it, but yeah. So then I ended up getting the second one, and then I got parts to a third one from a third location, all in fucking span of like 2 years.
so is this like a big sleigh? You said like a logging sleigh. Like, is
Yeah.
it big or is it kind of small, like coffee
Well,
table
it's
size?
Is it an
um
8 foot, 10 foot?
I picked up this unique, like old 1800 sleigh that someone made into a coffee table. That's like a decent sized coffee table
oh
size.
it I could make two coffee tables because it was two
Is it
sets
that
of
big? Yeah,
fucking, you
I
know,
just
there
don't
was
know much about
four
this one.
four skis, um two cows and its core. No, there was fucking four skis, and then they would like have an X of like a chains in between them, and then like
Yep, yep.
a, a I don't know what they call it, a fucking, you know, just like a beam going across, you know, the front one and the back one or whatever. But they stack those things high as hell. Crazy how much how they would move that wood, and like they would brake when they would go downhill so they wouldn't kill the horses because they would make like grooves into the ice or the snow, and I don't know, it's fucking crazy. I don't think I can find it. Yeah, one of them I dug up from underneath a tree. Like I had to fucking chop a tree down to get the damn thing out. And the tree was coming down sooner or later anyway, but
Grow up through it. I was out in Northern California and I stopped at this place, and it was a cannabis farm, and it was situated on this property where like trees had grown up through the abandoned cars, like through the floorboard, out the windshield, yeah, out the trunk. They
yeah,
had
there's a
quite a
tree.
few cars that were like that. That was pretty cool. Because someone did that like
They stock.
60, 70 years ago.
I dug that one out of the tree.
Oh, I thought that was a cannabis stock for a minute.
1886.
Yeah, I'll go out metal detecting once in a while, some old sites, and I'll find some like axe heads, a few buttons, a few other like unique things here and there. And I don't know enough about the axe heads, but the guy I sell them to there, he's always usually pretty happy to quickly give me the money that I asked for him because that's all I want. It's just I just want to get rid of them because it's not my thing. And
I've got a
I
mall head.
feel I asked decent money. You know, this thing looks really bad. You figure it's been in the ground for 100 years, maybe longer.
Oh
You
shit.
know,
The mall head
uh,
that I have, it's like 3,000 years old probably. My
is
dad
it that
found it
old?
when he was my dad found it when he was picking rock when he was like 10, 12 years old,
Yeah.
but it's from like the woodland era, apparently. The 3/4 groove mall head, they called it.
Hmm.
They would use them for like pounding in tent stakes and like when they would fucking have their I don't know if it was mastodons or whatever the hell they were killing. Buffalo
Yeah.
fucking they the, they would hit them with their spears or their arrows, and then fucking they'd have to kill them with these malls. It would have like a wood handle, and it was made in such a way where like the handle would attach where that flat part is, and then you'd
Yeah.
wrap sinew around it. But it's crazy like how flat that angle is and shit, and how smooth around everything is, and like fucking I mean, and it's pretty big, fucking and heavy. But we always thought it was like a pistol, like it almost felt like you could wrap your hands around that groove. We thought, oh, it's for milling flour. It felt natural doing it like that. And we brought it to school and shit, and like we're show and tell, saying that's what it was, and everyone's like, oh, okay. And that's what we always thought it was growing up. And we always thought it was just like maybe a 100 years old because there was Indians in where I'm at, fucking 100 years ago there were Indians here, and well, that was probably the last one. Like, but 120 years ago, they were definitely were. But so we just thought they were like, you know, it was a new artifact kind of. But I guess it's fucking like the caveman type, or back in the hunter gatherer days. How fast could that Banshee go? I think mine only went like 103 or something like that.
To give you a
That's
little
like,
bit of an idea there, I had to, like I was saying, run the R1 street bike clutch, so like an R 1000 or whatever. It added extra friction plates, and they weren't only like wider, they're a little bit thicker.
did you ever use
And
first
then
gear?
no, first gear was it was pointless. Um, and then we added a thing called a direct drive locker to the clutch, where as the RPMs come up, these arms swing out further out on the rotation and start applying. You can add weight to them, and they'll start applying more and more weight as the RPMs come up, so you can get like it's pretty much like just it's called direct drive locker for a reason because it pretty much just locks your clutch right up with so much force and you know so you can get out of the hole or whatever. I mean, with the tires you run, everything you're doing, the power you're putting down. I mean, there's a ton of torque and a ton of power, and you know. Um, but in second gear, like climbing, we mostly ran like a 15, 16 tooth on the front, and then we'd run the smallest we could get on the back because of the hub for the sprocket. You could change out your hub to like a hub from the 80s, a Banshee from the 80s, because that had a four arm sprocket, and you could get down to a 36 tooth. Where if you had something from the 90s, it has six arms on it, and you could get a 38 tooth or large or go up in it to like into your 40s. But you want in the back, you want your lowest you can go. So a 36 would go in the back, 1536, 1636. But if I spiked it up and put an 18, if I put like an 18 or a 19 on the front, it would pull 0 to 82 in second gear, and you got six gears.
Oh, I used to have a CZ380 that we got,
Yeah, yeah.
and the rear tire, it only had three. It was a 3-speed, and the rear sprocket was, I mean, like 4 inches smaller than the tire, and the rear tire was factory riveted onto the rim.
Hmm.
That thing was insane.
Yeah, well, yeah. So right, we'd run bead lockers on our back, and if you didn't run bead lockers, then you'd just send a couple sheet metal screws, 6 or 8 sheet metal screws on both sides and whatnot, again, to hold
Yeah,
the
I never
screws
had to
on
deal
if
with that kind of
you weren't
torque.
buying bead lockers. But yeah, we all had to run bead lock rims. Otherwise, we would just
I remember always seeing them
spin the
and
tires
fucking
right on the wheels.
seeing all the mud get stuck in there.
You'd come back to the pit if you didn't run bead lockers and you had good traction, your bike was set up proper, and you had good tires, good bite that day. You'd come back and you always put your tires on to make sure your patterns are lined up perfect. If you were to run a straight edge across, everything's grabbing at the same time. And
Yeah, I
if you didn't
remember.
have bead locks or screws in, you'd come back and one of them would twist it a little bit. It's a pain in the ass to try to twist them back. So yeah,
Yeah, when
that
I
was
first
something
had
you
my
learned real
Banshee,
quick.
when I first had mine, it had these they were balloon fucking knobbies,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they
the
didn't
old
have shit
balloon
for tread on
knobbies.
them left, and I didn't realize what that fucking Banshee. I didn't realize the power that I had until like 2 months
Gust
and
traction. Yeah,
I'm glad I didn't almost
whole
because it's
new
kind of like
world.
that was my training wheels. Once I got to the next CCs, it's like fucking whoa shit. And when I
Yeah,
first
I
got it,
took
it was
in
winter time, slip sliding around.
yeah, I took a brand new pair of Maxxis Razor tires. They have a nice like X pattern, H pattern knob on them, and I took in on each side. I put 90-inch and a quarter snowmobile pits through the dead center of those H patterns, and took it out to a couple of the radar runs with the snowmobilers, and they they have all their different classes. They got like a 300 or a 340 cc class and like a 440 cc class, and then you get into the 5, 6, 7, 800, 900, 11, like 1000s. Then you get like modifieds,
Monster
unlimited,
and
and all
yeah,
this different stuff and whatnot. So they put
super
me
stock.
into the mod. because it's a 350cc. They put me into the modified 400 class, and I ended up placing in their top modified class, 7th place when I pulled 92 miles an hour and 1,000 feet. And their top guys were pulling like 105, 107, and they've got like 1600cc, 1650cc, like Hooper fucking drag kits in their sleds, and like these guys are straight like super professional. And here I am fucking keeping up with them on a fucking wheeler, taking off in second. I'd get third gear, and by the finish line, I could click fourth, but you really weren't pulling any power at it because you're already there at the finish line. But you know, you kind of had to pull through anyways. But okay, yeah, 92 miles an hour and 1,000 feet with it. Good time.
Chat TPG doesn't know what a banshee is.
And with those 1.25" snowmobile picks, you want to talk about fucking traction. That is one of the only times to use first gear is right then. You could do it in second and whatnot, but there's most of the time, like you end up smoking a clutch. You end up having to go back to the pit and fucking put a new clutch in it. It was just too much traction. You couldn't get enough clutch to hold second gear whole shots. But dude, the feeling like in your elbows and your shoulders and your wrists and getting off that thing, dude, that is one of the only machines that I've ever like ridden. You get off, dude, and like you're shaking, like adrenaline, just like you're fucking.
I had my neighbor used to run the Baja 500 on a KX 500.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And but he was this little short guy. Like I was 6'1" back when I was in 8th grade, and I had my Banshee, and he always wanted to fucking swap when we'd go fucking trail riding and shit.
Yeah.
And but that fucking KX was so goddamn nimble and so soft. I mean, I've never felt it was like a fucking riding on a cloud, but it was just at the same time it had so much more power than I could possibly handle. It's all I could do to keep the front end off on the ground, fucking going around corners and shit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, 500cc dirt bike. Whew. Yeah.
And he had that thing fucking all. He had it all modded out. He would only run fucking VP race gas in it. He would get back then. You probably still can, but he would get like 50-gallon barrels UPS to his house.
Yeah, you can't UPS them now. You gotta we have to go down to Connecticut.
However, he got them back in the day. I think
supposed to, but
I remember. I think back then it was UPS that would do it, or someone did.
Some stuff you can. There's some additives and stuff that we used to get UPS and whatnot that we used to add to the fuel because it would make oxygen within the fuel, so you'd end up anytime you could lean out your machine.
I remember I used to run.
You get more power.
I used to run. It was like Yamaha Octane Booster or something like that.
Yeah.
Something. It was like a little 4-ounce can I would put in with my tank. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of the shit we used to buy, but we used to get it. It was a couple gallons. It was some funky name. We used to pay like $100 for it. And you'd add 10% to your fuel ratio, and like you can buy race fuel that's already oxygenated, and I believe avgas might be oxygenated, like airplane fuel and stuff, which is usually like 110cc, and like anytime you lean out your machine, take your fuel away and add more air, and you can keep the mixtures right and running, you're going to gain more power and stuff. They always peak right up those 2-strokes and stuff. So that's the idea behind it there, that you're adding a bunch of oxygen fuel and gaining there. But they would do tests like when we would go to nationals and race at nationals, wherever they held it that year. You would have to, after you did your pull, you would have to go sit into a certain section for the next 6 hours, and somebody could contest your pull, or you could be selected for a random test of your fuel. And you have to have, because you don't want to run 5 gallons of fuel to go up the hill. You'd always want to run like, say, 1 gallon if that's what the machine took to go.
You know what Dale Earnhardt used to do?
But you'd have to leave some. You'd have to make sure you left some in there.
Back in the day,
some of them guys, they used to fill their roll cage.
Used to fill fucking gallons fill like milk jugs with gas and throw them in his gas tank. So that way, when they would check him, they wouldn't show that 5 gallons of gas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've
something
heard
like
of
that.
guys like stealing roll cages and stuff and having extra different fuels in there. But dude, I grew up at the speedway. My dad raced his whole life and has a pretty stout like racing career under his belt. And ended up when I was younger was a flagger at a local speedway. So I like lived there pretty much my whole life, and I would clean up after the speedway was over the next couple of days, and they would pay me to clean the place and stuff, like because you had the bleachers in the parking lot. But anyways, you could tell when some of them guys were cheating and running the fuels that their fucking flames coming out of their exhaust are just bright blue, where everybody else is going around the track and it's got that orange to it. They're coming off the gas and it's sending all that fuel out and you got the orange flames coming out where these guys are just fucking straight blue flaming, going around the track smoking everybody. But yeah, they do some wild crazy shit. Fucking fire extinguishers and stuff that weren't fire extinguishers that were, holding other fuels and stuff.
NOx, yeah.
Yep. They're doing like a hidden NOS kit or something. But something like that, a little bit easier for them to find, like, because a lot of race tracks, like, no matter what, if you win the feature races, you're getting checked and torn down at the end of the race, no matter what the deal is. A lot of places tear the motor down. The top three guys get the motor torn down right there on the
Yeah, I
track.
remember my uncle saying that when they won that nationals, um, they walked away with not. They said they tore the sled down. He goes, and someone bought it on the spot, and they walked away
Yeah.
with cash in hand. He said that snowmobile today is like $6,000 to go buy a Merc Twister. Apparently, they're not around that much anymore. I used to drive a John Deere JDX 8440 when I was a kid.
Huh.
That
Yeah,
was
that's
my
an old
old.
sled. Yeah. I got a Articat 340 and a 440, an old Jag out in the back, fucking to beat on and stuff right now. But I always ran an old school Polaris, fucking
Yeah,
650 purple.
I've got many miles on a Super Sport
That
440, man. It's like a
was more of a
93.
Polaris. That's probably why my back too is half of why the way it was. There, we
There's
would
a
always
lot.
take winters off and go beat the local trails. Like me and my buddies would every day. We just it was like hang out with your buddies, every day after school. But we were old enough where we didn't have school. We worked and that's all we did. We'd get out of work and we'd snowmobile all fucking night till 2, 3 in the morning. Go to work, fucking get out, snowmobile every fucking day. And
Oh, I snowmobile by myself a
once
lot, just fucking
that too,
dumb.
like if they weren't around, because you'd get bored and be like, "Fuck this, I'll go out myself," 'Cause
I was a
that's all
country
the
boy too. My neighbors were quite a ways away.
I can
Did a
rip
lot
up
of
and down the
riding in the
roads
summer.
and stuff.
Fuck, the reason why I found weed was fucking me and my buddy were fucking brapping around in the local sand pit, and we saw all these fucking big weed plants growing out there, and we're like fucking, you know, their education taught me what a pot leaf looked like, and other than that, we would have never known what they were. And we're like fucking, so we're taking these things and we're drying, we're like just pulling all the leaves off, and then we're drying them in the deer stand, and we're like putting them in a shoebox and with like a hair blower, microwave, all making all that stank fucking smell that I can, ugh. And just trying all these ways, and it's like, if you put paper in a bowl and light it on fire, you're gonna feel a hot sensation in your brain, and you're gonna get lightheaded. And we're like, well, maybe this is what getting high is. I guess I kind of like this. And then like, because
Right.
it was during eighth grade, because I remember we brought it a little bit to school in eighth grade, or whatever. And then like the first kegger I ever went to, fucking was like right after it was like must have been like right like a graduation type deal or whatever. Fucking, and we were out in this fucking field out in the country that just happened to be out by where I lived out in the country, where this huge field of pot was that we knew. So fucking me and like four of my buddies walked fucking like a mile to fill our jinkos full of these wet fucking leaves and shit. And we went back to the party and we're all smoking it. And fucking this old guy fucking he walks up to me and goes, "Are you the one with all the weed?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like fucking he handed me one of them old school chamber pipes with the fucking
Yep.
like the interchangeable ones or whatever. And he opened it up and the chamber was just full of fucking just black ass fucking, you know, resined up fucking chamber nugs or whatever. and he flipped the pipe around so the chamber was the bowl,
Good old days.
and he handed it to me. He goes, "I want you to go in those woods, and I want you to come back when this is empty." He goes, "I don't want you to talk to you. Smoke it all yourself, and you bring me my pipe back." And I wouldn't be surprised if he like bet me $5 I wasn't gonna bring up his pipe back or something like that too. But I just remember I had an epiphany that night, and I emptied my pockets, and that's been smoking weed ever since. What? Yeah, just driving around on my dirt bike. I might have been on my three wheeler. I can't even remember.
It's that was like years and years and years and years of everything. That's what we lived for. That was one of our things. I think dirt bikes, four wheelers, snowmobiles, pot, hanging out, the sand pits. It was kind of funny because one of the sand pits that because with hill climbing, that's pretty much what you're doing is ripping up fucking nasty, gnarly sand pits and stuff. That's kind of what got it started. But one of the pits we used to ride at was called Weeds Pit. And the owner's last name was Weeds. Fucking
Where you at? The weed pit, man.
yeah, Weeds Pit. Yeah, we'd go out there, dude. Like 15 of us. There was times when we'd rent a U-Haul and stuff, and to be able to get everybody to go and stuff. Car trailer behind a truck, and that's loaded with the van. The van's got 2 or 3 rigs in it. We put 2 in like a work van, like a cargo van, like a Chevy, like an '80s Chevy, like whatever van or whatever. We put 2 wheelers in the van with a sheet of plywood hanging out the back to be able to hold the third wheeler to drive 2 hours to like a special sand pit to go ride, with your buddies and shit. Fucking crazy shit. But yeah, we used to live there Saturday, Sunday, fucking at the sand pits and stuff. Everybody would bring barbecue and whatnot, and fucking stay there from sun up to sundown, then go back and do it all again the next day. That's the good old days. Seen some nasty wrecks. I've seen people get their neck broken. I've seen people get totally knocked the fuck out from like straight concussion and like they're not the same anymore. I've seen people roll down banks and have the four wheeler come right down and land completely on their nutsack and fucking
Oh
destroy
yeah.
destroy their fucking nuts, dude. Yeah, one of my
I,
best
I,
friends his nuts
I,
destroyed.
I, so when I was like 20, I must have been 22, maybe 22, maybe 23. Um, we were moving in, uh, moving someone into their place, and there was a bunch of BMX bikes in this U-Haul trailer that was just like maybe 6 inches off the ground, right? And I was just riding them off one by one, and on the last one that I was on, I went to go off the trailer, and someone came around the corner, and so I kind of I made an awkward fucking sudden stop, and the handlebar hit me in the nuts, and like it fucking hurt, like I got kicked in the nuts like for a lot longer than it normally would. And I'm all walking around like fucking, Jesus hurts, and I put my hand down in my pants and it felt cold. I was like, that's fucking weird, and I pulled my hand out, my fucking whole hand was red, and I was like, holy shit. And like apparently I was really
Rip
lucky.
your nutsack.
It just grabbed the fucking skin and tore it. So it just gave me it was like I don't know, it's fucking, I got a 3 inch porn star scar. Yeah. But it was like they had to put stitches in, and I don't know if you've ever shaved your nuts before completely, and that had that fucking bristle effect. Those stitches were like a month solid. Every fucking thought I would have,
Help me rip
my
this skin
nuts
out
would hurt.
for me. Trying to
That
shave my
sucked so
nuts.
bad.
I think I'd wait till I healed before I shaved.
Well, no, I'm just saying how I don't know, you get hit with a lot of angles, with a lot of bristles with that fucking thing. Sucked ass. I fucking worked at a sawmill too when I was doing that. But I think I was so high on fucking morphine or whatever they gave me, I didn't really care.
Well, why don't you jump on here, J5, and you wouldn't be fucking 2 minutes behind?
We used to go to this fucking. There was an OHV park called Spider Lake by where I grew up,
Everything's rebuildable.
where it's got like
Grip it and rip it.
100 miles, square miles or something like that. Where it's just fucking a lot of main trail. Like we would go on Labor Day weekend and we'd spend the first day going away from the campground, and then we'd spend the
Yep.
next 2 days trying to find our way back.
Trying to figure
And
your way back. Yeah, dude, that's the
it
best.
was, it was
That's the
before,
best when you just go out exploring and you don't really know. Like you kind of
yeah,
know a way, like your sense of direction in a way, but you don't. Okay, and there's a couple times where we've had a couple slight heart attacks, wondering if we were gonna be okay. Okay, and get out and stuff and not fucking die. But
yeah, it was
and that
called the Foothills State Forest too. Or it was like so it'd
is
be all
it.
these big fucking hills and then these big ponds on the bottom, and it would be
Yeah,
fucking
they got a bunch of them around here where you can go and you can camp, you can stay, or you can go there and park. They have like parking areas where you can park and then unload and ride and stuff. But a bunch of like state parks like that called different names in different areas and go there and there'll be fucking hundreds of people. Today it's everyone's ripping those fucking ATVs or UTVs or whatever. Yeah, UTVs. There we go.
yeah.
And stuff. You go and check them places out. They're just loaded with those. Those things are so fucking expensive.
Yeah, I would have my Banshee, and my brother had a ATK 250
Yeah,
with Can-Am motor or whatever. And then my dad, he always had something different. He usually had a big one though, fucking
I brought my daughter up on a Suzuki 53 wheeler, and
LT.
when I first brought her home from the
Those
hospital
are
there.
LTs, right?
Yeah, a little LT50.
Uh,
Fucking first thing I did was two stroke and stuff. You get that smell and that sound. Fucking fired the thing up and drove her up and down the driveway. My arm's fucking a couple days old. Dude, she was 18 months old. We got videos and stuff. 18 months old, dude, riding that three wheeler by herself at 18 months old. Fucking, and not just like putting around, like looking and laughing and full throttle and getting all fucking squirrely in the corners and stuff and having a good old time, like thinking it was the joyous thing. Like, okay, yeah, amazing. She didn't keep up with it though and stuff.
yeah,
Like,
my neighbors were like that. Where
she gave
it was my neighbor's daughter had a PW 50
Yeah,
Yamaha, and then she had a kitty cat too, an Arctic cat.
yeah, little Arctic cat kitty cat.
And I remember she would ride him for like 10 minutes, and then she'd be like, "Bleh,
Yeah, yeah.
not good
No,
enough."
mine loved it and stuff. And then, yeah, now she stopped there. She ended up on her dirt bike there, a Honda 50, and she never got past that.
I rode the wheels off that fucking
She's in
Honda
dirt.
110.
She's in her dirt wheels too. We took some pictures of her and with her three wheeler and her dirt bike and stuff, and sent them in her dirt wheels and stuff one year and got her into dirt wheels there.
Uh,
Try to, show her something to, keep her thinking, being proud and wanting to stay in it. And I think that helped a little bit when she was younger and stuff. But yeah, kind of wish she stayed with it, but whatever.
yeah, I got to watch fucking Jeremy McGrath and Jeff Emig
Yep.
fucking go back and forth. I think I watched like the 4 years I think I went in a row. Fucking, I remember Doug Henry fucking first appeared on his 450 or 400, whatever, fucking on his YZF. He was the only four stroke in the 250 class,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you could
That was
close
back
your eyes and tell
late
where he
90s,
was. Like,
early 2000s.
yeah, maybe late 90s even.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, late 90s, early 2000s and stuff. Back when they came out with the 400. Okay.
YZ 400F.
Yeah,
And
but
then
dude,
now I
those are
think,
fast bikes, man. Those are fast bikes. I handed to them. They fucking definitely built a nice bike, and then for them to step it up to the 450, like I don't know, I never got to ride the 450 and shit, but I imagine it's fucking straight nasty.
You ever driven a Raptor, the Polaris?
Yep. No, player Raptor was
No, that's
Yamaha
Yamaha.
Super
I mean,
Raptor 660. Yeah, because that
what's the
was
Polaris
back
one
in
that they?
660. Player Scrambler
Yeah, the
is
Scrambler
what's
500.
a 250 and yeah, I think a 500. And it has like that the shifter on the right and stuff where you can like shift it in like reverse and neutral,
Yeah,
drive it
it was a
high and low
full
or
a clutch
something.
or automatic clutch.
Yeah, yeah,
All the Polaris
yeah, it
just
ran
have
more
that.
like a yeah the snowmobile style. Which, dude, they wouldn't allow us to run that hill climb, and that was a ban out of the rule in the rules there that you couldn't run a centrifugal clutch like that because that would have been ideal for us to throw in like a Skidoo six 600 800 cc motor or something and run snowmobile clutches. But
Have
no,
you
that was
seen?
a cool.
I just saw a video on I don't know if it was a YouTube short or Instagram, but they put
Yep,
a Banshee motor in a dirt bike.
yep, yep, yeah. A lot of guys run that hill climbing and stuff, and you figure whatever you got there. If you'd run in a 350 in a 300 cc or a 350 cc class with it, and then you would either run modified or unmodified depending on whatever you did to the motor and shit. So that's all the change would be there. But there's a ton of hill climb guys that would run Banshee motors or like an old 70s motor, the H2 motor, I think they call it, or H3 or something. It's the Kawasaki Triple 750, which is the ideal motor in a way for power. It's a two-stroke motor. It's
The Quadzilla,
non-reef,
wasn't that another one too?
unreef.
It was a
Yeah,
Mojave.
Quadzilla was big and fast. That's Suzuki's Quadzilla. That was their biggest machine, and that was the Banshee back and forth. The Quadzilla guys, this is the fastest. The Banshee guys, this is the fastest. And to this day, is there which one's faster? I don't really not good,
I've
but
ridden some pretty
it's a
fast
single it's a
uh
single lunger, one seat,
what is it?
one
CR
jug,
250
a totally different type of power than
or
like
250
what you're
Rs. That's
used
what I'm
to.
trying to think of.
Honda's the 250R.
Yeah,
Honda
fucking the
250R
three wheeler
was the badass back in
with
the day,
fucking
whether you had the four
as long
wheeler
as
or
you
the
had
three.
axle spacing
500
on them.
CBR.
Now we're
Yes,
talking ninja street
street
bikes.
bike. Yeah,
Yeah, I
and then
know.
Honda had the 350 SX or the 350X or something, which was
I
like
always thought
the
ninjas were so
bike.
sexy when I was a kid. I never fucking.
Those Honda 250R dirt bikes, I mean the three wheelers, liquid cooled or even the air cooled. If you can come across those in parts, dude, that stuff's worth so much money today.
Oh, my neighbor used to have one. He
Yeah,
used to fucking. He used to beg me to
the,
foot.
even the 200s, like the cheaper ones, like the more yard and workhorse ones, the 200s and the two like
Oh yeah, up
20s.
here, dude, they're worth $500,
Yeah,
not running
yeah,
sometimes.
they go for good
I ran
money.
one.
But the special race stuff, the 250Rs, is like a premium. You get a real good premium for it.
I ran a 200E
Yep,
uh
yep.
out at the farm that I was at for a couple
Ford
years
in
there,
reverse. Fucking, that
and
was one of my first rides, dude. No rear suspension, big old
yep, and
balloon tires on
I actually took I took two Polaris snowmobile skis and I fixed them to the fucking front tire,
it. Yeah, yeah.
and
No, we've done shit like that, dude, in the wintertime and stuff, so we
it
can go out
fucking
trail
worked
riding.
out fucking prime, dude.
Yeah,
Like
put paddle tires
I,
on or put some
I
new
could I
tires.
could I could drive over. I think I wrapped. No, I had chains on the back, but I remember I was just I could drive over a fucking like an 8-inch log that was laying in the trail, and it would just go right over it. It's like holy shit. I mean, they only were feasible in like a small window of the year, but I did a lot of fucking logs and or chainsaw work.
Yeah,
That was my little workhorse.
that's
Look at a
me and my
lot of
old
women.
lady's first business there was logging. There, we own a S8 International skidder, which we actually still own. But that was what we did in our 20s and stuff until I got fucked up the first time, and then went into building home and stuff there. I was fortunate. Lived in a shitty part of town, but I lived close to this lake where a lot of rich folks like fucking Steven Tyler, lead singer of Aerosmith, there, his house is on the lake. Shit like that. Fucking type deal where these people drop like $5-10 million
Oh,
on
what's his
fucking
name?
building remodel on their house. Fucking nuts. Fucking.
Yep.
But yeah, we logged. Yeah, my old lady ran the skidder and shit, and I chopped. Fucking and whatnot. There, my old lady, she's pretty rugged. Little 90, she's like 90 pounds, but fucking dude, she's tough.
There's my skis. You can barely see them.
She would jag the fucking cable out. We ran a 3/4 wedge cable, so it was like squished down to like 5/8, but still dragging that thing out. We had 6 sliders on it with the rings and chokers and everything. She'd throw a couple chokers on her shoulder and grab that fucking cable and run it out to the trees and stuff. Hook up a couple of them, go back, grab a couple more choker chains, fucking hook up a couple more, fucking
No,
run
I
the
just
trees
clear
out,
cut,
drag them out.
did a lot of
Well,
clear
when
cutting
you
and
guys
shit by
are talking about
myself.
motors, when I raced shifter carts, the first couple of years when I first started, I had it was a YZ, basically they were 125 dirt bike motors.
Yeah, the little YZ 125 motors.
Yeah,
those were
to be in
popular.
shifter carts. But then once I got going and more competitive, I raced for Pirella motors, Italian motors, different class. And sometimes
What
I
CC are those? Are they a bigger CC?
125 and
Still 125, but
there were you got tested
still.
for fuel every race. There was no bullshit on that, right? Uh
Yeah.
But yeah, you'd have it. There was like hotshot engine builders around the country that would, build your engine. We get about 47 to 51 horsepower out of them.
Dude, that's good out of a fucking 125.
Like
the
I know when I
611 build
having my engines
is
built,
quoted at
the
110
engines used to
horsepower.
blow up all the time. Like, yeah, fucking 30 lap main event, 27 laps in, bam. But yeah, that's what you were doing. You were like fucking shaving everything in off, boring it, whatever the fuck. It used to cost a lot of money. But yeah, having just that little bit more. Even when you were talking about tires, but we used to either whatever tire was the title of the sponsor of the race, MG and Bridgestone. Yep. They were both about the same price. But I had gotten so serious at it that to practice on used tires was like a complete waste of time. Right?
Right. Yeah.
If I went out to the track a week before the race with my coach or team to practice, it would take more tires for that day than it would race day. Right? Which you can change tires.
Which would make sense.
Right?
You want to take
it. Why practice it on if not the way you're going to be driving?
Be for race day. Yeah, exactly.
You burn through fucking tires like it was no tomorrow. You got a little kart racing. I was sponsored. Yeah. Nah, it still costs a lot of money to be competitive.
It does. We would drop 50 grand to travel. We would do 2 races a month. And they would start up in May. You had May, June, July, August, September, and then October was like a finish race, and then we'd have like banquets or whatever, and like bike weekend wherever.
I've been brought up around racing. I remember seeing top end go karts as a kid, and trying to talk my dad into getting us. We did get one. We bought some used enduro cart that had 2 motors, McCulloch chainsaw motors on it, and we ran in the dry alley and out in the abandoned streets, but never got into racing. So when I was successful, I was probably in my 30s, growing weed, had a ton of money. I came across this track on the Indian reservation. We could rent a car, a full-blown cart, not a shifter, but it's what they call a tag, direct drive. But 125cc, full blown, $10,000 cart, rented for a couple $100. You do so many laps. I remember in a semi power slide out of this straightaway, corner into the straightaway, and yeah, oh, I found the ultimate rush because I've been chasing the rush since I was a kid, but drugs. But the thing about racing was, yeah, you almost this rush because of the adrenaline. Like how much how much on adrenaline are you gonna go, right? Or you have to learn to control that. And oh, I remember feeling like, wow, this was like the ultimate rush. And for like the 10 years that I did that shit competitively, yeah, I was like, wow, I wonder like if I was a kid, if I came across this, I probably would never have like made the choices and the drug thing problems I had. No, that would have been my thing. Because even in my mid 30s, oh, my coach, my team, the whole thing. Oh, and I smoked weed. I was fucking stoned. I didn't hide that I was stoned. I was competing against athletes, people that worked out all week to be able to be as good as they could on Sunday and
Some of
Saturday.
them, it's true. Some of them guys, even in the hill climbing, they were so fit
I had
and
some
would go
natural
running.
talent. Like I had some natural talent. Like, oh, I did. Like, yeah, but like you don't decide to become like start a racing career in your 30s.
It'll still make the hair stand up on your arms, thinking about it, fucking talking about it.
Even my main sponsor, he's passed on, but this guy named Fasco, he is the guy that started independent trucks, that's for skateboarding, and Thrasher magazine. Like everybody knows Thrasher magazine. That's Fasco. Well, he's passed on.
I ground through a few pairs of independent trucks.
Yeah. He got into go-kart racing himself, and all the chassis and parts and most everything at the top end all comes out of Italy, right? And he had some problems with the company. I think he was driving a Burrell chassis, and they couldn't get him parts or fast enough. He's like a billionaire, right? Or a lot of millionaire, right? And it pissed him off, so he opened his own chassis company. It was called Black Magic, right? And it had this skeleton with the top hat with like a cigarette in his mouth. And oh, I grew up as a skater. I went through my share of independent trucks and Thrasher magazine. I knew who this guy was. Oh, all the things he did in skating and the companies he started and the sponsorship. Oh, he's legendary, right? But he had a chassis company. It's now been he passed on years ago and they dissolved it. But somehow, a lot of it was just my personality because like I was on a team with a bunch of 17 to 19-year-old upstarts. But somehow Vasco, even my pitch to him when we got serious about him sponsoring me, which like 30-year-olds don't get sponsored, all right? It's a sport for young people when it comes to that. The dads of the parents my age pay for everything, right? And he was like, yeah, they relate more to someone your age. Like even though we're like, and yeah, he gave me a shot the first season. I won a regional championship, and then yeah, that was it. Like we had a tight thing, and so I never had to pay for chassis, but I was responsible for my motors. And yeah, it was a good run. I miss it. Hey, I'm not too old. They have like a class that is for guys older, but I remember like watching those races, or they would be at the same events I'd be at. But they called it the master's class. And I remember going, oh, when I
For the
get old,
veterans or seniors class.
nah, if I can't compete at this level, then count me out, right? Like I'm not gonna go putt around. Oh, part of that is to make it fair. The master's class has to add a lot of weight. That like oh, maybe because there's some guys that are heavy that shouldn't even be out there, or make it fair. So like for I'm the average weight, I would have to add like 60 pounds of lead to my car, which yeah, you're trying to be as light as you can to drive as fast as you can around these tracks. So I remember going, yeah, no, if I get old, no, I won't do it anymore. But and then even go to the track. I have friends still race. I can go and drive around, practice day or just go out there for the. I already know if I sat in one of those things again,
you'd be re-addicted.
Race.
Yeah,
like I'm addicted.
$1 in your pocket would be buying your car.
And I had money from growing weed. I remember the first like amateur couple races I went to, and I realized, oh, if you want to win, it costs more. You need to have backup chain, backup suspension, backup engine. Oh, you better have a team. You need all this stuff. Like if you're going to do it, you do it. And then
you need two
even
of everything.
how in that same era, when I talk about there was a time I had 2 or 3 operations at once. One of those whole operations was like basically developed. At first, I remember adding one tray to this like closet area, and that was like my kart racing money. And then that grew to like needing a whole other fucking operation to justify the amount of money that we were spending on racing. But I don't regret it at all because, yeah, I mean, I didn't even save my trophies. I got rid of them. And they were the trophies. But I know what I did. I can remember hearing dads of like these upstart kids say, just don't let that fucking stoner dude beat you.
I got rid of a lot of my smaller trophies, like your little shelf trophies, but I kept all my big like national stuff and all my like kind of show off stuff.
The big sanctioning was called SCUSA, right? SCUSA, and in one of the seasons when I was like in a neck to neck for the championship was against this one brother, but every week him and his brother raced independent, so like in the battles I was fighting these 2 motherfuckers, right? Him and his brother.
Yeah.
But the points race was just the one guy, and I won this race kind of like luckily out at Grange. It was out in the desert called this track called Grange. And then before you had to do the whatever ceremonies, the podium, whatever the thing, I did this all the time, but I went over to my pits, whatever. I wouldn't just smoke openly. I'd get in my car, turn it on, or my truck, put the AC on, and take a couple hits, right?
And get yourself nice and stankin'.
Oh, I reeked like weed, right? And they filed a thing on me, like, yeah,
that you can't drive, that you can't be a racer.
Oh no, they and at first SCUSA ruled with them and took my points away for that event.
Yeah.
What
a bunch of cocksuckers.
But then that was when Prop 215, all that. I had like beyond full medical shit, like a good doctor, all kinds of documentation. Yeah. So, I spent all this money because I had to have a real lawyer draw up all this stuff, my appeal to the sanctioning body, SCUSA, which was kind of like I don't know, I'd say corrupt. Like it was weird, but whatever.
Right.
Racing
the point leader's dad was on the board.
Yeah, all that kind of shit.
And
I wasn't like in their good graces to say the least, right? And what's funny is that, yeah, it wasn't by like, I wasn't there trying to find patients or anything, but a couple of my patients now that have been my patients for a long time were kids. Like I raced against them when they were like 16, 17,
awesome.
18, 19. And then somehow the one, me and my wife were leasing a car and he was the salesman at the dealership. And then one thing led to another. And then, yeah, like, yeah, the dude became a stoner anyway. And at the time, he was one of the kids that possibly had potential to go to Europe and up the ladder you go. Because people I raced with, like, made it. Like the Scott Speed, he went to Formula One. He was like on Haas team before they were even anything, and he only was in Formula One like 2 years and never had a good result because he wasn't whatever. But I raced against him like the first year I got into it, and yeah, fuck, he made it to Formula One.
You guys want to hear something funny?
Let's hear it, J5. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, nice to virtually meet you there, Southern.
Yeah, well, I've been on a couple.
We've hung out and chat and whatnot. I don't think we've been on a panel.
We've hung out on the panel a couple times.
We have on here, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. You burn out.
Yeah, I am. I usually do get pretty lit when I come on here, like I am right now, dude. I just was over in chat bullshitting with
all day.
I was bullshitting with those guys in chat, and I got this little lighter I found today, and I was like showing it off, doing this shit.
Right.
I already figured you
were. Hey, but I was watching YouTube. I was watching YouTube, and I'm like, fuck. I'm watching YouTube, and it's not showing up
until like midnight when you're like fully sauced and like loaded enough to come on. You don't come on at 7. You use 7 to midnight to get fucked up, and then you come on. That's what I like about your style.
But buddy, you know me too well. Yeah, so I'm sitting there doing this shit, right? Showing this lighter off. And I'm like, fuck, why can't I see it? Because I'm watching YouTube. and it's paused. It's like 20 minutes behind. It wasn't paused, but it was like, I wasn't even on the panel yet. I'm like, fuck, I ain't even on there. And I'm hitting the screen trying to like pull my thing up.
Man, what type of weed are you really smoking?
All of it.
And homegrown.
I smoke it all.
That's the trick, having the variety.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Never
exactly.
Just about even some of the best strains have a thing where if that's the only weed you have and you smoke it morning, noon, and night for a few days, a week, and then it's like stop having it. Yeah, I don't know what you call that, but
I tried to do it like you do, buddy, and just try to smoke one per day or start out with it. Dude, I last 2 joints and I'm switching it.
Well, I sometimes do that too, but sometimes it's my way of like getting to know it.
Right,
like
right.
One
day,
yeah. Most of the day.
I take that back. When I'm testing shit, like first tries, and I'll smoke it all day or half the day or whatever. Really get a feel for it.
Yeah, well,
but I'm well through all of that.
The trims for Archive, she's worked for them for a long time, but she never has any. But like, it's never like anybody. She brought me a couple buds. And she didn't even know the names of them. But I waited. I did like till the morning when it was like the first weed I smoked, so I could really Oh man, both those were really good. Like they were good in all aspects. Like they looked good, they smelled really good, they tasted good when you smoked it, and they really got you stoned.
Yeah, Archive don't play.
I don't even know.
He's
I don't even know what kinds they were.
fucking sold.
I always get him and Bob
And they were
Hemphill
just
mixed up.
joy meat.
Mr. Bob Hemphill's the librarian, right? What's Fletcher? What's his nickname? Something similar to that.
Yeah, I mean,
What
he
is it?
is pretty much. I don't know, but I know he's a preservationist, that's for sure. And he's built a legit verified library, that's for sure.
Yep.
And he maintains it for years,
Yeah.
which okay.
Like, I mean, there's probably like no, I doubt that. I doubt that even like those big European companies, because they don't even save any of their mails and shit. Well, they change them all the time and lie about it. But those dudes, I bet you, Mr. Bob Hemphill and Fletch have fucking more fire flame cuts than anyone else that I know of or can think of.
Yeah, there's a few people. There's people
I
today.
mean, Jodry used to when he was running, Wonderland and whatnot. He had everything.
But today, I know people that just got into this a few years ago and just applied themselves and know all the right people and amazingly have like a fucking solid library.
You can build a library
Years
in
ago,
a week now.
years ago, you really,
if you're cool.
it wasn't that easy to attain these things by any
Fuck,
means.
dude, it was so hard. Living in the Midwest, buddy,
Unless
here in
you lived through
Wisconsin.
that
I was
era,
in
like,
Wisconsin.
people of today realize how tight it was with
Isn't it
strain.
cheap to
Like,
live in
holy
Wisconsin?
Dude, it was insane. Insane. You could not, nobody would come up on anything, dude. Nothing. You got something and you held it. You didn't share it with anybody.
Well, I can remember like going through, like it wasn't like you asked once and you got it. It would be like a thing, like you
Yeah,
know,
you had to work up to it. You're right.
work
You
up to it.
totally did,
But
dude.
like, oh, there were numerous times that part of that, it was just part of it. It wasn't like you would think, well, no, I won't agree to that. And oh, your word was important. But yeah, you promised not to give it to anyone, not even your best fucking your partner or this or like all these weird things that only you could run it, right? You can't give it, you can't give a clone, you can't do this. Okay, you agree to that? Yeah, I agree to all that. Right.
Buddy, even the ones that I wasn't told that I couldn't give it to anybody, I still didn't give them to anybody.
Yeah, it was a
You
whole
had something different. You had something. It was your
Today-
angle in the market.
today.
I
like,
wish some people would adhere to that.
well, but no,
I
because
did forever.
it's over now. It's over now. Like,
Oh yeah,
It's all about making a
some of
buck.
that. Okay, let's say that
that's so 2014 or 2014.
there are strains that are now lost, right? Right. That somehow through that, the perfect storm happened around it, and somebody got this happened and that happened, and somebody and now that strain doesn't exist anymore, right?
Yep.
So today, I don't think like gelato or runs or any of these hype strains of today that could happen to them. They're like so spread, and then bred and spread.
Yeah, the pure ones will eventually be hard to find, just like forum cut and stuff now.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of like, I mean, I'm not, I just doing it for my own personal, that's what I feel like growing at this point. But yeah, that's what, I don't want I-95 Wilson or I-95 that or this. I just want I-95. That's what I want.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want I-95.
A lot of times, not that some of these things weren't good, these crosses, they were good. But a lot of times it would just remind me of like the
pure.
legend,
A tease.
the legacy strain that was involved in it. It would
like when you got that hit at that show.
The pheno or it was more that way. Like, it's only a hint of I-95. I just want the I-95.
Like when you score that hit at that show and it tingles, you get the little tingles, like it's gonna start, and that's as far as it goes.
And it's kind of weird because a lot
you feel
of
like the pre-trip, but you don't actually trip.
But like
it's not bunk, but it is.
at the moment, not that many people like just hold on to like what I would call, I guess, legacy strains, or yeah, they're like, or the building blocks. A lot of them are the building blocks, you know, like
or they were idiots like me and they
yeah,
well, I didn't
as
freak
much
out. I did have
as
the fucking
stupid as
virus. I had that plant AIDS.
perfectly safe as they are, like okay, Bubba, for instance. Oh, now there's almost it veggies longer, right? It doesn't stretch at all, which okay. Okay, which one is it? Oh, Larry. Okay, I was defoliating Larry tonight. Oh, recognize it right away. Oh, it's fucking stretched to like ungodly stretch, right? So like a lot of these
James, I'm an idiot.
like oh, maybe the taste and the a certain batch of it you remember, but as a plant morphology, a lot of those weren't like perfect as they were, right? That's why people took them and bred them and tried to make them better.
Oh shit. Oh, dude, I just did another one.
Of the strains, like 20 years ago, yeah, they don't meet today's criteria of look and like trimmer, ease of trimming, feel. Like, no, they might be as good as they are, but there's usually a reason that they fell off the map.
Doc, how you doing, Dr. Levy?
At least that's what I think.
Yo, remember how I told you I was watching the YouTube screen thinking it was our screen? Well, you know how I was watching that screen? I was watching that screen with my neck cocked to the side rather than like my neck cocked to the left so I could read what's going on in chat. I just flipped back over to chat just now and I started reading like that again, and then it dawned on me, oh yeah, you can change the aspect of your phone, you idiot. Got a kink in my neck, dude, and all I had to do was push that stupid little square thing.
Can only lead the horse to water.
Now, how many years have you been
sit back and
having
read.
a phone? Long enough to know that.
I know all this shit, buddy. I'm fucking high.
I guess.
Oh, I did it for like 5 minutes.
That's why I want whatever he's smoking, because it makes you like that.
We don't even think he knows what he's smoking.
It's a salad. This one is a salad, so and it's got me good. And I'm fucking tired. Drove all day, dude. I drove in a blizzard the last fucking 2 hours.
Hey, I was thinking of doing this.
Not a blizzard, an ice fucking
coming our way.
These are two branches of the Bubba Kush that look like they've been hanging for like 2 days because we're not taking down the room until Thursday. So
I can't even see
that's
it, buddy.
what I would have done. I was almost going to do that, but I was like, well,
your thumb's in the way.
So at least we'll have some to try.
Your thumb's in the way.
I'm in chat. Let me shout out.
We can't see, bud.
What up, Hillbilly Herbs? Good to see you, brother. We got Dr. Levy, bro, in there, hanging tough.
There we go.
Bro. Who else we got? We got Southern.
That looks like a side brand.
Nice.
Like
Mr. Scotto in there talking it up. The old Suzuki fucking dirt bikes.
That's a nice bud. I like that.
It's green.
It's green. I know Jack's in there somewhere. Oh, hey.
There's nothing purple about it.
What up, Jack?
It's like pure Kush. How do you like? That's pure Kush.
Peace to anyone I missed. Talk more. Then I'll see your name.
There we go. We got some Mama's Nicole.
All right, I'm back on the show.
Here we go. Which one's this? More Bubba?
What the fuck am I looking at?
No,
what is
that's not Bubba. This is from the last batch.
I see pot.
This is like a trimmer's, like one of our trimmers. This is her. I don't know. She knows what she's working. I'm gonna know when I roll it up. I'm just looking for a joint to roll. So
I think you picked the wrong one.
I think what I picked up might be White Wedding.
It's a nice
I-
day.
it's definitely not one of the other ones. So it's white wedding. But here's the Bubba that's like
What Southern got there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
I
what.
don't
I don't
know
know
how
what
to
he's
see
working
in the
on.
camera, but all right. So it's on a tray of
Me and Buddy are on
slap.
the same page. You got lemon.
It's on a no. It's on a tray of cheetah piss. So the cheetah piss nugs are like this
You gotta
big,
slow down, buddy.
and then the Bubba Kush
You
nug
get me dizzy, buddy.
three
You get
times.
me dizzy. I can't look no more, bud. You gotta quit moving so fast.
And even the lowers are like golf balls. Way down that's below the trellis are big old golf balls. Now it's not dark and purple and all this other stuff with the new strains of today. This is cheetah piss right here. This is
Roxy.
Bubba.
I like them fingers. I miss them fingers. You don't get them in outdoor. I don't fuck around. Well, I guess I did last year. I had some fingers. Never mind.
Another one that is sneaking in is the Topanga or the Hollywood Pure Kush.
My old tester indoors.
It looks like an OG, and
actually I had an auto too. That fucking Stradana through fingers.
Pure Kush too. I miss Pure Kush smells.
I don't know if I've ever smoked. I don't know if I've ever had Pure Kush. I've never had Topanga, so I don't know.
Well, Topanga is Hollywood Pure Kush.
I've never had.
It's
either,
like a lanky OG looking Kush. It's good.
Word. I'm gonna grow a pure Afghani Kush this year, like 100% indica, quote unquote. See if it melts out in Michigan.
Well, you mentioned Bob Hemphill. I noticed he posted, and then he posted more pictures of this Master Kush.
Dude, I missed that. I never grew it, but I smoked the fuck out of it.
Yeah,
that was one of my favorites,
thing.
dude.
Like,
oh, it's good.
But
I love Bubba too.
It looks like he's got it dialed in. Like,
I imagine he does.
Picture, I know exactly.
Hey,
I know that plan. I remember.
Hey, buddy, Kilowatt. Buddy, Kilowatt.
Yeah.
You know what? What Hemphill uses in his mix? Fucking bat guano.
Yeah. Well, I love bat guano too.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. I do too.
And then,
sorry, people. I know it's bad.
I have a secret source.
It makes pot taste so good.
Labor is used in the mining of it, or I don't know. I don't care about that.
It's bad. Yeah, you do, buddy. But
we even have that house and stuff.
Child labor in
over
a
above our garden.
mine, but what we have like miners working in chicken farms in the USA.
We'll go outside at night a lot and take a big, powerful flashlight and shine it up in the air and get bats going crazy, just doing circles. And you'll see the moss come out of the trees to go towards the light, and then all of a sudden the bat will swooping right in and poof. J5 must be talking on mute to us.
No, I was coughing on mute.
Okay, just making sure, trying to help you out, buddy.
Yeah. For part of my childhood, my dad was like the golf course,
right? For a lot of years, I was like anti-grinder, and when I rolled joints, I'd use scissors and cut it up.
Yeah.
Did any of you used to do that?
Yeah, I don't grind. I don't use a grind. I wouldn't be able to. Like
right now, I'm
this time of season right now.
Even though there's a grinder right here, I know for a fact that a joint will taste better, smoke better, burn better when you cut it up with scissors than a grinder.
I don't use like a keef catch.
Grinders are just convenient.
I'll break. No, dude, I break it up with my fingers first, and then I put it in here and I give it one crank.
Yeah, well, that's what
And it
I
doesn't have a
usually.
Keith catcher or anything. It just everything that you put in it, it all comes out.
Yeah, but there's something about the size. I think it's really the size of the pieces. You leave like a little more. I don't know. If you
That's what, dude. I don't even give it a full turn, buddy. I give it like a quarter crank.
Yeah, that's how I do mine. I don't go back and forth or anything.
If I don't have the scissors, then I don't have to sit there and like I do that enough.
Even with a grinder, I realize
my hands hurt from scissors, dude.
I end up like rolling. I usually in the morning roll like 3-4 joints for the day, and then I'll just pick a kind, and then that'll be.
I don't pre-roll them. I can't pre-roll them. I feel like they get stale.
I do at times.
As I needed it.
You don't think they get stale as you hold on to it, buddy?
Yeah, they do. But like reality, if I added up the amount of time every day that I spend rolling joints for
at
so
least
many years, I'm like, wow, that's a lot of time.
I swear to God, probably an hour.
Yeah, you got a double master's and a PhD in it.
Right. And then I can only imagine somebody younger that spends enormous amount of time dabbing. Like when they get older, they'll realize, holy shit, let's see. So many days, so many minutes. Oh, I spent like years of my life.
Buddy, are Mason them still doing like quarter-gram dabs and shit like that? Is that still cool?
It looks like he did like 3/4 gram dabs all day.
I know. So they're all still doing that shit?
That's nuts.
I figured they'd be over that shit by now.
No.
Yeah, it's still all about that crowd.
Like if that's like that's the problem. Like if you make a character, like if you're, and now you're have to be that character, right?
I guess.
So
that sucks.
That's like there's certain people that from the dab world that's what they
being a character is tough on the lungs.
Instagram to take a dab. Well, okay. After I've seen you take a dab for 3 years, 3 or 4 times a day, like, yeah, I'm over that song and dance.
Oh, back to bat shit. So we used to go out on the golf course at night and fucking raise hell, like kids do. But you would throw rocks up in the air or fucking whatever up in the air, golf ball, and yeah, those bats would whack into it, dude, and knock themselves out. They'd flop around for a second, and they'd pop up and fly off.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
you always hear of everyone, talk about.
You gotta get the right circumference, though. It can't be like too big or too small. You know what I mean?
Well, there'd have to be a lot of bats in that area.
Oh, dude, yeah, right on the river, a golf course on the Chippewa River, dude. Yeah, lots of bats.
Yeah, bats up the asshole. Yeah,
there's bats around my area. I hardly ever like really see them, but every once in a while there'll be like a flicker, like something flew by or something, and it's a bat. They're around, but whatever they do, they stay low pro. I never see them.
Dude, we used to raise hell out on that golf course. We were shitheads, dude. Like we would go out there during play and shit and fuck with golf. Like we were those little bastards, dude. And we knew that place like the back of our hands, and we knew the best spots to find the balls. And, yeah, dude. I had every Titleist Pro V numbers. I had like dozens of individual numbers, shit like that. Pro Vs were my junk, but I got every ball, dude. I would sit out there and sell them to my dad's friends and shit, fucking buckets and buckets.
Yeah, we used to be able to get 25 cents or 50 cents a ball, depending on the brand.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure.
We're all drinking, and when we were
Still
like 10
do it,
years
dude.
old, that was like
that hasn't changed. Probably more now.
Right, I imagine they get good money now. Yeah, like $1 a ball. Because some of them balls are friggin' good money,
dude. They're like $12. Yeah, they're like $5 a ball. Like average.
We go into the ponds and everything, come out with like 50, 100 balls in an afternoon.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy. When we would hit the ponds, that's when we would do that bat shit, because we have to do that at night. You can't be fucking around in the ponds in the middle of the day. You'd have to be able to wooded edges and shit.
It get you kicked out quick.
But yeah, so we'd go out there and fuck around in the ponds at night and fuck with the bats and whatnot.
Well, aren't those pretty, Ryan?
Those are really nice, dude. I don't know what it is. Oh, pictures.
Murano. Yeah, they got that smooth bottom on them.
What, Ray Romano.
Murano glass.
Oh,
Glass from Murano, Italy.
I thought you were being a funny guy or something.
This is Sommerso, is that style. I mean, submerged. But I think this might be a Saguso. Might be like a few $100.
What are those? What are those, Ryan?
It'd be signed on the bottom if it
No,
is.
what kind of container is that?
He didn't sign all of them though. This is a Bud vase, and this is the fishtail vase. Maybe they got stretched.
So they're
slightly.
both bases. I can't. I'm over in
Yeah.
chat, so I don't, or not chat, but fucking whatever the fuck, internet.
Yeah, I've got a lot of vases. Like here's
I'm over in internet.
here's another Sommerso. That one's got shit.
Oh yeah, easy there, killer.
That one's got several
Maruski.
colors in it. If I can get it the right. It's kind of hard to really see it.
Especially because I'm looking at it on a 1-inch screen.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's got like a yellow and a green.
You know what I was hoping you were gonna say, and I knew it wasn't, but it's a good segue. It was a jug, because then I could have went and said Mother McCree's Uptown Jug Champions, and see what Captain and fucking Buddy say about that.
Yeah, that's one of Jerry's first bands.
Jerry's bands.
Here's your Blanco, Captain.
I always wanted to be in a jug band.
This is a Blanco Amoeba ashtray. They got like 4 or 5 different styles. But
yeah.
A what?
Or a few of them.
Amoeba?
Yep, or freeform they call them too. On the
Dope.
60s, I think. Here's some more fucking Sommerso. This one's still foggy from being outside.
I thought you said RSO. That's cool as fuck. Now what's that called?
This is just a Sommerso style basket.
A what?
And normally glass baskets aren't that really ornate, and this one isn't really either.
What the fuck do you put in a glass basket? Cocaine?
Flowers.
They use the flowers for weddings and stuff.
I put cocaine in it. If I allegedly or something. Hey, so we got
Fenton's got a lot of baskets too.
Hey, speaking of cocaine, Todd Worrell, good pitcher. You know, fucking. He had a long career. Was it all with the Cardinals?
What's that?
Todd Worrell.
No, I think he went to San Diego for a while.
This is his Topps All-Star rookie card. Oh, All-Star
1987.
Rookie. Yeah, but why? But he played 3 years prior. This was just his first time making an All-Star team?
No, it was his first card. He was.
They were still doing that back. They were still doing that in the 80s, huh? Where they give them their first card, a couple years later.
Well, you don't get
like
your
Jordan
first card. Back then, you didn't get your first card until after you played some games.
I know, but 3
because
years,
they paid you a royalty. So if you weren't going to play next year and you only played 5 games, they weren't going to give you a card.
This is when I was a kid. And I just thought when I was a kid that maybe in my teens, it probably got to the point where everybody had a card. Every fucking prospect had a prospect card coming in. You know what I mean? Like Don Russ and Upper Deck, when everything came out and everybody Fleer and everybody just flooded the market. That was about
it was only 2 years. It was only 2 years before that in '84
See, I was too young then.
Flair
You know, if you
came
put it,
out with their update set, rookie set, and then 86 was Donruss's.
Okay.
So
if
Top
you put a heating
started
element,
in 81.
Boy, you remember your
if you
shit.
put a
I
heating
told you
element
going
in the
shopping.
back of your toilet, you can always have hot dogs when you go in there to do your business.
Dude, I can't see what the
Pro
fuck
tip.
it is. Can you go on big screen or something there, big dog? Or- Maybe. There we go. I got you. I was looking at the
You
wrong
got to learn
fucking
how to
screen.
zoom in on yours.
Dude, I'm fucking that high. I was over on that little fucking screen where I can look at everybody. I was like, why won't it get bigger?
That's what she said.
That's sad.
Man, you gotta work with what the good Lord gave you, Thank you, purple floating gypsy lady. See what I did there?
It's cold riding in the morning.
I gotta smoke next, fellas. I got a couple hits of this blunt left. Fucking, I'm out of gas. No. Man, I hate when my butane's not within arm's reach. Oh, I lied. This man down.
So 96 kilometers tomorrow is going to take me close to 4 hours to do to get to this farm.
To go how far? What now? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Like 90 some kilometers.
Okay, so like 60 miles or some shit. American.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many
Something
dongs?
that
How many dong is that?
That's something that should take like an hour and 15 minutes is going to end up taking almost 4 hours.
That's a lot of dongs. Where's Ryan? Come on. Oops, shit. Oh, he did disappear.
Yeah,
So
it's
other than
getting
that,
close to 4:20. I gotta disappear here soon too.
Ryan's he's here, but he's not. There he is. Now he's back. Excuse me, I'm trying to mute this sucker.
What? Everyone's going to sleep or what?
No, I'm not going to. What were you showing off, Brian? What did I miss?
I'm not even sure what the hell that was. It's like a king chess piece.
Been up for like
Oh, maybe I should
15
get.
hours.
Maybe fucking Green Fingers wants that shit.
Yeah, we're Screen Fingers tonight.
He's a fucking forget what chess piece he want. He want. I did some fucking designs for his shit. He wanted a chess piece.
Hopefully the Slap City people didn't get them.
Kind of going through some old boxes of shit I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, my parents ended up cleaning out a bunch of storage lockers. And I noticed the last time I was at the house, that there were a lot of boxes that had my name on it. And I thought, cool, I'll go over and find some, cool shit.
Here's where your earrings
And
to dangle from.
I end up finding like
Your crack rocks.
advertising shit that they don't want to like take the time to sell. So they just wrote my name on it and put it in a corner and said I have to deal with it.
Because one of them lady lamps, you rub it and a genie pops out. Georgia O'Keeffe-esque. Or an iris.
I had the ones where the hula lady actually did a hula hoop.
Hooty hoo!
There I am talking on mute again. Pulling a J5.
Bunch of junk.
I know it's fun treasure hunting your own
There's
shit. Fucking shit you forgot that you bought like 5-10 years ago. It's like, oh yeah, that's right.
This is a Kevin. I forget his last name. Ceramics professor at the college nearby. But we got
When
a brand new
did-
Oregon fucking in 16-inch bar.
I drink coffee before I go to bed. What a fucking fool.
I have
Yeah,
to
but
send
man,
in 4 tickets for grading for LeBron James' first professional game in Cleveland.
He's a foosball player?
Basketball.
That's the one with the sticks, right? The goals. The he's on fire. Alley-oop. What were some of the other NBA
5
jams?
minutes later, dude, I'm going through all my cards, stashing them. I don't have anything good though, Kobe.
Oh, I am on mute.
Yeah, see how I'm pulling J5.
I even heard you say that. I thought you said you were taking yourself off mute.
I did with that too.
Hey, I gotta shout out chat, yo. I gotta shout out Hillbilly.
I'm gonna shout out Hillbilly Herb. I think he's the coolest.
Marshall's in there too, ain't he? Where's Marshall? Marshall was in there. You got Jack Beanstalk. Stony Creek. What up, motherfucker? John.
I muted him and I tried to fucking unmute him and now it's not unmuting him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gave the kids too much power. They're playing.
Dang it. I think Bud has to unmute him.
Yep.
Sorry about that, J5.
Who do I have to unmute?
J5.
Let me look.
You're a fucking douchebag.
Yeah, we hear
God.
I thought it was funny.
you. I think
Until
we
it
all
wasn't
can do
anymore.
it if we go to.
All I
if you just go
dude,
to
all
the
I do is shout out
participant
chat, you fuckhead. Everyone in there.
Cheers, chat.
page.
I was fucking throwing out fucking making jokes.
we got cake in a cup.
I said, yo, I got my
Cake in a
homie
cup.
who was supposed to be
That
my
lady
road
makes those
dog.
in the microwave once in a while. I think it's
Can you
cheating.
hear me now?
That's straight cheating. Yeah, I hear you, J5. How you doing, buddy?
You can hear me?
We hear you loud and clear. Roger that.
Word.
Roger,
Hillbilly
Roger.
Herbs, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Jack Beanstalk's in the place to meet the Beanstalk. Stony Creek staying stony. I got Grateful John. Good to see you, brother. Mr. Scotto. And then there's this dude who was supposed to be my homie. But then he joined the fucking Blue Meanies. He's on the dark side. Cake was supposed to be my coup in a cup. What's up? Oh, they're talking about acid in Australia and shit in there now. Good times. How was that full moon, everybody? Fucking pretty wild, huh?
When was it? Tonight? Yesterday?
No, it was a couple. It was a
Right.
couple.
Okay.
I'm feeling different after it, though, dude. Something shifted. It was fucking. I should talk to Hillbilly. He's probably got an
I
explanation
feel a little
for
more
it.
active. Last couple of days, I've gotten up and done more.
You can't quite see it on this one.
Cake was supposed to be my
It's
coup in a
got
cup.
nice amber. And it's got nice.
I was
nice
like, you guys,
vintage glassware.
It's submersible like those other ones, but you just can't really see it. Dirty as hell. I gotta clean it up.
There's no blue meanies in the chat tonight. I see. Maybe if I look further. No, dude, there is none. There's no blue meanies. Whoa, that's like my fucking paradise. Gray gang for life. That's wild though. As far back as I can page, I'm probably in top chat, I'm sure. But as far back as I can page, there isn't a single blue. Or maybe I blocked them all.
Yeah, it's a nice bowl, Ryan.
I blocked fucking chatbot. I can't remember who filled me in on that one. Somebody told me, they're like, dude, just block him. Dude, it worked.
Did you block me?
Did I block you?
Apparently not, because you just heard me.
Not yet. I mean, if I knew how, I would, but I don't know how. I don't block people. I ain't no fucking Nazi, dude. This is America. Leave those fucking idiots' stupid chats up there so we all know who the fucking idiots are. That's what I say.
Or this is one way that'll make you quit smoking cigarettes. Live 45 minutes from the nearest store and it opens up.
I do it. It's my winter belly, bro. Now Cake in the Cup's calling me fat. Look at that. He's a blue meanie. I told you. It is, dude. This is my chunk.
Go back 5 episodes. There's only one roll.
Oh, it's not even a roll. I just get a little punch. I got Todd Worrell in the place to be. You know, this is my winter here. It keeps you warm up here in the Northwoods, you know. She'll be gone by July. Oh, before then. No, it'll be July. I'm not gonna get in the ground until fucking who knows. I might throw plastic up early. See, I haven't been pulling plastic until like September for the last few years.
I like doing an early like that. The bud comes out more like an indoor.
Like you like doing what?
An early light depth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say pull tarps?
Yeah.
Did I say pull tarps?
I don't know.
Or did I say pull plastic? I'm talking about I don't put my greenhouse plastic on until September.
Yeah.
I leave it full sun, right? But I'm thinking about putting it on in May and then taking it off in fucking July. And putting it back on in September.
And putting it back on. Right. So you can get the
so I could get or at least one of them. Like get
because that's one thing I don't know how to really explain.
Okay. So I'm either gonna tarp. I'm either gonna pull the tarps and depth this year, or I'm gonna put plastic up on one of them and get shit in the ground in like fucking May.
It's a dedication. I gotta figure
out which one I'm gonna do.
The light depth.
I do love that depth. Herb. Dude, when I ran mixed light in the depth, dude, there's nothing better. And I had the small like 48 by 10 foot, probably like 8 foot peak, I think probably. Oh no, it was higher because it kind of did like the oval. Anyhow, It's perfect for depping. One person.
We used to run our double-ended HPSs in our lighthouse. I mean, not our lighthouse, our greenhouse.
Yeah,
Kids.
yeah.
Dude,
The heat
like,
was nice.
you know how it is. You know how, well, that too, but you know how, like, when you're in the middle of the woods, like, away from the city, how everything is darker.
Oh, dude, it looks like a spaceship.
It's also, dude, this fucking thing
It
glue.
looks like a spaceship, dude.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, I know all about it.
I'm sure everybody in town knew what I was doing, but, everyone around here does different things in the springtime anyways with different herbs and vegetables, and almost every home has either like a 3-season porch or something off the side of their house that they do stuff in, or they've got a lighted greenhouse, a multi fucking light greenhouse going.
I ran mixed light and all my shit up until the price dropped, the price fucking plummeting, price per pound fucking went to where it wasn't, I couldn't do it anymore. It wasn't like I used to care about growing the best pot, period. I didn't care what the fucking cost was, period. And I was wasteful, and it's regretful. It really was. But I mean,
one time you could get away with that though.
Electricity, I didn't think about electricity. I didn't even care what the fucking bill was,
dumpsters to be able to throw away all fucking
dude,
scraps and trash and shit.
Dude, I used to run hydro. You know how many fucking bags of hydrogen I spread throughout lawns in my life, dude? I mean, a ton, dude. About so much, dude. I never once gave those fuckers a second wash. Half the times I'd throw the fucking pots. Fucking stupid.
I've been using
what, bud? Or is it me?
Stupid screen.
Something.
No, he's muted though.
Am I muted?
Yeah.
He's trying to show us a video.
Yeah, I've been using Rockwell for like 30 some years by the case. And yeah,
we don't know who has the controls, Cake. We just fucking wing it, brah.
I was sharing that greenhouse video.
I need a piece of Rockwell.
Who is the head dick in charge here?
I cut a little piece out of the ceiling around my wood stove.
We fucking it up, says Cake. Well, I can tell you who's not in charge. Like, that's all I can tell you, because I don't do charge. And nobody does charge with me. You do you, I do me.
Mm-hmm. You've been listening to some Thai people. They have a saying, "You do you."
Yeah. You say that here and it's rude,
Do what you want to do. That's what it means here.
Fuck yeah. I'm down with it. Bot me up, brah. I don't do charge either, right? Hillbilly gets it. He knows what's up. Yeah, Jack got it. Yeah, old Toddy. Old workhorse boy, huh? Do you know if he played with another team? Did he play with San Diego? Captain thinks maybe he played with San Diego. I feel like I can't think of any other team other than the Cardinals when I think of Todd Worrell. Or was it War? Did those two R's make a war? Worrell? Everybody's dog's freaking out.
Kind of like pluraled.
Right. You've mom never charged you, huh? Are you from Transylvania?
9.
Yeah, I told you, fucking hose her off next time. You're a savage, dude. That's gross. Bringing her with a dented helmet, fucking all sloppy.
Yeah, I'd roll her in the fucking floor
You're
dry
a
before I
bitch, dude. That's just rude.
bring her home.
That's just rude. Fucking Minnesota Mud Ducks. I get it now. I see where they get that fucking nickname from.
The shop kitty litter, floor kitty litter.
Yeah, like give her one of your fucking your DT fucking defoliating scrubs. Did you guys know that fucking hardcore? He's so hardcore. He fucking just throws like 20 pounds of fucking DT on top of his head and fucking hits the hose, dude.
You want to see?
Defoliates his entire fucking right down to fucking his skibby dibbies. That would be horrible. Ugh, having that shit all over you.
It's not so bad. It's like talcum powder, man.
No, but it's just not. I don't like it. I don't. It's not like it's not talcum powder. It's getting India and shit. I feel like those little slivers are like microfibers and shit. If they're cutting up fucking bugs. What's my fucking handsy fucking skinned human meat suit, as Hardy would say. I don't think I got shit on a bug, son. As far as like skin and being tough, they got like shells. They got armor. Hey, no, those are the dinosaurs. Think of like a ladybug fucking times 1,000. That'd be pretty fucking crazy. Or a praying mantis, the fucking size of fucking a giraffe.
Sounds pretty scary to me.
No, it'd be my homie, dude. They definitely get high. They like to get fucked up, I think. Ever tell you about the fucking Cubes Lisatorius? My buddy's fucking chameleon that used to fucking eat mushrooms.
No.
I think he turned white and died. After like it was old, but like just something happened or something. I suppose they all turn white when they die. But he was like dying. You could tell he's like not good. I don't think the mushrooms did it. My buddy Billy would fucking trip with the fucking lizard all the time. What the fuck? Skipping school, like this is high school and shit. Skipping school to go trip with the lizard. Because fucking the other homies, or whatever. Fuck. You don't need the whole story, I guess. I'll start flipping up and saying names. Oh, you guys want to see my show and tell? Am I on the right screen? Nope, I'm not. I'm fucking looking at chat again.
Yeah, what are we gonna see? I'm ready to see something.
Oh, it's nothing. And don't. I shouldn't. I was. It's not that cool. It's pretty gross, is what it is. It's what. There's some other stink thing. No, it's pretty much. It's what stays in the stink drawer. I have one stink drawer, and this is the contents of the stink drawer. Is what I'm about to show you. It's gonna take a second for me to get Todd Rural out of the way. Don't judge me. It's a stink drawer. And there might be another one in there. Fuck. Oh, I gotta get out of chat. Dude, I'm in chat still. There we go. you see it? I don't know if I'm on the thing or not. Oops, Jesus Christ. I don't even know. I don't even like moving this.
I have one gecko in my bathroom. When I go in with a joint, he'll actually move closer to me.
Am I in Zoom?
Yeah.
You can see me? Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this is my ashtray. That's in the stink drawer.
You put crutches on it joints?
Everyone? No, yeah, pretty much every single one.
I'd take a pair of scissors and I'd cut off each end and then take the rest of them and put them in something that won't stink.
They go in the stink drawer. They have their own drawer. You should have a stink drawer. I'm sending them off the cake in the cup. I'm gonna see how that Aussie mail service works. Have I been on mute the whole time?
Nope.
Sweet. There's some big crutches in there now that I'm looking. I don't really like them like that. They're easier to roll than the ones I cut in half. But yeah, I usually cut them in half.
I find
Some of them
usually
come
about the 2/3 to 3/4 of a gram is a perfect joint for like smoking 2 times.
I've never been able to figure it out why. Somebody in chat can probably tell me maybe.
Cigarettes are usually 1 gram.
What's that?
I think cigarettes are usually rolled at 1 gram.
Cigarettes are. Marlboros are 0.9 all the time.
Anyway, these are like the raw perforated tips, the big fuckers, right?
Perforated
pH.
Okay, well the first little tip, the first quarter of it has the accordion.
Yeah.
Okay. But then down the middle, just a quarter of the thing, it has another place to tear it. But only that far.
I've seen that the last time I was home. I don't know. Mine are
I
older.
just been cutting them, dude. And using them as
That's making one of them cross joints.
Dude, that's what I'm asking. Do you do some origami fucking shit with it or what?
Like what Seth Rogen does there for the
Like maybe go back and forth with them so they're opposing to each other. Oh, I bet it.
I have no idea.
I just figured it out. Yes, you do them the opposite way because when they are in the fucking thing, I'll show you.
But I will say those extra wides, the ones that say soft on them, I don't know if you can problem with the perforation on them. They're not perforated all the way.
Can you see this? Can you see that?
Yeah, we see it.
It's shitty. You see what I'm saying? It's got a big hole in it. So if I would do that other one the opposite way, it would take up the other half of the joint. You see what I'm saying?
Hardly getting air through.
Yeah, I just have always rolled the joint with just the paper, no crud, none of that. I don't know.
I started rolling them when I went to Amsterdam.
Buddy, you know what it is for me? I got sick of my fucking fingers being stained. And and getting resin turds on my fucking lips and shit,
I started doing it because I couldn't finish the last quarter of my joint.
I smoke a lot of joints.
And I'm also waste not, want not. So like in my ashtray at home, there's roaches usually by the time I relight them because like that's also a thing for me because like some weed it doesn't
Better when
always
roach
smoke
is
super
good.
strong. Someone's like, yeah, and
Buddy, my nephew comes over and empties that thing every couple months.
I used to have people that would today, no, they stopped wanting them. But
Not my.
so then that makes me waste not, want not. So like, yeah, I'm like usually in the morning. I'm too lazy to roll a joint, so I'll just finish the ones from the night before.
And dude, it's my nephew, right? Yeah, so I'd like leave him like whole joints and shit, you know, like I feel like I don't.
When I knew I had somebody, I'd put them in jars or cans, and I had a few.
I put them in the stink drawer.
From me. Oh yeah, if I would, if it didn't like the way it smoked, I'd just throw it in there, and you never knew what was in there. But
I've got
yeah,
that
it was
gallon
been
of
a
the
few
butt bag
years.
almost full of
Yeah,
roaches.
people stopped wanting that shit. Hey, when I was first a tour rat off tour, I had this friend, Sam. He had this big house in Berkeley. He like sold weed. He passed on a couple years ago. He was a little older than me. I'd stay there for like a month or so in between tours. And basically our life was watch the 2 episodes of Perry Mason. One was on in the morning and one was on in the night. And smoke weed, but like in a certain point in the day, we would start smoking the roach joints from earlier in the day. And then as the night went on, and by the end of the night, we'd usually
Second gen
have
and
like
third gen.
triple roach joint. Oh, and
Yeah, the
he
third
would do the
generation.
thing when it was close to being a roach, he'd have a scissors, cut the cherry off, and preserve it the best you could. But like, yeah, it was this weird thing where like we would whatever amount of weed we consumed a day, we would consume it all the way to that point each day.
He was talking about Denny joints.
And then we'd roll these triple resinous joints.
Second and third generation joints.
Yeah, I didn't. The first time I was introduced to those, my nephew came out west to help trim, and like actually like to do like night watch and shit because we're all sketched out about the fuck crops and wanted somebody always out there, right?
And this was in the 80s when the bud was like the green bud from up north, Humboldt, the first years of it. And it wasn't all like the tightest or these perfect nugs, but it was the most.
Cheers, everyone.
Like you would roll a
420.
joint and like 2 hits in, the fucking thing would be clogged up with fucking resin. Like I don't know how weed that when you look at it has nothing but more trichromes, crushier than ever. But hardly. There's okay. When I grew Amy Aces, that weed was like resins like that. All right.
I think,
but a lot of
welcome. Maybe you got it.
Kind of holds.
Super crusty,
Depends
but
on
like
how
when you roll a joint,
it runs that resin. Because have you ever pressed super dry weed and then pressed the same exact weed at say 40, 50, 60% RH? You get the return if it's Colorado bone dry, like you get nothing back out of it. I would assume
it's different though.
Back there.
You almost want that first press of it, and then like to rehydrate it or something. I've been thinking
right, but he's talking, but Bud's talking about smoking the joint.
Like when I remember that in the 80s,
dude, I can't hear nothing. Really.
That like in today's standards, they sold wet
cedars flowing behind my head.
Like it was killer's weed, but like in today's standards, no, what was like in the 80s, like green bud or whatever. Oh, it was moister, wetter. They could get away with that because like, yeah, if it was available,
right,
bought it like crazy. Like
you wanted it.
No idea.
There just wasn't enough of it. Period. End of story. No ifs, ands, buts about it. Now we live in this gluttonous thing where they destroy more than they sell. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
very true,
dude. I
like a little moisture in my weed.
Well, I don't know the exact percentage, but like even a lab test, there is a certain percent that is like the standard that weed's supposed to have. Like it's
it's a range, but it's like, I think it's like 17 to something percent. That's like even weed that's dry and ready to smoke has that much moisture in it still. Supposed to. Like, yeah, that Colorado, it happens here. Sometimes when it's like Santa Ana's, we have like single digit
wintertime, this
humidity
time of year right
for a
now,
week.
for us is when we can get our weed the driest.
Batch of weed. I've had batches of weed or left shit out on my tray when it's zero humidity. And yeah, it's bone ass dry.
What about Vita packs, like 64 or something like that?
They're in the high 60s, yeah, like 60s and 50s, and that's what everyone claims, that they use and like and want. I could see for like long-term storage, but if you've already set it and stored it, you don't need it really if it's in the jars and stored already. I guess if you're trying to put some moisture back into it and stuff, but like I
That's the
use
only time I
the 40 something percent ones in the
I
jars that I
usually
pull out of,
those
and I
packs
still think that's too much. Like I
when
gotta
I
break it up
think
and let it sit on the table for 5 minutes.
when I think stuff is too dry is the only time I've ever used Vita packs. Normally a turkey bag, if it's the right moisture when you knot it up, yeah,
it's
you're
set.
good to go.
That's it. And like right now, I'm pulling stuff from summertime.
We use
and
these
I
things
open the
called
jar up and let it set
deoxinators.
for an hour or two with the jar open, and then it's about ready. If I try to go right into it, it's got just a little too much to it. But
I'm surprised like other people don't use them. Let me find our box of them. They're deoxinators or deoxinators. Yeah, they're like these little silica packet things. They put them in a lot of products, like to keep the box no oxygen.
for the moisture,
Like in your
moisture and
box of
stuff. They
shoes and
always
shit?
say
It
they always
doesn't
say do
do
not.
anything to do
They
with
come in the bags
moisture.
of beef jerky. They always come in a bag of beef jerky, right? They
Yeah.
tell you not to eat it. Why
Yeah,
don't they? Why do
you
they tell you
can
not to
go
eat
on
it?
Amazon
It tastes all right.
and then they sell them in all different sizes and strengths. And it's been some years we use those, and it makes it do. Like when the turkey bag's knotted up with one of those in it, it like doesn't pull all the oxygen out of the thing, but that's what its purpose is
Cake in a cup. I got big hands. You know what they say about big hands?
I don't know.
Big gloves.
Got to wear big gloves in the wintertime. I like my women with small hands. Makes the
Well,
gloves
guys,
better.
I'm gonna have to get going. I'll catch y'all later this week.
Hey, stay safe, Captain.
I didn't hear anyone say, but I assume there's a safety meeting tomorrow.
Right now.
I don't know why my fuck is Kurkowski still here?
I think he's lurking in the background.
Ryan, are you here?
He's polishing his vase right now.
His vase. He calls it vase.
Yeah. Vase. That's right, a vase. They're worth more when you call them a vase.
He's fancy like that.
No, but shit like that will get over on those rich fuckers. So you call it something like that instead of a vase. It just adds like an extra zero. It adds like an extra zero to the end of it.
You silly fool!
Ryan, where are you? Where are you, Ryan?
In the ether.
Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, when you brought up hands about the about gloves and you want your wife to have small hands, you said that.
Small hands, yeah.
And I don't know how well, of course, fucking Korkowski and I got into this topic somehow, where I remembered a story about back in the going to the bar days, like the club, I guess you would call it, if the Midwest has anything like that.
The little person story?
Yeah.
What'd you guys go out dancing with?
Me and Ryan somehow find ourselves in a conversation about little peoples. Thank you for saying little person too. I probably would have said that. I totally was going to say the wrong thing. 100%.
You were lap dancing little people?
No, I was dancing with a good-looking girl.
Little people were lap dancing you?
Nope. I was on the dance floor with this, with this very attractive young lady, right? I'm probably like in my early 20s, mid 20s, 25, something like that.
Yeah, that's how I met my old lady.
Well, what was going on that
worked
night
at a
was
club.
midget wrestling.
was
Midget
there.
wrestling.
Getting it on.
Oh, I said it. Shit. Little person. Oh, whatever it was.
Dude, that stuff is so. Was
if
it
they-
like some ghetto?
If they call
back
it midget
city type
wrestling, can I
wrestling?
call it midget wrestling?
Yeah.
If that's what it's called.
Okay, it's not little people wrestling.
No, they definitely don't call it.
I'm not being a dick. I don't know. Anyway,
No.
the midget,
This was
the midget wrestling,
like
right?
you went down into the ghetto to go see this shit, right?
I didn't go see it. It was just it was going on in the same town that night.
They got them going on at the
That
bars
would've
up
been
here, man. Little
that would've been a
500 person
great time.
bars.
It wasn't going on
Every
at the
weekend.
bar with the music and shit, right? It was at a different bar. I didn't know anything about it, to tell you the truth, until this story happened. So I'm dancing with this girl, like she's backing it up and fucking, it's happening, right? All of a sudden I feel this tap on my shoulder, and I turn around and fucking nobody there.
How'd she reach it?
I'm dancing. Tap on my shoulder, turn, like still nobody.
You got to keep one
And
of the
then like
grabbers.
as I turn my head back, bam, he like tapped me hard in the back.
Down here.
It was a little person. Tapped me in the middle, tapped me like reaching up high to get me on the shoulder kind of thing or whatever.
Right on their tippy toes.
And he says, if I were you, I'd quit dancing with that girl.
We pretend.
And I just laughed and turned and just kept dancing. I thought, like, what? Okay, yeah, whatever. And then he like,
in his boot?
Huh?
What, he tucking in his boot or something? Was it his old lady?
It was his old lady.
It was.
He had a normal tall or a normal height girl, and she was very attractive too. He was like the little Hulk Hogan. He was like the little Hulk Hogan or something, dude. Right?
He had the Corvette in the parking lot.
He was like the little Hulk Hogan. Okay, well, one of my fucking homies one of my homies growing up who was a couple years, probably 3 years older than me.
Got super swampers.
Okay, listen, this dude talking about pictures, right? Talking about pictures.
Super swampers.
This dude made me scared of baseball. Like the very first fucking game, I finally get, he was such a dickhead, and then we ended up becoming friends. But he like wrecked baseball for me, dude. I was gun shy forever after on those short fucking little mounds, dude. That are like, dude, it's like what, fucking 40 feet or something like that from pitcher's mound to plate.
I think.
What is it, 90?
The kids.
240.
Kids, yeah, like 640 or 60 or something.
Yeah,
I thought we were just yelling numbers out.
Well, this kid just so happened to be 6'4", fucking 250, and not fat, like big, and athletic. Played hockey.
Parents were smart. Smart. They just said the parents were smart. They just moved to town and they signed their kid up for 5th grade when he just graduated 9th in the last town.
My brother was a big boy.
No, his whole family. I went to school with his brother, his younger brother. But anyway, he's a huge dude, and he saw a little mini Hulk Hogan, and he like scooped him up like he was his own. He was his now. And he starts tossing him up in the air. Hey, you know how you throw the baby up in the air? Wee.
Yeah.
He starts weeing mini Hulk Hogan in the middle of the bar. While I dance with this chick.
Your friend did this to save you?
No, he did it because he thought because he's that kind of a dude. Like he's a big woo, I don't know how to explain it. He's that kind of a dude. He saw the little mini Hulk Hogan. He's like, oh, like he had to have it, kind of thing,
Right.
Like you're like, oh, you're a funny little guy. You know what? Tossing him up in the air, catching him. Look at this little fucker. Oh, And he's on mushrooms. That's another reason too. I just remember that. We were all on mushrooms too.
Fucking Mr. Toll or Mr. What was the mush? What was the?
What are you
was the
mumbling?
name of the Mario Kart character that was a little mushroom?
Toadstool?
Yeah,
Princess
Toadstool.
Toadstool?
Fucking beat up Toadstool?
No. What was the princess's name? Just Princess?
No, it was
That Princess Toadstool.
I think there was two princesses.
Fuck, I can't remember.
Like
There's
Koopa,
Wario,
Koopa
there's
or something like that
Mario,
was
there's Yoshi, there's the brothers. Is Princess just Princess?
no.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the main
Mario and
princess might
Luigi.
just be Princess. But I'm
There
really
was more
high.
than one princess.
Well, there's Princess Toadstool. The little toad was a princess, I think, too. I don't know. It's been a long time. What fucking year did that
You know
thing
that
come out?
fucking Pac-Man made more money the same year that than Star Wars did when the year that they came out.
Pac-Man was crazy, dude. That was like next level fucking Pong or whatever that fucking shitty game was. Pong, deep,
Pong.
deep. The ball going back and forth.
Oh yeah,
Which was it called?
Pong.
Pong.
Well, initially it was they stole it. It was initially
Go figure.
I forget what company.
Excuse me.
It was like Activision or something like that, or some other company had a fucking console, and their game was surprisingly a lot like Pong, but it wasn't Pong.
Pong Light. Like all that fucking Z-Terp light shit out there.
I don't know. I'm not. I was like played games a lot when I was young, when I was a kid. Like I rocked Mario Kart and fucking Contra and all
Oh
that
yeah,
shit.
up until Super
But like
Nintendo and Sega Genesis, and then I
after,
discovered
yeah, like I got into
vagina.
PlayStation a little bit too, like playing like fucking what was that shit? Fucking where you'd all be in the arena and you like one of them was the fucking ice cream truck with the fucking head on fire on top, twisted metal.
That and that I did like Excite Bike and shit like that.
That was like the last I played. But like I've got friends that I mean they still log in fucking 10 hours a day, COD or whatever the hell they play all day long.
I have no idea.
I was
Like
a
I said,
pinball wizard,
I
and
just
so
I discovered vagina, and that was it for gaming.
when video games started taking over the arcades, I was pissed. And like now you can hardly find a good pinball machine. But yeah, I was a pinball kid.
I
You
liked
say you were a wizard?
I liked Terminator was my shit, dude. That was the one that I fucking
Yeah.
eliminate him.
I played it.
I'll be back.
I don't even remember what it was,
You got
but
to
it was
shoot the
some
gun?
fucking. It was some like it was like one of the first 3D type games, where you could explore the whole world, but it was like it was not it was aimed towards little kids, I'm guessing, because it had
Midgets?
God, what were you? You were like a fucking. I can't remember what kind of person, what kind of person you were. Like you were like there was a bad vegetable guy or something like that. You like had to go kill vegetables or something like that,
What was that
and
one shit?
you shot a pea shooter. I remember that at the beginning.
How about Leisure Suit Larry?
Nope, never
Is that
played
what
it.
it was called?
Leisure Shoot Larry. I've
Yeah.
heard of it.
It was like pornographic shit for like kids.
Oh no. Well, the one I played, like it was really hard, like for fucking.
Does
Like I
anybody in
wasn't.
chat know what I'm
But
talking
for me,
about?
like I
Leisure
spent a lot of
Suit
time going.
Larry?
Huh?
It was like a computer game. Like
Kind of.
only on
Huh.
computer.
Oh,
Like you couldn't have it on Nintendo because it was too risque.
I remember playing fucking
I gotta go look in
Tomb and
chat.
shit.
Somebody in chat will know what I'm talking about.
No, I've heard of that Leisure Shoot, Larry. Or is it kind of like the fucking, I don't know. I logged in a lot of hours on Sims on computer back in the day.
Yeah, you would like go into hookers' houses and shit like that.
When I was a kid, we used to just have fields, and then we would build little things and have rock fights and shit. That was like we didn't play video games. We were like out in the field throwing rocks at each other.
When I was a kid, we had Daisy One Pump Wars.
Dude, we also wore shirts that said Dick
No fear.
Johnson, or remember the Dick Johnson shirts?
Yeah, the Big Johnson.
I had a
Or
salty.
Big Johnson, or whatever it
Yeah,
was.
Big Johnson.
What did I have? A salty Jacks, longshoreman.
I don't even want to admit what I fucking. Oh my god, dude.
I had a shirt that had Mr. Rogers on it with a 357. It said "Welcome to my hood." I thought I was gangster when I wore that shit.
The hypercolor shorts that would change color fucking when you had a boner.
I don't even want to say what I thought was, and it was kind of funny. Fucking, it
Homemade
was.
Zubas.
It uses the F word though, you know. Well, anyway, it was like the Tricks bunny.
Oh yeah.
And it said, "Silly F word, dicks are for chicks."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Tricks. Oh yeah, I've seen
But
that
that's
one.
the shit you could buy back then. That was like acceptable. You know, it's fucking crazy. Like those Johnson shirts and shit like that.
And what were
Like,
those?
that was just
Those were
normal.
at.
They made such a
It wasn't a
Like,
Hot
that's like,
Topic, but there
that'd
was
be like
another.
sexual assault these days, dude.
They
Or
weren't at Hot
something.
Topic, but they were at that Spencer's, was it?
Oh yeah, Spencer's was a little more risque, I think.
Remember they had one in St. Cloud there.
that or any place that you went where tourists gathered there, those shirts were popular for a few years.
Oh, yep. Every
You'd go,
freaking
you'd go search for the new saying, the new one that no
every
one
beachfront,
you know,
every
and stuff.
Daytona, Johnson, fucking, you know, yeah, whatever beach you're at or whatever.
Look, I
Has
had
that
no fear
Johnson
shirts to beat hell. I was
Johnson.
in wrestling, so there was a lot of no fear wrestling shirts.
And there was Johnson for president. There was Johnson volleyball. Was that it? Or was there? Yep.
Yeah, I
All
never had
that
any
shit.
Johnson ones. I was straight.
I think that was like when, like the same time, like No Fear and shit came out, dude.
I was straight, I said.
Or maybe a little bit. Maybe Johnson might have been before that. Just savages. That wasn't even that long ago. What am I doing with this fucking flash?
I remember when Faces of Death shit came out. That was like,
dude, yeah. Ugh.
that was
I
all
watched
that was on any computer anytime you'd open it up
Dude,
until
no,
they
like
figured out how to turn it off.
the first couple they got me, and that was it, dude. Like I don't watch them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like I like
I
didn't
wouldn't
watch
have even
them.
said anything. That's what brings back some fucking.
Yeah, but you know, it's one of those things you did with all your friends when you were fucking 12 years old. Real smart, you know. Yeah.
Now you get caught watching that shit, they probably fucking send you to jail. Rightfully so.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't know how fucking that shit's cool.
I don't even know what we're talking about, Ryan. I forgot.
Baseball, I think.
I just have no idea. I know it wasn't baseball.
Rootiness, tootiness.
Most illness. Goddamn feeling.
You call me the diatomaceous earth guy? Watch, this is what
I love DE.
You fucking brush your teeth with it, dude. Yeah, I call you the diatomaceous earth guy.
Well, this thing you
You
can
fucking
brush
If
your
you
teeth
you
with
if
it.
you
butt
want to get
douche
rid
it.
of
You
if you want
butt
to get
douche
rid of
it,
pets
dude.
and not
Come
have a
on.
problem, figure out a mixture that you can get through your pump sprayer or fucking.
Fucking DT
It's
butt douche.
4 tablespoons per gallon. That mixture.
That
Just as
you
wet as
butt
water.
chug?
Dude, you apply it fucking
You
in the
butt chug
springtime and
a
it'll
gallon
still
in
be
how
there
much?
in the fall. It'll still be there in the fall, doing its work.
Ryan, that's
It
gonna
rinse
fuck
it
you
off.
up,
Whatever
bud.
you don't delete. Whatever you don't delete.
I don't recommend you do that
You
anymore.
put it on in
I
veg,
do.
so it's
I
on
do.
your leaves,
I
and then
do.
you're fine.
I do.
No,
100%.
keep it out of your butt, dude. Don't be boofing fucking gallons of DT.
Fuck buying that, whatever it is,
Tell you
DT
what though, when you
or
buy
the
it,
VT or the MT or the OT or the AT or whatever T, just get some diatomaceous
DT. It's what's for
when you buy it
breakfast.
by the pallet, you can get it for like
syrup.
$20 a 50-gallon bag.
Yeah, we get it for the chickens and stuff too, and like the animals and stuff.
They use it for grit.
For the mineral, well, the minerals.
They
Like
use it for
Okay.
food. They put it in food to it
I thought it might have a
Cake it.
grit kind of.
preserves it
like
and
a
shit.
decaking agent. And the birds and stuff like use it to keep
A
like
talcum.
mites off them. They'll
I didn't know
bathe
that
in it.
they ate it.
Yeah, you put it in
It's
there
in
for
like
2
every
months.
all pet food and dog food and
That's fucked
toothpaste.
up.
Yeah, we can eat it. I can eat it.
Yeah, I don't like
We
it.
can eat it.
I don't like it touching me.
Yeah, the first time that I got it, that when I like went with this particular pickup truck load, we we applied it with dusters, and that's a fucking
Oof.
waste of a fucking
Oof.
just a waste.
I
But
was,
Cloud.
dude. I was.
he was all the guy was all fucking.
That shit can't. Don't be breathing that shit.
I
He was
forget whose podcast it was,
he was
but
tripping
like
out, and he needed that shit down.
back
And then I
3-4
learned how
years
to
ago,
spray it.
Dude,
I was watching this podcast, and the host of it is sitting there saying how his buddy was telling him to go ahead and use some DE. He had aphids or something going on. He's like, yeah, use some DE, go in your room and spread it around. So he's like, so I thought it'd be a good idea to take the 5-pound bag, and with the circulating fan going, I would just dump it in front of the fan and let it blow all over everything. Fucking, he's like, yeah, that was the biggest mistake not to have done. Like, I should never have done that. It's like, why would you do that? Like, go dump a bag of DE fucking in front of your fan in your fucking room. that shit is so fine.
sounds like a party.
I mean, it's a good way, I
I've
guess,
taken
to
it
get
though
into
and
crap.
had it in our whole dry. Like we used like an 8-car garage one time to dry, and
Yeah.
all over all the floors. I had every single window. Fucking
That shit is such a fine powder.
I was gonna say something, I forgot.
but I mean, it's a source of silica too.
My
When you
roost-
fucking
My roosters are going off.
Oh, I think I'm gonna
Yeah,
test my
no.
soil this year for the first time.
Yeah, no, it's another good source of the minerals.
Do you
and
test
stuff
your
to get in
soil,
there.
Southern?
No.
I stick my dick in the dirt from time to time.
No. I lace it up with the rabbit shit, and like they're covered. Like right now, I went out there and it's not frozen because where it's covered, so it'll stay active all through the winter. And I'll take and dump rabbit shit or some chicken shit in there to feed it halfway through. Like a couple weeks back, I went out there and loaded it up like a foot deep, and they'll chew through that until the spring and stuff. Like if I went down probably like a foot into the dirt and stuff, I'd probably get to worms and stuff being active. But
I should have
Y'all have a
specified.
Y'all have a tiger in
I
your
don't-
living room when you were a kid?
I don't test, but
I'm not
I
testing
adjust
the
every
beds.
year, and it's not perfect.
That's not Photoshop.
I'm not
We
worried about the
started
bed.
with-
The things
We
that
started with
are
like if you just walked in the middle of the woods and was walking down, say, an old logging path that had berry bushes, it's just fucking gravel, clay, and there was that couple inches on the top of like that moss, thick all roots, and then nothing, So everything here is all from the animals, and then shit that we brought here. Like we collect from the local stores, the coffee grain scraps of food and shit, just to feed the compost pile. And
Oh yeah.
we bought like when we first came here, there's no worm. You couldn't find a worm to save your life. Like you'd flip every rock over for fucking 3 weeks and you'd never find a worm. It was just all ants because of how sandy and clay and just gravel it was. And now it's flipped. It's the opposite. There's no ants, and anything you flip and bring up, it's got worms. And we bought 1 pound. I don't know, when we moved here to this property like 6, 7 years ago. We bought 1 pound from whoever the Bob's is online or whatnot, and put them in the compost pile. Put a few in the garden. Put a few in the raised beds that we had made, and everything has just done its own thing.
The first couple years, so I think this might be the 10th year, 9th or 10th year that I'll be on this property.
Yeah.
And the first couple years I maintained it. I probably mowed fucking 3 acres or something like that. Fucking stupid. So I did it for like 2 years, and then I just said, "Fuck it," and I just started telling people because I heard about it on fucking or something like this on NPR or not. No, like a Prairie Home Companion, I think is what it was, or one of those shows, Prairie Restoration Project. Is what I started telling people why I quit mowing.
The story,
dude. But seriously, like that first year, the strawberries covered the entire. Dude, like, oh, okay. I'm like, oh, the entire front yard, like, you know what that is, dude. Right. The wild strawberries all of a sudden just took over like an acre, dude. Because we were mowing
that'd be so nice. First thing in the morning, I can go out there.
Dude. In the oatmeal and in the pancakes and then fucking the smoothies. Forget about it. They're the I mean, it's work. It's probably fucking. You probably burn as much energy as you do picking the fucking things.
Yeah, but for the wild ones
in the ditch.
They're so fucking good, though.
I got patches of strawberries that come in throughout the year here and stuff, and they're slowly spreading and getting more and more and whatnot. But yeah, go out in the morning, go out in the afternoon, grab a couple. Again,
yeah,
right after a nice rain. Oh, they're so fucking yummy.
Yeah, I got them everywhere, dude. Pretty cool. And then just slowly, more bugs, more birds, more. I have dude, I have bluebirds coming into my houses, dude. They'll do 2 rounds of babies, dude, and the first round of babies helps raise the second ones, dude. It's so fucking cool. It's like clockwork.
We got a bunch of hummingbirds here. Like
I don't have hummers.
We've got some bluebirds and like Giblets that are starting to come now, but
in the UP we do.
In fall, we've got a ton of hummingbirds, and they'll start buzzing you when they're pissed off because you're by something they want or whatever. Or you come out with a bright colored shirt or something, and the other male thinks that all of a sudden you're some big hummingbird and starts buzzing you. Fucking and shit. You're like, whoa, what the hell? Ducking.
My mom goes through over a gallon of nectar a day and a jar of grape jelly.
Wow.
Dude, wow. It's scary. Like
I have a shitload, dude. She must have a shitload.
I want to have. I wear my sunglasses, dude. You have to.
I would. Yeah.
It freaks me out, dude. There's too much. They're zinging right by your fucking head and shit.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. It makes you duck, dude.
Yeah. But that's what you say. You rock.
Like you're in the ring with Tyson or something.
If you rock the glasses, you can keep your eyes open and watch them, and you get to see more. You know what I mean? It's fucking cool.
Yeah, we have a few of their homes and stuff because in the wintertime they'll end up leaving. So fucking, I see their houses in the trees. I'll go cut them out and got them in
here. Is Benny Ben in the chat?
It says there's 4 of us here.
Well, it's just cake in the cup. Just cake in the cup, cake in the cup, cake in the cup.
Bud's got himself. You can send him a thing.
No, I was looking for Benny. I was looking for Benny Ben.
Oh.
Our friend from across the pond.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
He is at times, but I don't see him now. No, I wanted to show him my lighter.
He's in there. Yeah, cake in the cups there. Also started another bus today. Another bus name today. Both from the.
You need me to translate? I got Russell Crowe'd in. So I'm an Aussie now.
Their business is personal meat storage. I do some personal meat storage, and my old lady once in a while. It was her birthday the other day. We had to.
I think my
meat.
father was a Brit, Benny. I found this in his house.
Yeah, there's
Like,
Benny. Yep,
cool.
yeah.
I gotta show that to Benny Ben. I put gas in it.
It looks like his
Mine had
background
crap.
picture.
It won't light. It wants to light, but it won't light. You know what I mean? Maybe if I took an air hose to it or the cano spray.
Taking a cup's driving buses.
He shouldn't be driving nothing, dude. He's doing what? Do they come with breathalyzer, Taker? Oh, bus is business.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can do that. He can do business stuff. All those business dudes are drunk. Drunk on money.
Here's one of the first feral hemp strains I ever brew.
That's how they loosen the
Before I
pockets.
knew anything about saving it or anything like that.
Give them a little
This
lick.
thing pushed out all unifoliate leaflets, and it had pink hairs.
What are you showing us?
In other words, only one-fingered leaves. The whole plant.
You don't have no picture. Why don't you have a picture, right?
Yeah.
Show us what you're talking about. There you go.
Pick or it didn't happen, homie.
That looks like an auto. Did you is that
shit? I'm in chat again. I'm not even reading it.
Oh, it's like a 4-footer. 3.5-footer. There's another one back here too, but you can't see it as well.
Sitting here just talking at my phone, not even looking at I'm not even reading chat. Why am I in chat? I'm not even reading.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like there's one big long one on the left there, but they're all just one
What
finger.
up, Stony? Huh. What up, hillbillies?
Yeah,
and there was like
still hanging.
3 of them that did that out of like 30.
What did you throw it out? Was
Benny
it a veg plant that you threw out in the springtime or something that just
Dr. Libya, bro?
A friend, a neighbor gave me a handful of seeds at one point and said they were from his yard or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just never kept track of the
cake. Was supposed to be my coup in a cup.
Bud. Never pollinated them or anything.
I can't figure out which square you guys are. There, I got it.
I'm always confused.
Now I'm back.
I gotta throw this one up there again. Isn't that gangster as shit?
I end up just hitting the button that says show all of us.
Big pussy.
The 30-second delay gets you too when you're trying to watch yourself.
What are we looking at? Is that Ryan?
Yeah.
Looks like you're making drugs or something.
About to eat some cottage cheese and raspberry jelly.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We hear you, J5.
You couldn't though. You didn't hear me ask you about jelly, did you?
Nope. Maybe I might have forgot already.
Does removing the seeds make it jelly versus jam?
Yeah. Yep.
I would like some raspberry jelly. I've never had it.
Yeah,
my mother makes raspberry jam.
My old lady will do both, either or, because she doesn't care for seeds.
Fucking GPT is thick.
We do a lot of black raspberry stuff.
You're one sick pup there, Ryan. Why would you do that to them? Why would you make a mess of them like that with your bodily fluids?
Hey, I didn't draw that, man.
You're gross, dude. No, you did it. That was actually you. I heard there's like film or something you said.
Hey, look, Bud's back. See, this thing's always screwing me up. Everybody's here. But Bud's just muted, that's all.
The fuck am I seeing?
No, pet squirrel.
Oh, you're sharing? Oh, I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with my screen, you sucker.
Yeah, that's bad. That's badass, dude.
What is that,
What's on
Ryan?
Table too.
My
Oh,
What's
it is
squirrel.
a
going on
squirrel.
on that table? Is that
My mom
some,
feeds
like,
a
insects?
chipmunk. It's got half a tail. That's how you can always tell which one it is. But it's
Yeah,
sort
I
of like
sprayed that
full-
one's tail.
Dude.
I sprayed it with some spray paint when I let it go.
Hey, my question
What?
is, how long did these motherfuckers live? This is 4 years she's fed this thing.
Yeah, they probably lived for quite a while. I would think.
They would
I don't
probably
know.
live
We
15 years.
Dude, I
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah,
I
10
was
years.
for a few years.
a fucking squirrel.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
chipmunk?
We
That's
raised
God,
them
I
in the
was
house.
thinking. I was
as
thinking they had like
regular gray
4 year
squirrels.
max or 5 year max or something like that.
A couple years,
Fuck,
and then we let them
Deer
go
don't even
outside.
get double
Stopped
digits.
seeing them for a couple years.
I fed him from a fucking. Here, I'll see if I can find a little baby one.
I must tell you somewhere here on fucking the interweb.
Fed him from a freaking. What do you call it? A little baby dropper?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
little
eyes were
fucking,
still closed.
like that little syringe, like a plastic syringe.
Yeah, I would feed it baby formula.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, that would work. When they're young.
I'm such a dude. I am seriously addicted to buying fucking freebie seeds, dude. I'm
Squirrel
I
lives
got a
8
free
years,
pack of freebie
I've
fams.
always liked the free. What's that?
but
I got a pack
squirrel
of
will live
freebie
for 8
fams.
years. Most of
I
them
one
Yeah,
even.
yeah.
don't live
I'm
beyond a
addicted
year,
to
though.
buying the freebies.
Captive squirrels can live 15 to 25 years.
That's fucking wild, dude. I would
Yeah,
never
yeah.
have guessed that.
Did you know Bob
But
Ross had a
they-
bunch of
they-
squirrels?
Dude, 80% of the robins die off, like in the or some shit. I heard this crazy fucking statistic, dude. Like birds don't live that long, and maybe it's just I don't know. It's fucking wild
No,
though.
it's kind of like here with the squirrels, though. It says, a squirrel's average is in the wild, like squirrels average is like 10 years or so, but in the wild,
Oh,
most of them don't live.
you're talking about in a cage and like
but
being
most
fed
of them
that
don't live beyond a year.
being fed that fucking baby fucking scared juice
Right.
shit, dude.
Yeah, the ones you're petting and fucking
Your
right on your
adrenal
shoulder.
gland or whatever. They're
15
chewing
to
on
25
adrenal
years.
glands.
Yeah, you can't feed them salted nuts either. Salted nuts ain't good.
Don't
for
get
'em,
those
like
fuckers wet after
squirrels.
midnight.
Yeah, squirrels. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh no, you
that
don't feed them after midnight. You don't get them wet
Yeah.
ever.
too. Dude, they're coming out with a new Ghostbusters, ain't they?
Oh, they gotta ruin it again, huh? The
The
girl one wasn't good.
The
The girl
I just
one didn't
remember
wreck it enough.
I just remember the one from when we were younger.
The one with that fucking annoying fucking what's her name? She's horrible. She's really loud.
Yeah,
Kinda
I know a
built
few of
like-
those.
Built like a linebacker, kinda. Shit. Fuck, what's that movie? Whatever.
Yeah.
I think she might have been a comedian. Or maybe she just I'm gonna stop.
Yeah.
Melissa McCarthy or something like that?
Jennifer
not.
McCarthy. The
No.
blonde chick. Is that who it
No.
is?
Melissa
this is the
McCarthy
heavier-
was a thicker one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the thicker one. That's the word I was looking for.
She was
I'm like,
on
she's
King of
built like a
Queens or whatever.
linebacker.
Or what was she, the wife on Kings of Queens, maybe? Or one of them
No.
shows.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I thought she was just a funny person.
Or no, she was a sister on Reba. Or the daughter on Reba. Something like that.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Reba McEntire?
Yeah, that's the same Reba.
She dead?
No, she had a TV show. I thought that I don't know, I could be wrong.
Reba.
She was kind of good looking if you looked at her just right at a certain.
Oh yeah, back in the day.
You looked at her straight
She was
on.
a fiery
like,
redhead,
kind
huh?
of like weird. Yeah, a little weird.
She was.
I tried sharing a video of that squirrel running up and down my shoulders and shit, but
Yeah,
didn't
you didn't.
That ain't all you did with it, you fucking freak.
I think it's cool, dude. It fucking
You
went
think
all around me.
Gerblin? You think Gerblin is impressive? You should see fucking Ryan with a wild squirrel.
Dude, my mom was like a charge nurse at
Surprised what those little fuckers can fit through.
a VA hospital, and yeah, she said that more than once, more than once they had to extract
That's
a
where those
dead
kids got them
animal.
from, dude. It was from Ryan. Ryan's the originator of that squirrel tail.
No, I remember her telling me that when I was like a really young age. It like kind of fucked with me.
Dude, so I shot a whole bunch of squirrels when I was a kid and like fucking skinned them, saved tails, fucking ate them. Ugh. Fuck, I'll never eat another fucking squirrel.
I shot a few, but
I always tried to eat everything I shot. And but eventually I found the old dude, like the old fucking old timer. They would make fucking, they loved them. So like once that was the whole thing, you could like find somebody that would take them. You're good to go. Otherwise, they just pile up in the freezer.
yeah, every one of my neighbors had a gopher lion, and I didn't.
I used to go with my old the old county dog catcher was like a family friend, and he ran fucking gophers and moles and all that shit. We caught a badger one time. That was fucking intense.
Those pelts. Me and my old lady went down the road there today to go grab some firewood off the side of the road. That was really nice and real good red oak. And anyhow, fucking, we see this dead cat on the side of the road. Fuck this, we're working around. That looks like a bobcat. You see how short his tail was? Fucking, and we work around now. It wasn't a bobcat. It was just a really fat
fucking. Okay, here.
Yeah.
Okay,
so I was hoping it was a bobcat.
So another family friend, that's so funny. The dog catcher and the other family friend was the dude that got the county contract for picking up the deer, right? Well, old Whalen,
can I have that?
He would get them fresh, and he would process them like a lot. It was super. Dude, he was really good at the job.
Tell where they get hit, as long as they're not bloated.
If you get them quick, and Whalen was all about it, dude. Right? Well, I used to go with him on those too. Well, one time,
popular here.
One time we got a pregnant doe. So guess who ended up with twin? Guess who ended up with twin fetuses in a pickle jar with fucking vinegar?
Oh man! Saw it on eBay.
Oh, no, dude, this was 86. I think I was in second grade.
You still got them?
No, listen.
Also on eBay.
So, in second grade, it was second grade.
You bring them in for a school fun.
You do show and tell, right?
Oh no.
My mom said absolutely not. Well, guess who snuck that pickle jar onto the bus?
Right. Tell me no. That means yes.
Guess who marched into fucking Mrs. whatever her name was. I'm not gonna say it, but guess who marched into her room with the pickle jar and proud as a fucking papa, she lost her shit. And didn't like it traumatized her, dude. I had to switch classes. That was back in the days when there was I guess a lot of schools were like that. You had 2 teachers per grade or whatever,
What is she, a city teacher?
Huh?
What is she, a city teacher?
Oh yeah. 100%. Yep. Lost her shit. Could not believe that happened. And yeah, I had to switch classes and everything. I was a little shit though beyond that.
My uncle's got 3 of them.
But I was being a shit. So I got in trouble for that, right? So I got in trouble. So rather than embracing a child like that, oh, this kid's obviously fucking what am I trying to say? Our school system sucks. Rather than being disciplined, I should have been fucking encouraged to fucking pursue fucking whatever. Yeah. I was one of those. I was hey, that was also the time when Ritalin came out when I was in grade school, and they pushed that shit on My mom was a nurse though, and she was like, "No way, fuck, it's fucking speed." Yeah, I got a whole heap load of trouble. I wasn't. Yeah, I was fucking whatever.
What year
Yeah, it
Banshee
wasn't.
did you race?
Huh?
What's that, buddy?
What year Banshee did you race?
Mine was a
Banshee.
98. The frame was originally it was a 98, and that was the only thing that's left pretty much
They
stock on
changed
it
them in '96, didn't they?
is the frame. Uh, no, like earlier than that, back in 80, 89, 89, 90 maybe or something. They
Because I remember
they
whenever
had
I
the
would buy
frame,
things, like it would say there'd be like
the
an
J arm,
88
but
through
they had
something, and then like a 96
it's
on up
when
or something like that.
maybe 92 or something, maybe
Yeah,
94.
I
It's
guess I
whenever
know.
they had the J arm style. That was the switch, was the J arm,
Okay, yeah, mine had
and
A arms.
the rear hub was, like I was saying, like a 4-finger hub instead of
I
the
got
6-finger.
I've got 5.
There's some things different with it, and that was pretty much the difference. The motor was always the same all the way up through. It's just an RD 350 motor, and stuff. And they would tweak little things here and there, but they pretty much
348.
never did anything to it.
You guys didn't even catch my Primus fucking comment earlier.
But
What's
stock,
that?
it's like
I
they're like
was
20, like
dropping
20
Jerry
something
with the race
horsepower.
car driver lyrics. We'll drop some more. There was the race car driver. Those goddamn thing. He never did check the flag, but he never did come in last. There was the race car driver, and he sang also number 1. Oh, dude! Oh shit! Cake, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Roger Dodger.
Cake, they made me John in charge. I didn't ask for this. I can't be trusted with this. I might have to time out you for being a blue meanie.
What?
What?
The blue meanies is coming. The blue meanies is coming. The blue meanies. I wonder if I still have it. I have a old VHS cassette.
Fucking
An old VHS cassette tape with fucking the Yellow Submarine on one side.
Yeah.
And the other side's full of peanuts. A whole bunch of peanuts. An old Scooby, or not Scooby Doo. What was the fucking dog's name? Snoopy. Ugh.
Snoopy.
Can't forget Snoopy. Who's the chick that pulled the football away?
Lucy, that fucking bitch.
She was a bitch, dude.
Yeah, little muddy bitch. Little dirty muddy bitch.
What a fucking bitch.
Charge you to be a psychologist to tell you you're fucking, or psychiatrist, whatever.
I didn't catch your drift, bro.
She had a psychiatrist stand when other kids were selling lemonade and shit. She wanted to get into your psyche.
Are you talking about Susie? Susie Green.
I think it's Lucy, wasn't it? Black haired chick.
My butthole queen.
An artist she may be, but a genius she is not. She says she wants to be a sociologist, but I think she'd rather get checked by a neurologist. Huh? What's up, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
If it's gonna be this kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in mashed potatoes.
It is nearly 4:20 here.
I'm Central right now.
Nearly 5.
Central, you.
I'm looking like a crackhead right now. I ran out of cigarettes.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that hook, dude. Take.
I know I must have dropped a cigarette. There's got to be one under the couch, right?
I think he's a dick, is what I think.
Who's that?
Huh?
Who's
That
a dick?
hoaxer, that hoax, that I call him ho, like ho.
The mini, the mini
or
guy that
ho.
they kept tapping your butt cheek to get your attention.
I don't know what he did. I think I don't know. I just don't like him. He's kind of a dick. And he's got something to say about everything, dude. Like, oh,
Who's this?
like we're like on FCP. I don't know how long ago. There's some fucking heady ass shit going on, right? And he's all talking like, I think you need to have stuff that's simpler for fucking beginner growers.
Drama going down
and shit. And it's like, dude, that's not the fucking crowd that they're playing to here. Is it not obvious? This is not that crowd, dude. Like, that's what fucking other shows are for. You know? For beginner shit. This is fucking, heady shit, dude. The people that are here want to know this stuff. There's no fucking...
been there for 10 years.
What's that?
Or for 4 years, what I'd say. 3 years.
I can't
I don't
hear
know.
ya. No, but I got this heater blowing behind my fucking head. Can't hear shit. No. I should probably turn it down. I'm fucking hot. Oh, Caker said, "What are you going back to? What now?" Caker's gonna go fucking shank a Hulk or what? Oh, they're talking about liars too. Oh, geez, he's a dandy one. That's one dude that I just like. Oh yeah, I ain't going there. Once you realize somebody's like fucking nuts, it's like, oh okay.
Like, but you know that dude back in the day, he made an algorithm that made everyone his friend on fucking MySpace.
Lars did?
Yeah.
Is that a good thing to do?
Or is that trouble for it, I think.
I was checking my MySpace the other day.
I'm asking why would you do that?
I checked mine for some reason. I checked mine like 2 weeks ago. And I got an email from an old neighbor of mine that I really wanted to bang a long time ago.
I fucking
2 years ago.
Yeah,
she's like, "Do you ever check this anymore?"
I never did Facebook, but I had a MySpace.
I did too. Yeah, I used to change the background and add fucking music and fucking pictures.
Fuck, I remember when you could first put GIFs as your image, and I thought that was cool. I thought I was a hacker.
I didn't get that far. Like, my chick made it for me, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And then I think when we broke up, we had like a spat on it, and I was like, oh, enough of that.
I had a GeoCities
all of our
page,
bullshit
man.
was out in the open, you know. I was like, oh, that's what this shit's about. Fuck that. Oh, Facebook? No, thank you. I'm good. Dude, I remember that shit when I was I was like 2000 and shit. It was on campuses, dude. Like, you could do it as a campus thing.
I haven't been.
It wasn't like public yet.
We'll be computer technical support specialist.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I imagine you did, you fucking nerd.
I was on fucking ICQ and Yahoo Chat was where I met my first girlfriend.
Post pictures of shit we sell, but
was it an actual person? Like a breathing one with blood and stuff?
Yes.
Cool. That's pretty rad. Hello?
Yeah, I met two of my first girlfriends like that.
Roger that, Dodger.
How much were they?
24B, I think, back then.
How many dong? Fuck, I was gonna roll something up, dude. I'm fucking.
We're gonna find out.
Something different. Something different there. I've got some like mystery, like I don't know. I'm getting to that point where I'm like, fuck, I kind of wish I would have popped off a fucking indoor. Like I'm craving. Well, okay, that's another cool thing. I guess I never mind. I've been smoking the same like 15 strains for like a month or something, right?
Yeah,
So,
me too for the last 3 months.
so I'm kind of over them. But I've got like
I'm getting ready to
another
fire
15 plus, like 18 at this other spot. So once I get back to them, it's gonna be like fucking getting high all over, or like a
Yeah, no,
music
it's so
festival.
nice to get back
Yeah,
to
no.
go through that stage when it's nice and really fresh, and then it's
Yeah.
like you get into when it's like just in the jars and it's curing, and it's like, oh yeah, you're right at the perfect cure stage, and then you're smoking it like what I'm smoking now, where it's like, all right, I've been smoking this for a while. All right, this is the best of it. All right, fucking add some dry sift to it. Fucking.
All right. I'm just talking flavors in general, and I don't recommend people fucking do that, like, because it kind of wrecks pot almost. No, like I'm like complaining that I've got like 15 different varieties to choose from for the last month.
Yeah.
And I'm over those 15. You know what I mean? So, but at my other spot, I got like 18. I got 18 other ones. So it's gonna be like
when you can be a weed snob, that's what we get to do.
That's what I'm saying. It kind of fucks it kind of fucks weed up though, because then it's like, God.
I just smoked my the last of my resin.
I used to be happy with 4 or 5 cultivars. Now I got to have at least like 20. You know? Yeah, I ran.
Yeah, you do think of that. Like
I ran Blue Dream, Gorilla Glue,
different ones, and you were good. You know, and you were proud and happy to have those.
Yeah,
now,
and that's what I smoked
when you've got anything you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to participate in this 420 because I am on a weed.
Oh shit!
How the fuck you?
I gotta fucking get moving here.
You didn't buy a T-shirt. You didn't go to the concert. You didn't buy a T-shirt.
Hey, Ryan, how picky are you about your weed? I have weeds ranging from like last year's to I have a I believe it's a 45-gallon tote full.
Let me see how much.
Full of 2017 fucking ganja. When I bit off more than I could chew, running like fucking 3 properties, and
I'm not.
Forgot about
Uber from Michigan to Wisconsin.
I'm not all on board about smoking booth.
No, you're not. I'm kidding. I'm saying I've got like shit that's like oxidized some, and shit I meant to make hash with like last year, and I still have it. To like last year's stuff, some last year's stuff that's just kind of oxidized a little bit, but still good smoke.
Took a taxi 3 states.
But it just depends on how much
paid in $1 bills.
If you want to pot up to like fucking 3 years old, I could bring you like a fucking pound or 2.
If it still smokes, man.
All right, yeah, that's all right. I probably wouldn't smoke any of it, but if it's smoke, yeah, I'll assess them, I guess. But I mean, you could make hash. I don't know. Whatever. I'll get something together. Yeah, that other shit you want. I guess if you wanted to make hash out of it, maybe, you know what I mean. But
mutate it.
You could bang it on your drum or whatever. What do you do? Oh, it's a T-shirt. What do you put it over though?
No,
handkerchief.
Or a handkerchief. Over what though?
Say that again. Handkerchief.
Handkerchief.
A handkerchief.
Handkerchief?
A fucking snot rag. That you put in your pocket after you use it again. And everybody should. We got to get away from tissues.
That's
everybody
what I thought
should have a handkerchief.
You don't wear those
my grandpas and
fucking.
They all use handkerchiefs, and yeah. They seem to be just fine. This stuff. It's fucking crazy. You see that?
I'm selling photos of cocks on eBay. You'd think you'd get in trouble for selling cock photos.
Does all that thing say on the bottom is Gabriel?
Old fighting. Yeah, that's all it says. Yeah.
I need to see a
And
picture of
such
it
a,
again.
like I said, it's such a smooth bottom here. Yeah. Put it over here in the light again. Redo it.
And you say it's
Oh, yeah. I ain't even on the
Such a
fucking thing.
smooth bottom. And it's almost like it would be like an oil pen or something, you know? It doesn't seem like it's not scribed
hey,
or
hold on,
engraved.
hold it right there.
Yeah.
It does look like an AL, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. How it
Or
hooks off the bottom some. But I guess if you did an E too, that would be the way that you'd be coming off the E too. But
yeah, it's probably is an E.
but there's a little bit of shadow
And is
on
there
it.
any top mark anywhere on it or on the bottom anywhere?
Nothing. There is nothing. This is the only thing, like I said, what you see right there, it looks like rings of a tree. You know, that's what it reminds me of. The thicker, deeper rings, and then in between them is like smaller lines that you can't quite see right here. I don't know if I can get it.
Yeah, that's not quite the thumbprint that I was talking about when I was trying to explain. But
Yo, can you see
what's
this?
the decoration look like?
Ryan, can you see this?
Yeah,
Should it be back closer?
Like you can see
you
too,
can fucking
even the handle application.
Oh, he's showing something.
And like that there's whatever. I haven't had much luck.
A-team.
Dude,
That's
that
pretty
looks like a
fucking cool.
badass show. Fucking BA Baracus. Dude.
and that's a ewer actually.
Imagine if we
It's
had
not that.
one of those.
And
I think that would be
Tom Selleck's,
considered a
was it Tom
ewer.
Selleck's mustache? Or somebody else's mustache?
I used the Magnum PI. That was good too.
But wasn't there like a Tom Selleck dude on the A-team too?
No, not Tom Selleck. Face. You figure his face would have been like the clean cut guy there.
Or
then
did they?
there's the old man with gray hair. What was his fucking name?
Was Magnum PI on after the A-team or vice versa?
Maybe one of the two. Yeah, 'cause I used to watch it.
I think that's why I'm confusing them together.
Yeah. Whatever, the red Ferrari or something. And then like Miami Vice, Airwolf, friggin' MacGyver.
MacGyver was my shit. MacGyver and Quantum Leap.
Yeah, Quantum Leap too, and fucking can't think of this other one. Never mind right now. Brain fart. But
the one with the car.
Yeah, a wicked cool application to the handle on it. You know, I mean, those are other points, you know, a reference besides just the the glaze quality, you know, and everything. Like,
yeah, it's not a
Ryan.
I'll see what I find here.
Are you running, Ryan? Are you running the show?
I doubt it. I definitely came back, so I probably don't even have host.
Let me see. Who Bud's host? It says he's still here.
How do you get on the main on the big? How do you see yourself on the big screen?
I think right now it's under whoever's talking at the moment. Kind of
goes.
Like,
I got you. Or am I just looking at the wrong thing?
Oh no, that's for me to share. Am I on big screen right now? Did it just switch?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Did I don't know. Think yeah,
I think so.
I don't know.
If I talk, am I? Do you see me now?
Yeah.
I see Ryan. Do you see me? Yo, 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 yo.
No, it's just highlighting me. Let me go back. All right, go ahead and talk.
No, but I do pop up on the big screen when I talk.
No, it's not on mine.
Huh.
I'm trying to see if I can figure
Yeah,
out.
I'm not looking at my YouTube. I can't tell. Yeah, there's different ways. There's the one where it just stays like um
All of us. Yeah, I
Hollywood
think the host
Squares or whatever.
because I've been able to adjust it before, and I think it's
The
only
Hollywood
maybe
Squares.
one time.
Or the Brady Bunch. But then otherwise it's just whoever's talking, I think. Except for I don't know, I don't think mine shows up without my camera's off. I'm just a disembodied voice.
Are you on the main screen though right now? I think so.
No, you can't see me. Only you can in here.
I'm
I don't
saying,
think
but your
YouTube can
big
see me.
black fucking thing is on the screen.
Yeah, but YouTube, I don't think YouTube can see me.
What do they see?
Uh, just the three of you.
Oh, like they have the split or like the Brady Bunch style or whatever.
I'm not sure. It's either that or it's whoever's talking at the moment.
You're not on the screen when you're behind the thing like you are right now. Is that what you're saying?
No. Yeah,
Yeah, you're
but
not on the screen.
On YouTube, it might be whichever one of you is talking at the time.
Ah, I gotcha. Huh. I was just trying to figure out the depths of like where is the actual like sweet spot. I feel like it's back further than closer. I don't know. Not fucking around.
YouTube. It's 20 below right now, and it's supposed to be above tomorrow or on Friday.
It's supposed to be what?
50 on Friday.
Pretty much, dude. A lot of snow disappeared today. It disappeared and then it snowed.
Yeah, same here. It was so warm the past 2 days here. Fucking.
All in the
You
same
need
fucking day.
some cocoa butter on them fucking digits there, dude.
Huh?
I'm making
It's
fun of your
working
hand.
hand to hand. I'm a work.
Who you talking to?
Hands.
Oh, I
that's
see.
that almost reminded me. Who? There's a British show where there's a character named Hands. Has anyone ever seen that shit?
Go look in chat. I bet Benny has.
Oh, I'm
Look at
sure
this
they.
fucking thing,
What
Ryan.
show is that? Huh?
Check out that fucker, huh?
Is he like a housekeeper or something?
Just like that bitch. I can barely
No,
pick
he's
this
a fuck.
fucker up, dude. It's got to be
He's
40 pounds.
He's a drug-addled fucking psychopath.
Need
He's
a martini?
Shaken, not stirred.
What's the bottom look like on that?
Fucking old lady looked it up.
Let me check out your bottom.
I don't know if there's
polished or cut is it smooth where that pontil is, or is that just a dimple? Is it rough inside there?
Pops that. No, it's not. It's not blown like pontil now. No, it looks like it must be something maybe with a mold, but it kind of looks blown. I don't know.
No, that's blown. It's just
That's what she said.
Has that got gold specks in there? That looks like
Yeah, in here.
I don't think it's Murano, but I think it's Empoli glass. EMPOLI.
Yeah,
You ever heard of that?
EMPOLI. Yeah, I've got some of their pieces here. I don't know if I have them right in this room.
I know I've got like a bunch of Empoli martini glasses.
Oh yeah, there's actually one right here. This green one, that green one right there in the back. That thing's like 20 inches tall.
Okay.
This fucking
Oh yeah,
thing
yep,
here.
yep. I've got several that look have that same type of style.
Long as fuck. It's got a wicked badass stem on it.
Yep.
And then I got a red one that's kind of similar, but a different cut at the top.
I know a lot of times they have them vertical striping like that.
Wave to it. Yeah. Yeah.
I
One of
think
these.
Empoli is somewhere in Italy too.
Yeah, no, it's nice stuff, and it sells for good money and whatnot. And you can usually get it fairly cheap, find it fairly cheap. Look in the right spots a little bit. Oh, there, one of my Van Briggle vases there, and I think it's 50s or 60s, I believe. Fucking take it out because you're supposed to be able to tell by the marks, I guess, right?
On what, Van Briggle?
Yeah. You
Yeah.
know the marks very well at all?
What's that?
Do you know the marks very well at all?
I don't really follow. I don't do a whole lot of factory pottery.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe every once in a while I'll have like a Royal Hager or something like that. But let me see.
I think it's
that is
like 50s, 60s or something, but
I know that one. What's the signature say?
I'd like to buy a bowl.
Van Briggle.
Okay. Yeah, I know I've seen that
Wriggle, my
AA.
snuggle.
Because I've got a double A pottery mark that I've got like 20 pieces of, and I can't find out what it is. I don't know what it is.
And again, it's got that blue and green, which is blue and greens like this are kind of unique in the glaze world, right? In a way.
Celadon.
Not what's that?
I think the green is
tones,
a Celadon,
right?
usually.
Certain tones and stuff.
Try some mystery pot. It's got a white beaner.
I don't think this is worth a ton of money. This one here and stuff, but it's got a little bit of value. You know, maybe.
I know I've seen that AA mark a bunch of times, searching for some other shit.
I've got so many little fucking treasures hiding. Treasures for me. A lot of folks look at the stuff and they're just like, "Oh, that's a piece of glass," or "That's a bowl," or "That's a whatever," you know. Decanter stuff.
That's so cool that you know that shit, that you can see that and like recognize real. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people can't do that. Like you said, they just look at it as a bowl or whatever.
Sometimes though, it gets you because you can't walk away from a deal.
I've got a fucking.
That's tough.
Oh shit.
Fuck, you're not gonna be able to see that thing.
Would you toss it? $400 bowl right here. Charles Holly. I sold a plate for like over 100.
Right, I use some of my stuff too, and whatnot.
I use a lot of it,
especially in my cast iron. When I find it, I use that.
This is made by an old school guy.
Can you see that bean on there?
Yeah, it's light green. Is that what you're showing us? Light green.
No, it's really pale. It's hard though.
Really pale.
Would you pop it or toss it?
I don't know. Probably toss it because I mean it's got to be young, being pale.
Yeah.
Is it worth the time?
It's not at that point where it's like, yeah, it's questionable.
Is it the only bean that you found out of that? And it's the only chance,
dude. I don't even know it's a mystery cultivar anyway, so it wouldn't do me any. It'd just be something to fucking grow. If it's really fire and it's not like blowing me away or nothing.
Here's a cool Japanese lunchbox. I got porcelain.
it
Sometimes they come
stacks
in
on
in
top
wicker.
of each other like how like a rice box would work, like thing.
Yep. Yeah, they would have different. They're different courses. I think one of them would be just for rice.
Yeah.
I definitely dropped this bud. It's got fuzz on. I just picked like 3 hairs off it.
I've done worse.
There's my stable back in the day.
That's where they kept you?
What's that?
I thought I was
The
looking
old.
at a play. I thought I was looking at a play set.
Oh yeah.
I'm fucking dude. I can't see shit.
Husqvarna.
Huskies.
Yeah, the old Husqvarna.
I fucked
There's a
with
little
Steve.
tiny husky in there. The beasts were the steel.
Don't make my old lady show you how to run that fucking.
That's what I chopped down that tree on old fucking Chris's.
And then I had
Chris's
my John's Rood 70E in the corner there too.
The end of September, the state of New Hampshire, they have one of the largest longest running agricultural fairs in New England for the New England area states over here. And we go there and do like a logging demonstration thing with an Alaskan mill, cutting slabs, planks for like bar tops, tabletops. But we use them and build these monster fucking 10, 12, and 16-foot long picnic tables with like 3-inch tops. And then the bases are, say you take a hemlock and like 12, 14-inch hemlock, and you just diced it into a couple bench seats, flattened it on both sides, so you had like 14 inches wide, really thick, 3 inches. Fucking, I mean, these things weigh, I don't know, a few ton. You put one in the back of a pickup truck, it takes like 10, 12 guys to pick it up and put it in, flip it over and put it in the back of a pickup truck or put it onto a trailer at the end of the fair. But we build like 10 of them for the fair, donate some of them, and then sell the other ones like super, super cheap because after the fair, we get good money for them or whatnot. But during the fair, we just let everybody sit at them and eat their food, fair food, and do whatever and watch us cut the planks all weekend and stuff. And
that's cool.
The mill runs 2 of the Husqvarna in like 292s fucking on it. So you get those fucking both of them wide open ripping, and let me tell you, holding on to that thing, fucking cutting down like a 50-inch wide, 16-foot long plank, fucking, and do that all weekend long. Fucking, or actually, it's kind of like all week. We go there on Wednesday, start on Wednesday.
You gotta have them change. You gotta have them change sharp, huh? For that.
Pretty much, like
sharp,
everything.
I don't know.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Like, I think
it takes like 2 hours to chop.
What I should have said was you're constantly fucking working the key. I have a feeling.
Fucking give it a couple swipes here and there. Fucking as long as you don't hit nothing, then it'll detect the logs first and double check to make sure you're not.
Because ripping those fuckers lengthwise like that, that's got to be doing.
But then we have like our little trailer or whatever, which we have a roll of chain where we can just make up a fucking chain real quick too.
Do you use just regular chain, or do you use like some fucking fancy ripping chain?
Like, yeah, just like, well, I guess it's a harder tooth and stuff, but it's just a
carbide or whatever,
like a ripping chain, yeah, with a ripping tooth, nice sharp edge on it. Yeah, no round tooth or anything like that. And you drop the rakers down, just 1 or 2 swipes, and fucking do that. That mill just wants to
everyone forgets the rakers.
Sends itself right into the log, and you're really pulling back on it, and the other guy's pushing, to keep it centered, so you're not just dragging, one side down the log and making it tough on yourself. But yeah, it's quite the workout and stuff. When I was younger and whatnot, like I used to be able to get down with it, fucking no problem and whatnot, fucking because I was young, strong, had enough energy. But yeah, now it's like I'll do a few, fucking here and there. Fucking, we've got some
Yeah,
other people that do them and stuff. Fucking
I used to
and
fit
whatnot.
three-quarters of a cord of ash in the back of my
you
Econoline
ashy, bro.
van.
Back of my Buick.
If I'd had them, if I would have them, like I could fit a full cord in there if I chopped them all down to firewood size, but usually I'd have them in 3-foot chunks,
Yep.
as big as I could throw them, and I would fucking go and sell them. Fucking, I think you'd usually deliver a load for 300. If I had to go drive anywhere, did that for like 3 winters.
I don't have a good enough running pickup truck to do something like that.
With my van, man, I'd fucking going right because we could only access the because I had free access to all this wood, and my buddy he had bought a fucking just a 40-acre plot for his cattle,
Yep.
and but it was half swampland. You could only get into the um you could only really get in there in the winter when it was frozen. And that van and that John dude right there fucking chopped down a lot of trees. Yeah, that van fucking I think I put like had over 300,000 on it, I know that much. And it was still running when I fucking junked it.
I learned to drive on a Dodge, a manual Dodge Caravan.
I learned on a
manual Dodge Caravan. That would be weird. Yeah. Driving a fucking standard Caravan. Fuck.
But the first clutch I drove, I already knew how to drive it because I already had my clutch experience from dirt bikes and shit.
Same thing.
Right. I had a little bit of that. My first time driving a car.
It wasn't the same. Hey.
My buddy Lando, he's like, here, drive my car up to the racetrack, fucking, and stuff, because it was Saturday, we're heading up to the racetrack, so it was probably like a 5-mile drive. Now, this car, my very first time ever driving a car legally on the road, fucking, here, this car had jack shit for brakes. Like, it was like riding like one brake. You had to pump it like 16 times just to get a little bit of pressure. The exhaust was fucking off it, so it was louder than fuck, and it was a standard. Fucking.
I can remember
here
driving.
I am, fucking no license, fucking.
I can remember when I was like 12 driving with two full hay wagons behind me just swaying.
I've got these mixed bags of mixed phenos. I'm like,
slow down, son. You're going too fast.
I've got mixed bags of phenotypes, and so I'm getting to the point where I've picked out the pheno. You know, I can eyeball them and know which one's which, and all that's left are the ones that I didn't smoke first. If you get what I'm saying.
The stuff that somebody else needs.
Like I already smoked all the best shit out of like the best of the 3 phenotypes.
I know. I've got a couple of them jars where I open them up and I'm like, yeah, that's right. Again, we're on to this shit.
And then there's shit that I've already like smoked.
It gives you ambition though to go fucking find something and go fucking get some more going and get your fucking shit together. Kind of slacked off when it's been a lot easier now because it's right here. So now it's like, all right, well, I can just fucking wait till tomorrow. Before, back in the day, it's like, no, we have to stay. There's no choice. This was the opportunity to go. This was the opportunity to do this. This is the only chance you had because you had other shit going on. Where now it's like, it's right there. Well, tomorrow. Fucking. Fucking 5:45 in the morning. 3 hours till the fucking nearest store opens up. Wow, dude. It's gonna be 9 hours without a cigarette. I might as well just quit smoking. Why should I even restart smoking cigarettes? Need to smoke more pot. did Bud mix some chemicals wrong and fucking inhale the vapors and fucking pass out?
Jesus.
No, I'm just wrapping up, setting up. But
Oh,
there's
so
no
he's still there.
chemicals. There's no chemicals involved.
No, I shouldn't have said it that way. I guess.
Mineral salts aren't chemicals, really. I guess.
No,
I mean, everything's a chemical, and if you want to call it that.
That's
But no,
yeah, and everything's organic too, if you want to call it that.
yeah.
Yeah, that Limburger might be a few $100.
Tonight I was actually spraying. See, it's like week 3.5 of microbes on the foliar. I shut off the lights and probably should have done it, but we've been late on getting it defoliated. So
What do you
yeah,
spray for microbes?
just give it a little bit of microbes with some fulvic.
Anyone in particular, though?
Recharge.
They like
I'm always
it.
curious about the foliar probes. You know what I mean? And how long they stick around and stuff.
I wasn't really. I was trying to spray the lowers and some of the leaves.
I just end up using a little bit of my compost
It makes them
and
happy.
having a little bit of a tea, and I'll strain it, run it through a filter, and use some of that. I haven't really bought much.
I don't spray teas anymore. I think I fucked up a fucking crop with a shitty tea one
I don't
time.
spray it once they're budding and anything. I just only in veg, like when they're fucking really want to push them.
Dude,
we spray like 3 weeks in a light spray, not trying to hit the pistils, but after I defoliated. So then there's a lot of new exposed leaves, or actually like just pretty much strip the plant at like week 3, 4. But by week 5, you'd think you didn't defoliate.
You didn't do shit. And I think sometimes when you strip them, it causes it to produce even more foliage than what was there originally. You notice that too in some of them? You'll go
it's
strip
all
out
timing,
like
I think.
10 leaves, and all of a sudden, when it comes back in 2 weeks, now there's fucking 30 leaves.
I've stripped plants like, gotten stoned back in the day and sat on the bucket without rotating, fast enough. And like I've totally stripped a plant, damn near, And they come back with a fucking vengeance. What was I gonna say?
I try to.
Fucking with them later in flower, like doing anything past like 21 days. I feel like it starts adding time to the finish.
Possibly, yeah. There's something else too you guys are talking about the other day. Oh yeah, like outdoor in the rain and stuff like that. I find sometimes that the rain and some of them shitty days like that make some of the buds tighten up more, and some of the tighter buds hold out the moisture and hold out all those heavy rains and allow it to be able to get through further. Granted, you do got to keep an eye on shit. You don't want moisture just setting on stuff.
All right.
But, causing an issue. But I find some things when they are outside on their own, not undercover, and they get hammered with rain, totally different, a lot denser, thicker, more what you get from your indoor, less airy. But I don't know.
Let's say. I just like the free fucking bud wash. I don't dip my fucking.
That's always nice.
I don't dip colas in buckets after. Yeah, the rain is my fucking bud
wash.
wash.
Wrong with with a strong garden hose too. If you don't have the rain.
Oh yeah. Never done it, but Ryan was hammering his last year with the hose.
Yeah, no, I do for sure.
A little bit.
Being out here too, we got dirt roads and stuff, so we're not as clean as some areas can be and stuff. So you do have some things you got to change and deal with a little bit. And you place and try to do what you can, you know, to compensate for some of that stuff. And that's where the greenhouse helps too, when you got something that's undercover. And then, you know, there's times when you piss off the town guy and he decides that he's going to come through fucking the week before you harvest with the fucking goddamn monster leaf blower that they have to put on the grader because it's so fucking huge it'll blow your house over. Rips
you
in
would
front of your house twice with it. Yeah,
when I
cocksucker,
lived
dude.
when I lived in Oregon, the cul-de-sac, like, well, it was like a horseshoe, right? That I lived on, dirt road, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, like 5, 6 houses on it. One
They
end,
want to
you
blow
know,
all the leaves off because it makes it so slippery in the fall.
people, you'd get guns drawn at you. So you came up and down. Like you ain't getting out to the other end, is what I'm getting at. You know what I mean?
Right.
Someone's gonna be stopping you before you make the full horseshoe. Yeah, you do not kick up dust.
It'd be different if I lived here my whole life, where I moved here to this
We
town
never
like
put
7 years ago. And it's nice because we're on one end and it's closed off in the wintertime. Like they don't tend to it in the winter, so no one travels it in the winter. But then even in the summer, our neighbors down that are on 3 miles down the other end of the road, our closest neighbor, again, they travel it. So you might see like 2, 3, 4 people a day, maybe might drive by. If that, some days you don't see nobody. Like here in the winter, we won't see anybody for 3, 4 months. Again, maybe the mail person. Maybe somebody will drive down that's totally lost or something. But yeah, out here, kind of same idea, martial law and stuff. But
I've got quite the salad going here, fellas. A little bit of animal cookies by Apples and Banana.
fucking chat still alive.
A little bit of
Cake in a cup. Every time I hear that, it's my old lady making stupid little fucking brownies in a cup in the microwave. So fake. So fake. So gross.
Apples and Bananas by the animal or Apples and Bananas. I just grabbed the shit. I forgot. Oh, the skunk or the Casey Killers. Purple Marmalade. And I topped it off with
T. Barrington. I think of reggae every time. Chat. T. Barrington.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. Rastafari. Ziggy boom boom. What's that?
Barrington Levy, wasn't he a reggae dude too?
Yeah, that's probably why I think of it. And you got Stony Creek. I think every fucking town or state has a Stony Creek that everybody fishes.
All right, listen, my battery's down to 5%. I realized I left my cord at the job at my work. So,
well, bud, drive safe.
Yeah, I'll just stay on till it cuts me off. I'll probably be home within 5%.
That's amazing.
You gonna race somebody? Pull up to some old granny at the next red light. Fucking racer.
I live in a town where it's like known that the cops don't pull anyone over ever.
Yeah.
So you can just drive as fast as you want. It's great.
Yeah, that must be nice. It's kind of like that here too, because there ain't no cops.
Yeah, well, the thing is we have very few of them in there. Like
my neighbor was
time is slow already, so they're like waiting in case there's like a need to respond, so they're not like trying to give tickets. So yeah, right. I've been here 25 years. Never, no.
Buddy, you're a rice paper.
And I drive like a bat out of hell, but like that's why I love this town because
it's your logo. It's your big go-kart track.
Oh, they'll just pull you over for the fuck of it. Yeah, not here.
Buddy, you're a rice paper smoker, aren't you?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried brown rice?
No, just
Brown rice paper?
I like it thin rice paper that, yeah, there's a lot
Yeah.
of, like, I think
There
that's
are temps
a
that
really
like
good
the hemp
paper. Like, most people have never heard of DLX, but it's a killer paper.
Dude, where I'm at, sometimes you just got to get what you can get. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I got these OCBs, is I got them at the gas station type shit.
the local packy. Those aren't so bad.
I just don't know if anybody else does brown rice. Like,
The fucking our local store sells jobs, JOBs.
yeah.
My rice is usually brown when I'm done with it.
Those are fucking like bed sheets, thick as fuck.
Yeah, they are.
It's like, geez, I might as well just grab a newspaper out front.
That's
Okay.
yeah.
You know.
That's jobs are pretty. You might as well grab like notebook paper or something.
Yeah.
Or if you ever have to use like a tops, that's fucking bad.
Yeah, the tops. Yeah, that's what it is. Tops, dude. Tops because they have so many fucking. They got the bags of rollies and stuff, the cigarettes, bags of
I just
tobacco.
I roll my rollies in a fucking one of those little hand rollers, a little top hand roller.
That you shoot them out. You slide it.
Yep, the little sliders fucking thing. They're like $5.
Yeah.
I think I paid $5 for this thing like 3 years ago.
They got those big fancy ones too that you set on like your desktop or something, don't they?
Yeah, with the lever.
I don't sit and roll in advance. I roll one when I want one. I don't
I had
smoke
one
much that way.
that you set on your table with the lever, and the one that Ryan has right there in his hand was much easier and just as fast, if not faster.
I mean, these things are quick and simple, man.
Yeah, simple.
I mean, I can roll one in this, faster than you can.
That rate. You can keep that in your pocket in the bag, not being dirty, Fucking try to carry that desk one around.
Yeah, and then but I just roll my joints with these too. Then, and I just wiggle the fucking the filter out of the tube. Looks like a charm every time, except for when it doesn't.
Nice.
Except for when it blows out that fucking side of it or whatever. Well, sometimes they didn't. It was packed too tight or something, right? There's an art to pack.
Very rarely, if I leave a little stem in there or something, it'll chomp off the side.
Oop, almost dumped her.
What is that? One could be a Majolica vase too. That fucking.
A what?
Yeah.
Chumbawamba?
Wanda.
Chumbawamba.
Get back
What
down.
song did they say? I get knocked down, but I get Chumbawamba again. Is that them?
That song's about getting plastered, isn't it?
I don't know. Who's Chumbawamba? What did they sing?
They're British guys. The tub something.
Chumbawamba. Were they like fake ska or something?
No, that was like a British fucking
ska?
K-pop or something. I don't know. Like that, and then the Macarena
K-pop
too.
like a drug. I'll do some K-pop. I feel different. Look.
KCLD.
I'm gonna fucking K-pop this weekend, bro.
National Pokemon Day. What the fuck?
Are they still chasing those fucking things?
Something. Celebrate 28 years of nonstop adventures in National Pokemon Day.
Are people like fucking walking off fucking cliffs and shit?
Dude, the end of my old lady's parents, the end of my old lady's parents' driveway, there's a monster fucking I don't know, it's probably like 20, 25 foot tall fucking chainsaw carved bear or whatnot, and the school bus for that town that they live in uses the end of their driveway to turn around right there. So it's like kind of like a big end of a driveway. And that was a Pokemon spot. Fucking all of a sudden, like now normally, like this is all like backwoods, like logging, like crazy redneck. The whole 30 acres is like looks like a junkyard and type shit. And here, all of a sudden, at 3 o'clock in the morning, people are pulling up and outside, like collecting their pokey, whatever, taking pictures, doing whatever, fucking, because it was a pokey spot. Fucking, yeah, fucked up, man. Oh, we lose you. We lost everybody. Everybody gone. Bye bye.
I'm still here.
Yeah, just hardcore. Yep. So at the end of the story, right there. Yep. My old lady's parents' driveway is a pokey spot to collect whatever you collect.
That was a little bit beyond my time. My little brother was into Pokemon.
I think it's still going on. I believe.
Well, I know some of them shits are worth fucking more than I fucking have.
I know the cards came after me. Like they were kind of around my time, but they weren't real popular. Like they were popular
I
with
mean,
the younger when I was at that age.
there might have been a Pokemon Pog. Did they have
I
Pokemon
have a
Pogs?
Pog. I don't know. I have the eyeball, the eyeball
The
hologram.
Super Slammers?
Super Slammer. Yep. I got it on eBay for sale for like $20 or $25 or something like that.
Then what was it, like the Ghosts or something like that?
I'm not sure. I don't know much about them.
I can't
Say
remember.
that
I remember
like magic and stuff.
we used to
Like
fucking get
I
mad
know
though
a
when
little
someone would fucking take our whole pack,
bit.
win it fair and square.
I know a little bit about like the dice, the magic and stuff, but I really don't know much about that either. Baseball cards, shit like that. Like I'm more baseball card, football card. Well, man, everybody else, I guess, kicked out of here too. It's fucking 6 o'clock here. I think I'm gonna go see if I can find a store that's open. Go get some cigarettes.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's the same bat channel, same bat place, or the Fumadoro channel, or D Zombies channel.
Yeah, I don't
One of them
know
shit.
which one we're on. I just friggin' I think I'm now subscribed to all of them, or whichever ones, or whatever. So it notifies me. I hit the button when it notifies me, brings me right to it.
9 hours
I don't have to do much.
from now.
Oh yeah, that's right. The 420 takeover or something, or no, the safety meeting maybe.
The high
Who
noon
knows?
safety meeting.
The high noon, high noon. Hopefully, I'll be back up by then. There it is. High noon safety meeting. 12%, 12 p.m. Pacific.
It says
Old age and bloated boobs.
There's a say safety.
Yeah. Safe, safe, safety. Yeah, safety. Yeah, right. That's right. Yeah, right. High safety noon meeting. Safety meeting. High noon. High noon safety meeting. Yeah. Safely, safely, safety.
And here is
Still fucking with the fucking AI fucking picture generator, huh? Pretty wild shit. All right, man.
then.
Well, I'm signing off. You okay for 9 to 10
Okay.
hours? Yeah, cake and a couple of snuggles.
Yeah.
You'll be okay. You gonna be lonely?
I'm gonna be sleeping.
He said he'll come over and cuddle you. He wants to be Little Spoon.
I don't know.
He said he'll be there in 20. All right. Well, until next time, pizza out. Much love. Southern Vermont Vintage.
Yep.
Everybody stay safe.
Later.